The fissure was small, but it was there. Priam turned quickly to Mercury's man. "Get my father to safety," he said before running off toward the ducal palace. Mercury had promised to find Alan and keep him safe until his reunion with Priam. Only until then. Of course, Priam wanted to see his dad again, but the situation was terribly dangerous. His father's safety was more important. With a heavy heart, Priam raced towards the ducal palace located in the center of New Earth. The building sparkled under the light of the Wyvern's attacks. Its green and silver reflections would have blinded most men, but not Priam. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, avoiding the panicked crowd running through the streets, Priam pondered about his last question. It was due to expire in a few minutes, and 1,000 questions were on his mind. How to survive my tribulations. How to overcome my tribulations. How to get the most out of my tribulations. Running across the green roof of a stall, he looked up. Before him, a wide street separated his building from the next. Stepping on a few flowers, he jumped. His shadow silhouetted against the trees lining the street below, Priam asked the most open question possible. "What do I need to know?" "Answer, set aside your flesh. Absorb Damocles' cloud into your domain." The last answer had been given. As usual, it was cryptic, but Priam nodded. He understood. Landing on the next building, Priam heard a terrible creak. He wasn't yet dense enough to cause structural damage to the building. The sound resembled that of an iceberg fracturing, and its source was high up. A second crack had appeared at the top of the dome. Clearly, the Wyvern wasn't tired. In response to the fissure, a terrifying roar was heard. Looking up towards the ducal palace, Priam chuckled. Apparently, he wouldn't have to make the whole trip. In the distance, the palace gates opened. Priam resumed his course, modifying his trajectory. The Lord of the Dome was coming to meet him, and he had no intention of confronting him in the middle of the city. The loss of life would be tragic. 5 steps later, his perception screamed. Throwing himself to his right, Priam barely dodged a projectile. Raising himself in a single movement, he spotted the arrow finishing its course in a building, exploding it. The attack had almost impaled him in midair. Closing his eyes momentarily, Priam understood how his perception had alerted him about the supersonic attack. He'd never noticed it before, but the dome was also covered in a mist, so fine as almost imperceptible. His new title and perception gave him heightened sensitivity. It was this mist that had saved him by spotting a fast-approaching projectile. At the origin of the shot, a colossus was once again bending his bow, or rather, a cyclops. A few meters from the heavy palace gates, the Lord of New Earth had decided to take matters into his own hands. Far from resembling his stupid cousin Polyphemus, his single eye sparkled with intelligence. His movements were graceful, and Priam found himself admiring the dexterity with which the Lord was once again bending his bow. If Sphinx had unlocked Domain, Cyclops had unlocked Micro. Maybe less magical at first sight, this supremacy was terrifying when its user knew how to use it. Priam straddled the mist to dodge a second shot that destroyed several buildings behind him. Nobody could have said how many humans had died from this single attack. Shit. Confronting the Cyclops on open ground seemed a mistake, and the rooftops offered no security. Priam jumped into an alley below to cut off the archer's line of sight. So far from the market, the fleeing men and women were fewer, but there were enough of them to keep Priam from running at full speed. Quickly looking up at the walls, he gained momentum and attempted a wall jump. The idea was to move from facade to facade. His right foot brutally crushed the stone of a beautiful house, leaving a trace in the rock. Taking off toward a house on the opposite side of the street, Priam smiled as he flew over the crowd. His other foot landed on a ledge before his powerful muscles, manipulated by Micro, propelled him again. In a matter of seconds, Priam crossed 100 meters, flying above the street. It's working. The sensation was exhilarating as he discovered a new way of getting around. In the distance, the silhouette of the Colosseum loomed like a growing shadow over the luminous dome. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 20 Aga +1 PK +1 Dex +1. Art of Movement has reached level 20. As a rare skill, a bonus is available. Choose one of these 3 options. Great Art of Movement. You perfect your art. Pot -30. Spatial Movement. You consider the three spatial dimensions of an environment to optimize your movements. Pot -30. Micro movement. You learn to use your whole body to optimize your movements. Synergizes with micro. Pot -30. Priam hesitated for a moment. The three upgrades looked tempting, but only one of them was possible. As one of his wall jumps destroyed a window frame under the power of his leap, the mist detected a projectile. Kinetic control. Priam accelerated while in air, dodging an arrow that would undoubtedly have been fired from above. The concepts must have downloaded a wealth of ballistic knowledge into the monster's head, for the shot was perfect. LVL up, dodge. LVL 11 Agi +1. The arrow penetrated the ground in an explosion of dust and rock debris. Fragments of cobblestone flew, penetrating defenseless bodies. Several people fell to the ground screaming. Priam gritted his teeth as he saw a shocked little girl staring at the headless body of what must have been her mother. Hundreds of frightened humans were running in all directions. As a man with the build of a rugby player threatened to crush the little girl in his panicked flight, Priam straddled the mist. Going back, he lifted the child before heading for a nearby building. His perception detected two whispering voices inside, one relatively high-pitched. Knocking for a moment on the building door, Priam sighed as he heard the voices fall silent. Nobody wanted to open their door just after an explosion. Yet Priam's proximity was currently dangerous. Deciding to leave the door intact, he jumped out, causing the little girl to hiccup with surprise. Clinging to the first-floor balcony, Priam broke the window. Pushing the child inside, he shouted, "Mom, there's a little girl upstairs. I'm going to take care of the monster, so help her." With one last sad smile for the traumatized child, Priam leapt out into the street. He hadn't taken the time to say a word to the orphan or reflect on his responsibility. His attention refocused. The next arrow was already coming. Boom! Another dodge and other screams. The precision and power of the Cyclops' attacks were incredible. The shots were also getting faster and faster, and if Ether perception wasn't lying, they were only physical. The Lord was a force of destruction without even magically reinforcing his shots. It is Micro's true power, Priam thought. The supremacy could transform a body into an indestructible weapon, and for the moment, he had only scratched the surface of its possibilities. Referring to the descriptions of his supremacy and his conversations with Becker, Priam validated an improvement to art of movement. Micro movement. Learn to use your whole body to optimize your movements. Synergizes with micro. Pot -30. Instantly, he corrected himself slightly as he prepared his next wall jump. Not the position of his foot, his movement skill took care of that, but rather the way his muscles positioned themselves. Tibialis anterior, soleus, extensor retinaculum, triceps zur, and other muscles in his legs were repositioning themselves to improve his jump. His foot outstretched, Priam arrived on a new far A sectionade and executed a perfect wall jump. The cushioning was softer, the support more solid, the extension more powerful. Thanks to the upgrade, Micro now synergized with art of movement. Priam flew between the buildings. Heart racing, he accelerated even more. 2 attacks, accompanied by tragic cries. Later, he arrived in the square surrounding the Colosseum. It was empty of people, most of whom were trying to flee to their homes. A third crack appeared in the barrier protecting the dome as if to urge Priam on. Priam charged forward, aided by kinetic control. Micro movement allowed him to use Micro to run even faster. Thanks to his high density, and therefore greater mass, his strides didn't send him skyward. The air pressed against his skin, like a film of fluid trying to slow him down, vainly. LVL up, friction resistance, LVL 5 Agi +1. Priam's different skills were beginning to work together, gradually creating a monster. The mist whispered of a new attack, and Priam, focused on his run, leapt. As real artillery fire destroyed the ground behind him, he flew some 20 meters before landing at the end of his run in front of the Colosseum gates. His objective was to fight the Lord in the arena, in order to limit collateral damage. Placing his hand on one of the doors, he pressed heavily to enter. The door remained closed. "Sorry Priam, but you can't enter the Colosseum with a tribulation in progress, at least not without the Lord's approval," Becca's voice whispered in his ear. Shit. Thanks, Becca. This was one of the system's advantages. All problems had violence as a solution. Priam was in a violent mood. A new arrow was coming. Raising Promise, Priam brought it down on the projectile to deflect it. Spear strike. With an ultra-violent shock, the arrow flew back like a baseball home run. The backlash threw Priam a meter before he absorbed it. As he landed, Priam shook his right hand, grimacing. Trying to stop, or deflect, a lord's attack with just one hand was still too early. The message was clear. About 200 meters away, positioned on a 4-story building reminiscent of a small Byzantine palace, the Cyclops watched him, his bow down. Priam clutched his spear with both hands, determined to protect the Colosseum from another arrow. He still needed it, and he considered the building to be his property already. After all, it would be as soon as he became the Lord. You're powerful for a human. I respect that. But using my dome to temporarily dodge your tribulations is cowardly, declared the Cyclops. He must have used some technique to project his voice, because it was clearly reaching Priam. Priam let out a growl. Do you think I have a choice? There's a fucking wyvern out there gunning for me. The locusts will devour my mist and then me. Without the dome and its protection, I don't stand a chance, he shouted. There had to be a technique to project his voice as the Cyclops did, but he didn't know it. You want to kill me to take control of the barrier, understood the Cyclops. Clever, but it won't hold forever. The locusts are absorbing its energy. The rain is sapping its defenses, and the wyvern is on the verge of creating a breach. The Cyclops was far away and Priam hesitated to attack. His most powerful attack could certainly reach his opponent before he could dodge, but it would leave him in critical condition. A less powerful attack would be parried or dodged. I'll get them in one after the other. Don't worry about the barrier. Really? The locusts will massacre the humans in the dome in a matter of minutes. Do you realize that? No. They'll attack the one who started the tribulation, Priam countered. In priority, yes, agreed the Cyclops. But there are millions of them right now. You won't attract them all. The tribulation isn't just a test of strength, it's also a test of character. Will you let your kind die? I guess we'll never know, because you're going to die here, he said, raising his bow. Priam gritted his teeth. The Cyclops' words were designed to unsettle him. It was working. He had seen the frightened little girl. He knew his father was somewhere in the dome. The system wouldn't let him get away easily. Blood would be spilled today. The question was, whose? Damn it. He swore, raising Promise. Focus. Emotional discipline. The skills allowed him to focus on the present. The important thing was to face one trial after another. The Cyclops was right. It all started now, with their fight. Ether perception pulsed, and Priam's eyes widened. All the ether in the square was shaking. Some of it began to flow towards the bow. The Cyclops was continually stringing his weapon, and the amount of energy he was accumulating was awe-inspiring. Priam grimaced as he looked at his reserves. Thanks to the physical attacks he had absorbed from Sphinx, he had access to far more energy than his opponent. The difference between him and the Cyclops was that his enemy concentrated his energy for several seconds, whereas Priam had no choice but to release his energy instantly. It was annoying, as his meridians would explode if he used too much kinetic energy. Impossible, therefore, to snipe at the Lord from his current position. He needed to get closer. Concentrating on his mist, Priam created a screen of water vapor. In a second, a massive half-sphere of steam appeared. He then focused on moon mist and stealth. The mist was meant to mask his physical and magical presence. The ether stopped shaking, and Priam smiled. The Cyclops seemed surprised not to find his opponent. Suddenly, a flash appeared in the mist, and Priam's previous position exploded, bombarded by an arrow. The attack had been too swift to detect or dodge. Priam swallowed and approached the Cyclops, preceded by the mist. All he had to do now was get closer. Image Becca, leaning against one of the Colosseum's windows, watched the amateur fight. Priam had made progress since the last time, but it was mainly quantitative. His attributes and skills had increased, but his supremacy remained pathetic. The only positive point was the control he exerted over his mist and the improvements he made to it. The Colosseum administrator had no problem detecting the human. The Cyclops, for his part, was confused. The mist was disturbing his unique eye. The Lord began to attack randomly through the mist, and Becker shook his head. The Cyclops had a significant attributes advantage over Priam, but he didn't have enough luck, or rather, chance. The attribute had many effects, and luck would be on Priam's side in a fight. In addition, trying to hit him blindly was unworthy of a warrior. As the mist advanced toward the Cyclops, he remained static. Becker sided the Lord's confidence, hubris, even. Of course, his bloodline was far superior to those of Priam. But the young human was used to combat, and the Lord's inexperience made him overconfident. Less than 20 meters from the mist, the Lord put away his bow and pulled out a knife before leaping into the mist. Becker sighed. Cyclops were a terrifying race when they gained experience, but they had the flaw of being reckless. Stupid, even, thought Becker. Of course, our Lord had an image to maintain, but there was nothing cowardly about repositioning when you were an archer. Nevertheless, Becker wondered how Priam intended to defeat his adversary. Despite his questionable decisions, the Cyclops was still a formidable opponent. The Lord lay in wait in the mist, trying to force his eye to penetrate the obstacle. It was an excellent idea, for their power came from their eye. Every time a Cyclops developed their visual organ, they gained power, just as when a Hydra gained a head. Of course, this kind of evolution was rare and required a tight and bloody duel. Only extreme willpower tempered by senseless violence could help. Smiling, Becker watched Priam stealthily approach the Cyclops, observing its movements and copying them with micro. The human was weak, but he knew how to adapt. This character trait, coupled with his talents, could take him far. A few meters from the Cyclops, Priam charged forward, seeming to merge with his mist for a moment, and Becker burst out laughing. He might have had a chance after all. Tribulation-piercing spear. The name of the skill resounded under the dome as a fourth crack opened up. Because of the Wyvern, both attacks were successful. Image status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical: Strength 170, Constitution 289, Agility 206, +3. Vitality 309, Perception 370, +2. Mental: Vivacity 183, Dexterity 235, +1. Memory 50, Willpower 306, Charisma 172. Meta Affinity 178, Meta Focus 111, Meta Endurance 101, Meta Perception 51, Meta Chance 114. Potential 3850, -26, Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. LVL up, stealth, LVL 80, Nagi +1, LVL up, moon mist, LVL 31, Puck +4, Char +2, Meta, Afi, +3, LVL up, tribulation piercing spear, LVL 5, STR +1, Agi +1, Dex +1. Promes struck the Cyclops' eye before sliding across it. The weapon continued its trajectory, following the visual organ's curvature before striking the eyebrow's arch. Smashing through the bone, and the brain behind it, it burst the Cyclops' head. Priam raised an eyebrow at the result of his attack. He had been careful to strike from the Cyclops' blind spot, his back. After all, his eye seemed capable of miracles, and Priam hadn't wanted to risk being detected despite being in his mist. However, at the last moment, the Cyclops' eye had appeared at the back of his head, spotting Priam. Too late. Had the Cyclops been a little stronger, his one eye would not have been a weak point. It is the true power of a mythical race. His thoughts were interrupted by a terrifying noise. The Wyvern had finally succeeded. There was now a hole in the top of the dome, through which the monster struggled to get its head through, contorting itself. Warning: New Earth's barrier has been breached. Complete regeneration will take 2 hours. Any additional damage will increase this time. Gritting his teeth at the sight of the monster that would cause many casualties today, Priam turned to the Cyclops' corpse. He still hadn't received a reward and had an idea why. Leaning over the destroyed body of the former lord, Priam searched the shredded flesh. Plucking the Cyclops' eye from the bloody mass, he tried it out with the back of his hand. The eye was incredibly hard, spherical in shape and the size of a handball. Tribulation-piercing spear hadn't left a trace on it. Priam injected his ether inside. His ether penetrated the object for a moment before encountering resistance. Pursing his lips, Priam activated, "There is no heaven." A fraction of his ether disappeared into the thing and then returned to him. Instinctively, Priam sensed that it would take a large part of his ether to damage the Cyclops' soul. He accepted the price, and more than half his remaining ether penetrated the eye. LVL up. There is no heaven. LVL2 will +9. Instantly, a horrible scream was heard. Priam dropped the eye and plugged his ears to no avail. "It's in my head." Announcement to humanity. Priam Azura becomes the new Lord of New Earth. Title 1. Landowner, Silver. You become a true noble, owning land. You receive certain benefits when you are on it. Your title of nobility is linked to it. Losing your land will affect your title. Increasing the size of your land will improve your title. When you are on your land, allows manipulation of specific specialized infrastructures. Bonus, Baron, pot cost -10%. Bonus, Viscount, ether regeneration x2. Bonus, Earl, knowledge about your land. Instantly, Priam felt a flood of information and ether invade him. Millions of humans were currently in New Earth. Most were holed up in buildings, but some were still searching for their loved ones or homes. Priam shuddered as he felt firsthand how many lives were currently in danger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Except by committing suicide, he wouldn't be able to stop the tribulations, and he cared too much about his life to do that. Suddenly, Priam had an idea. Being a count gave him access to information on the individuals currently present in the dome. Maybe I can do a manual search? He thought of his father. The next moment, the system informed him about him. He was in a beautiful house near the market and not alone. With him were several people, including one of Priam's acquaintances. Claire. An explosion forced Priam to focus again. The Wyvern was tired of being blocked by the barrier and was making its discontent known. A laser beam had vaporized a building, wiping out its inhabitants. 12 deaths, informed the system. Priam would have preferred to ignore this number. After all, it was he who had brought the tribulation here. Without wasting any more time, Priam retrieved the eye of the Cyclops and connected himself to the dome barrier. The barrier was constantly losing energy, sapped by the various tribulations. Priam intended to spare it by allowing the Damocles tears to pass through. The Wyvern attacked again, and Priam gritted his teeth. Thousands of humans continued to roam New Earth's streets, panicking as they heard the sound of explosions. Priam hesitated for a moment to let the tribulation through. If he couldn't warn these men and women, carnage would ensue. The system proposed a solution that Priam immediately accepted. With a bit of ether, the barrier could deliver sound announcements. Inhabitants of New Earth, Priam's voice thundered throughout the dome. A deadly rain is coming. A single drop will be enough to kill you. Stay inside, and don't come out under any circumstances. You'll have time to find your loved ones later. I can only hold it for another 10 seconds. Take shelter right now. It wasn't true. Now that the Wyvern was attacking the city directly, the barrier still had several minutes ahead. However, most inhabitants would do no more in 10 seconds than in 10 minutes. Better to conserve the barrier's reserves to fight off the locusts. A deadly rain was one thing. Bugs actively searching for survivors was quite another. I can only hold it for another 10 seconds was a half-lie. Priam wasn't holding back the tribulations, he was causing them. But even if he had no intention of remaining the Lord of New Earth, he had no interest in alienating humanity. For a split second, Priam felt dirty. His actions were going to get a lot of people killed. The next moment, his anger rumbled. It wasn't he who had asked to invoke tribulations. It was the system. It was also the system that had forced Priam to use the barrier to mitigate his tribulations. The fault wasn't solely his, and if the system asked him to choose between his life and others, is it selfish to wish to live? Priam closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe calmly. It was the moment of truth and he would have the opportunity to reflect on his responsibilities later. He had to create a domain now, or perish trying. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and concentrated his mist around him. Satisfied with his protection, he allowed the first tribulation to enter with a thought. The barrier shook for a moment, becoming intangible to Damocles' cloud. The dome was several kilometers high, and the entire cloud pressed in, as if eager to punish whoever had tried to escape it. A rainbow appeared under the combined effect of the black cloud and the light from the dome. Outside, the furious locusts' swarm redoubled its efforts to destroy the barrier. Seconds later, the rain hit the ground. Priam mentally felt the lives of many humans disappear. Those who had not heeded his advice were no more. Sighing, he refocused on his own ordeal. Only the living could mourn the dead. A flood was falling on New Earth and his mantle of mist. His ether reserves dispersed as he tried to connect more deeply to his mist. Moon mist has become the skill he knew best. His titles and merits synergized to help him tame the fog. Every swirl was noted by Priam. Every foreign body was highlighted in his mind. The mist responded to his thoughts, eager to obey. It wouldn't be enough to earn a domain. The supremacy he was supposed to be able to unlock with his mind and mist. He'd first heard of it when he'd upgraded Brainless's merits. The system had then told him that he had taken his first step in the direction of the domain. After talking it over with Sphinx and BA copyright Cha, the explanation was clear. A domain was a spatial zone dominated by the user's mind. According to Becker, acquiring a domain was a two-stage process. First, you had to perceive your environment, which Priam's mist did. Secondly, you had to influence that environment. It required the application of willpower. This was where Priam struggled. Yet he had no choice but to succeed. Unlocking his domain would allow Priam to control the Damocles cloud and perhaps a broken bar. Shaking his head, Priam refocused. His ether reserves, even regenerated by his new title, were not infinite. He had to get his domain now. With one last glimpse of his surroundings through the mist, Priam sighed. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't impose his will on the world. Something was missing. It was a different experience for everyone, but Becker had confirmed that it was easier when his mind could invade the desired space. Geniuses like Sphinx could do it without help, but Priam needed a helping hand. He already knew what, Brainless, had to be improved. For this, there was only one possibility, which his clones had confirmed. He had to let his spirit bloom, freed from the prison that was his flesh. Here we go, he murmured, watching his tribulation swell. Using kinetic control, Priam leapt toward the titanic cloud. Pulses of kinetic energy propelled him higher and higher as water drops trickled down his misty mantle. Priam would have liked to absorb their kinetic energy, but he could only absorb the energy of the objects in contact with him, or promise. That would change with his domain. At a height of almost 500 meters, Priam could only see the immense cloud above him. A black ocean of water vapor, crisscrossed by frightful waves. Yet there was no wind beneath the dome's barrier. Damocles' cloud exuded a dangerous, implacable aura. An aura of steel. Taking one last look at the city below him, Priam gritted his teeth. The continuation of his tribulations depended on this moment. If there was ever a time to spend his resources, it was now. He reached for the small purse that accompanied him everywhere and pulled out one of the trophies he had stolen. Between his fingers was a leaf of a blue that Priam would have described as temporal, for want of a better adjective. Identification. Ethereal oolong leaf, 10 years, a very special yet relatively young tea leaf. Produces exceptional mental clarity and permanently purifies the mind. Best consumed by infusion but can also be swallowed directly. Priam plunged his hand back into his purse and retrieved a fragile-looking case. Inside was a piece of cloud. Identification. Atlas Circle Pearly Cloud, a very rare polar cloud. These clouds have the property of stealing happy dreams. After 1,000,000 years, these clouds become terrifying elementals. This is a fragment of a defeated elemental. Its consumption can transform a desire into reality, permanently increases your resistance to mental attacks. Priam swallowed both resources. LVL up, manipulation resistance, LVL 9, 13 will plus 15. After a second, he opened his eyes and laughed. The descriptions of the two treasures were brief, but their effect was incredible. His mental capacities seemed limitless. He dominated his various attributes and harnessed the full potential of his body. To create a domain, it was perfect. Becker had told him that the supremacies were somehow decorrelated from the system. Burning his potential wouldn't help much. A second later, Priam entered the cloud. Despite his misty cloak, the transition was rough. If each drop was like a blade falling from the heavens, the inside of the cloud was like a mountain of metal pressing down on Priam. Without his cloak, every meter would have ripped through his skin, flesh and bones as effectively as a blender. Priam gritted his teeth and summoned his potential to further strengthen. Moon Mist. LVL up. Moon Mist. LVL 32. Pak +4. Char +2. Meta. Afi. +3. Pot -5. His ether reserves were dwindling, and the amount of mist he was summoning was less than what he was losing to the cloud. Even so, Priam was making progress. He had only a few hundred meters to cross before reaching his destination. Focus. In the meantime, their warrior tried to concentrate on his mind. For most humans, the seat of thought was the head. The sense of vision being the most developed, the head, housing the brain, was considered by many to be the home of the mind. Thanks to Brainless, Priam had overcome this limitation. His mind was in his entire body. Closing his eyes, Priam felt his body as a single, homogeneous entity. No part was more important than another. Sure, he'd rather stub his little toe on a bedside table than get the furniture in his eye, but it made no difference to his consciousness. It was part of what had enabled Priam to unlock Micro so quickly. Feeling his whole body was a huge advantage, a way to increase his proprioception. But to unlock the domain, it wasn't enough. Despite his best efforts, Priam's mind remained confined within his body. His skin acted as a protective membrane but also as a prison. His consciousness manipulated his mist, but his mind refused to truly possess it. If my body is a prison, if it's blocking the acquisition of my domain, then all I have to do is listen to my clones. Set aside your flesh, absorb Damocles' cloud in your domain. The clone's response was a no-brainer. Besides, Priam was one of the few who could use this shortcut to unlock his domain. A second later, light triumphed over the darkness of the ocean. Priam had reached the top of the dome, the boundary between the cloud and the barrier. In front of him was the wyvern, looking incredibly angry. In the background, the sound of locusts was horrifying. Priam burst out laughing. "This is your moment, lizard. Show me what you've got." Roaring, the furious wyvern opened its mouth and the world went dark. The surrounding photons seemed to be absorbed into the monster's maw. For several seconds, the fantastic creature prepared its attack. Priam then grabbed his purse and threw it towards the barrier, where it disappeared. Apparently, it could confiscate some objects. Promes could withstand a lot of punishment, but not the treasures he'd stolen. "I'm going to get naked again," he sighed. Shaking his head, Priam refocused on the spectacle before him. Few people could boast of receiving a wyvern's breath with a smile. With his heart at peace, Priam simply levitated, placing himself between the empty Colosseum square and the enraged monster. In those strange moments, his heart calmed. A smile naturally came to his lips. He, an almost ordinary young man just a few weeks ago, was now fighting a wyvern, almost a dragon. "I love this life." A second sun rose. Dawn broke, and the flesh disappeared. Image status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, men 10, meta 0. Physical, strength 172, +2, constitution 289, agility 209, +3. Vitality 309, perception 379, +9. Mental, vivacity 183, dexterity 236, +1, memory 50, willpower 335, +29, charisma 176, +4. Meta affinity 184, +6. Meta-focus 111, meta-endurance 101, meta-perception 51, meta-chance 114, potential 3867, +17, tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Louis could feel the drops of water trickling gently down his body. Their path, guided by gravity, took them relentlessly to his feet, where they joined a small puddle. Surely the only drinkable one in the whole dome, he thought. Everywhere, the lethal deluge was falling. Even without Priam's warning, Louis had directly felt the immense weight of the cloud. The source of the rain was a cloud in appearance only. Louis saw it as a vast, heavy mountain, or perhaps the graveyard of a million weapons, like a battlefield. What a bloody day! Every drop hid a sword, a dagger, a bullet. Louis had lived through many wars, and like none of them, he appreciated the violence of a good fight. That was why he had devoted his life to the martial arts. Their violence was pure and full of philosophy. The violence of war disgusted him. It killed more innocents than warriors. Louis was always ready to put his life on the line, but he had no desire to confront the weak and oppressed. His passion made him hate the apathy of war. Lives cut short by indifference. Perhaps that was what he hated most about this new world. And this cloud. All around him, the drops were falling, raising appalling screams. They quickly died away, like silent testimonies to the horror of the rain. In the adjacent streets, the water running down the gutters was red. The steel rain was finishing off the bodies of those who had not heeded the new lord's advice. From the roof of the building that housed his friends, Louis looked down on his street. The rain was attacking the white of the bones of what had only a few minutes ago been a young woman. He hadn't been able to save her. With the exception of a few bones, teeth and hair, nothing was left of her. A drop had penetrated her skull, then passed through her brain and on. The power had dissipated only after digging a hole through her intestines. A quick death, a useless one. On the streets of New Earth, hundreds of anonymous people were disappearing at this very moment. In someone else's war. Louis sighed as he felt his strength decline. Each drop was imprinted with the concept of steel. The concept gave them steel properties, making them artificially heavy, hard, piercing and deadly. Without the concept, they were just standard drops of water. That was how Louis felt about them. The old man had spent almost his entire life perfecting his art, practicing a kind of mixed martial art. Louis had traveled the world to perfect his movements and techniques. Lucid, he had never sought to be the best fighter. He wasn't tall enough to have excellent reach, or sufficiently imposing to take the most powerful blows. An MMA champion would have beaten him 9 times out of 10. However, Louis' body remained a formidable weapon. Coupled with his reflexes, techniques and knowledge, he was a master. He had spent his life observing the bodies of others, and his own, meditating and following the philosophy of his art. He'd never thrown the fastest punches, but he knew how to execute the best submission holds. At almost 90, he was supple, agile, dexterous, lively and optimistic. Upon arrival, the system had given wings to an old tiger. The curtain of rain continued to obscure the world, and while Priam fought his way to the top of the dome, some inhabitants tried to take advantage of the situation. 300 meters from Louis, a man pressed up against the buildings, moving slowly towards a house. A woman's silhouette was silhouetted against one of the house's windows. When the man knocked on the door, the shadow froze. After a few seconds, the man pulled out a crowbar he'd been holding, hidden under his baggy clothes. "Hard times reveal human nature," mumbled Louis. Maybe the man wanted to steal an empty house. Maybe he was there for the woman. Louis thought for a moment of Marcella. She didn't need his protection. In this new world, gender conferred little advantage. The burglar was possibly attacking a tigress. But when in doubt, raising his right hand, Louis caught a drop of water on the fly. His mastery annihilated the steel fragment inside, transforming the drop into ordinary water. In one swift movement, Louis positioned it on the nail of his index finger before infusing it with his will. His whole body was dangerous, but the man could also work with tools and weapons. It was the ability he had unlocked when reaching stage 1 of his mastery. Today, this drop would be his weapon. Mastery, body, firearm. With a flick of the wrist, the drop flew away. Louis' mastery allowed it to retain its shape and speed, crossing the air as if in a vacuum. 2 seconds later, as the door opened under the burglar's action, the drop hit him in the back of the neck. The man stood still for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Tipping backward, his body fell halfway into the gutter. In a few minutes, there would be nothing left of him. Louis nodded before turning away. It was time to go home. As he placed his hand on the handle of the roof door, his instinct shook. A second later, the sky lit up. Image Priam felt no pain as the attack vaporized his body. Vaporize was perhaps too strong a word. After all, The beam of light had some difficulty in annihilating him. He didn't really count, but his constitution, resistances and various titles enabled him to gain 3 or 4 seconds. Seconds during which his nerves screamed in pain before liquefying. Three-headed Hydra gained him another second, trying to regenerate his bones. The breath of the Wyvern, calibrated to be the fourth tribulation of a Tier 0, had the power to sublimate the armored door of a bank vault from solid metal to gas in a matter of moments. Priam had withstood disintegration for several seconds, giving him significant benefits. Diamonds are created under intense pressure. LVL up, osmosis, LVL 5 PHY +1 meta, Phi, +4. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts, and your titles, Three-Headed Hydra, and Veteran. LVL up, Star Iron Body, LVL 8,9. Kins +6. LVL up, Infantile Phoenix Metabolism, LVL 2,3,4. Vit +6. Kins +3. You have gained the skill, Light Resistance, Common. Light Resistance. Light is a phenomenon that has enabled the birth of most civilizations. It has a strong symbolic value and is associated with knowledge. However, you know that light, as electromagnetic radiation, constitutes only a tiny part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Source of life, hope, and sometimes destruction. By approaching the sun, you've burnt your wings. Will you continue your journey, or will the intensity of your dreams blind you? The architecture of your cells changes to better resist the effects of intense light. Your molecules vibrate rapidly and remain in excited states to not absorb most photons. You have the green light to face your enemies. Kins +1. Priam mentally smiled as he watched the notification list continue to grow. Finally, he ignored the scrolling rewards with a thought. His next resurrection would bring another batch of level-ups, and he'd have time to analyze them later. For now, there was something more important. His body had disappeared, leaving his mind floating in the void. One of his first titles allowed him to survive without a body. Brainless, gave him a few seconds before death closed its fingers on him. Before he eluded it again, the Damocles cloud regenerated after the Wyvern's violent breath. It seemed surprised. Its adversary had disappeared, but the system order remained active. The tribulation had not finished its mission. For a moment, Priam marveled at still being able to feel the Wyvern's presence. His eyes, and all other sensory organs, were gone. His mind was blind, yet he could perceive his surroundings, partly thanks to ether perception, but mostly thanks to his mist. Priam deactivated ether perception. Here and now, it was his mist that interested him. It was his mist that would allow him to unlock his domain or not, to live or to die. Only his mist now informed his perception. It was his only link with the outside world. Priam smiled as he deployed his sense. He could feel the world so clearly, perhaps even better than before. Around him, air currents were evident. Other data was arriving continuously. Water molecules, in the form of vapor or suspended micro-droplets, vibrated periodically. A moment later, Priam's liveliness translated the phenomenon. The Wyvern was roaring, creating a sound wave that propagated near him. His senses were so acute that he could feel the disturbances in the air associated with sound. He realized it was the obvious consequence of living in a human body. The 5 main senses, vision, hearing, smell, touch and taste, as well as the less-known senses, heat, pressure, location, were constantly flooding his brain with tons of information. His perception further increased the volume of data delivered. After that, a new sense, his mist, could only be stifled. Freed from his body, Priam finally opened his eyes, figuratively, and enjoyed the sensitivity of his mist. When a man went blind, his other senses developed to take over. His hearing became sharper, his sense of smell finer and his touch more sensitive. That's why humans sometimes close their eyes to enjoy music. Undisturbed, the mist was now free to confide its secrets to Priam. And what secrets? A second after his death, Priam could already feel the vibrations of the molecules, more or less important according to the temperature gradient. Some vibrated more rapidly as they picked up photons, before calming down as they left their excited state. Priam's scientific knowledge enabled him to understand what his mist was feeling. As the seconds passed, his perception automated these processes, creating new connections within his brain. It was the true power of an attribute that had surpassed 300 points. It was moving towards a qualitative evolution. The world was regaining color and sound. It was changing. Only Priam and his perception had changed, but that was enough to make his world evolve. Every water molecule in the atmosphere was an eye. It changed everything. As Priam marveled at his new abilities, an unearthly pain shot through his body. Panicking for a moment, Priam almost severed the link with his mist. The pain amplified, until it became terrifying. For a moment, Priam wished all would stop. His formidable will awakened him. Screaming mentally, he spent his potential in focus. The pain gradually receded and Priam understood. His mind was dissipating. He wasn't meant to live without a body. It was his corporeal envelope that usually protected his spirit. Passively attacked by the world, by fundamental particles and by a billion different electromagnetic radiations, the shape of his mind was failing. Reactivating ether perception. For a moment, Priam observed himself. Crap. His spiritual body, still vaguely human in form a few moments ago, was now perforated, eroded, and exhausted by the hostile environment. It looked like an iron statue deposited 50 years ago at the bottom of an ocean. Panic set in, and Priam forced himself to calm down. There had to be a solution, and he would find it. He was no longer the young man who had been captured by an alien system and plunged into a bloody tutorial. He had survived and learned. And I'll survive again. Meditation and focus helped him to clear his mind. Emotional discipline helped him put aside his fear. Priam first activated his potential. If the resource was useless for creating his domain, it could give him a clue to stabilizing his mind. He didn't need to regenerate it, just survive long enough to make his domain. Pot -5, pot -5, pot -5. Had he still possessed sweat glands, Priam would have been perspiring profusely. His potential drained away, disappearing like rum entrusted to a pirate, and his mind continued to dissipate. His disappearance had barely slowed. Bullet time. Priam needed time. His ether reserve seemed to have disappeared and activating the skill caused him to grimace mentally. Time had slowed down, but his body was fading as fast as ever. Or rather, time had slowed in proportion to the acceleration of his disappearance. The obvious became clear to Priam. Without an ether reserve, his mind consumed the surrounding ether to activate his skills. It was good news because he could activate his skills without a bodily envelope. It was horrible news because the ambient ether dissipated his body when it came into contact with him. An ether-intensive skill could kill him as surely as the wyvern's breath. Priam deactivated bullet time, focus, and all his other active skills. Floating in front of the wyvern, who continued to stare at him, he sighed with relief. Without spending any ether, his spirit body seemed able to stay for a few seconds longer. 30 seconds. That was how long he had before he disappeared. Perhaps less. The disappearance of more than half his mind would perhaps cause his cognitive functions to shut down. With no active skill, Priam concentrated. There was only one thing left to do: improve. Brainless. Mentally, Priam cut himself off from his perception and mist. The world disappeared as Priam felt his mind gradually dissipate. As if immersed in acid, his ego eroded. The world condemned him. It rejected his presence, his identity. Priam wished he had a body to shout out his defiance. He existed, and his body was not the most important thing. His spirit was the sacred refuge of his soul. He had the right to be. And if the world denied him that right, he would take it. The system responded to his request. Brainless, is ready for evolution. No presence of a catalyst detected. Use 2963 potential to trigger evolution. He refused. He could pay, of course. But who paid for a right? He would fight for them. Selling them was the beginning of the end. Priam concentrated on his spiritual body, on his memories, on his rage and his will to live. Maybe it was his imagination, but the destruction of his mind seemed to slow down. Priam clung to this hope like a castaway to a buoy. It might have been a mirage in the desert, but he wanted to believe it. In any case, in this new world, perhaps a spirit's solidity came from its experiences. It was what his instincts, boosted by potential, were telling him. Priam thought back to his experiences. He thought back to his frantic flight, pursued by his tribulations, to his fight against the Wyvern and the Owl, to Anatole and the sacrifices he was willing to make for his daughter, to his father, who was waiting for him somewhere in this city, to his sister, absent from the reunion. Priam wanted to go and find Hera Broken Bar. What was her name? The destruction of his mind was eroding his memories. The system held out another hand. Brainless, is ready for evolution. No presence of a catalyst detected. Use 1574 potential to trigger evolution. Priam refused. His rage for life, his resistance to death, to the onslaught of the world, was having an effect. Eroded by the world, fractured under pressure, his spirit was solidifying. A diamond in the making. He kept thinking about all his battles, his desire to survive, his passion for exploration, to his ideals of freedom. He knew he was still young. He wanted to be free, but didn't really know what that meant. He remembered his shaky speech to Anne and Albin. At the time, his ideas were confused. Even now, he didn't have enough experience or philosophical knowledge to grasp what freedom was. But what did it matter for now? He had the right to change his mind, learn, and grow. His mind was weakening and the sensation now felt like a mental asthma attack. A feeling of intense oppression took hold of him, like a press trying to crush all hope. His ego struggled. He wanted to live. He realized he didn't even know his own name but knew he wanted to live. For he had seen death. The real thing. At the end of the tutorial, he had contemplated the horrible truth. He'd failed, and without them, he'd be dead. He could forget everything but that. After contemplating the consequences of his failures and death, he was ready to fight with all his might, with all his soul. Some struggles were worth every sacrifice, because defeat was worse than anything else. Nameless, he threw himself into battle one last time. As a fragment of spirit, he fought against the world. To live for life was freedom and hope. Brainless, is ready for evolution. No presence of a catalyst detected. Use 458 potential to trigger evolution. Yes. Brainless, is evolving. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical, strength 173, +1. Constitution 301, +12, agility 210, +1, vitality 319, +10, perception 380, +1. Mental, vivacity 183, dexterity 236, memory 50, willpower 335, charisma 176. Meta affinity 188, +4. Meta focus 111, meta endurance 101, meta perception 51, meta chance 114. Potential 3371, -496, tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Brainless, is evolving into enduring spirit. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts, and he who eludes death. Recalculating a broken bar. Title upgraded. Tenacious Spirit, Silver. Congratulations. Tenacious Spirit, Silver, you had a mission, and your unfailing willpower enabled you to accomplish it. Even in the face of death, you continue to fight. You won't let your body be a burden any longer. Never forget, more than your body, your will makes you who you are. You can begin to manipulate and train your mind. Your mind becomes more resistant to environmental erosion. Will +20%. As he finished reading his notification, Priam reflected that his pain had disappeared. Or rather, that it had lessened. His memories had returned, at least partially. My name is Priam. Yeah, that's my name now. Priam activated Ether Perception to check his condition. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over him. In order to improve his mind, the system had regenerated part of his spirit, at least enough to give him a chance to create his domain. Priam watched his spirit body for a second, calculating its fading speed. About 2 minutes, maybe more. Once I've deactivated Ether Perception, which he did before consulting his trees of merits. He intended to take every advantage he could. Trees of merit. Each new title opens a new tree of merit and allows you to upgrade a tree of merit once. Upgrading a tree of merit to tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Tenacious Spirit, Silver, tier 3, Your spirit begins to break free from your bodily limitations. It can now travel for a few moments outside your body. Acquired. Tenacious Spirit, Silver, Tier 4, locked. Requires a gold title. 6 unused merit points. Satisfied, Priam felt his mind stabilize further. If he understood the merit correctly, his title now allowed him to leave his body. The possibilities were numerous. He could spy on his surroundings, detach himself from his body to increase his concentration, or rename himself Casper. From now on, Priam would no longer need to find a wyvern to vaporize his body before setting off on a spiritual journey. Baby steps. Without wasting any time, Priam tried again to perceive his mist. It seemed even closer to him than before. The increase in willpower enabled him to better manipulate moon mist. After a few moments, Priam stopped his experiments. Sighing mentally, he faced reality. His mental state was still agitated. He had just come close to death, and the ordeal had been shocking. He who eludes death had not yet been triggered to heal his mind. The best cure for this kind of emotion was time, a resource Priam didn't have. I'll meditate on my feelings later. For now, I might as well postpone the problem. Priam knew not listening to himself could be dangerous, but the situation left him no choice. Emotional discipline. Priam took 10 seconds to observe his emotions calmly. He felt his fear, anger, rage, and then his relief. He had won, at least temporarily. Slowly, his harmful emotions began to dissipate, giving way to his excitement. He couldn't wait to test his new limits. His willpower crushed all negative emotions, and Priam's mind threw itself back into work. All around him, the cloud of Damocles had closed in. Priam deployed moon mist again, using his title and merits to reconnect fully with his mist. Hesitating for a moment, he also activated his potential. It wasn't the time to cut corners. The mist welcomed him back. A feeling of fulfillment emerged in Priam. His different assets were synergizing, strengthening the connection between him and the mist. Despite Damocles' hostility, the cloud seemed almost a friend. It confided in Priam, revealing its secrets and those of the steam. A notification arrived, but Priam ignored it. The only impulse left in him was to merge with the mist. Create a domain and ascend. Since the tutorial, most of his evolutions had been quantitative. Now, at this very moment, a qualitative change was within his grasp. A transformation, a metamorphosis. Focus. Meditation. Both skills, boosted by the treasures he had previously swallowed, increased his concentration to an all-time high. With each passing moment, the world took on new colors, hitherto invisible to his eyes. The mist became more familiar. His new sensitivity even allowed Priam to see beyond the dome's barrier. Until now, it had always been denied him. To communicate, he'd needed a way through the mist. That was no longer the case. Something had changed. The wyvern attacked again. Indeed enraged, it delivered a second blast to the city below. Priam's emotions remained unaffected by the destruction caused. Right now, all that mattered was the mist. A mist that whispered even in the heart of the attack, where the blast had pushed back the air. A mist that existed even when there was nothing left. A mist that occupied the void. Priam's mind trembled as a realization crystallized. The mist was everywhere. More than just water in different states. The mist was a concept. A final barrier gave way in the face of this understanding. A special, intimate bond opened up between Priam and the mist concept. From this bond, an epiphany emerged. Priam began formulating thoughts, ideas that the mist was breathing into him. Mist is an expression of ether at a given moment. If a higher being saw the world as it really was, an ocean of ether, the fundamental particle at the origin of everything, then this ocean could take on an infinite number of forms. A cloud, a tower, a single living being, a universe and a mist. Everyone's way of seeing the world was different. Perceptions, shortcomings, and brain wiring altered how the world looked. To each their colors and tastes. The color red was not perceived in the same way by two different humans, without even mentioning color blindness. Similarly, an ant couldn't distinguish a lake from an ocean. The worldview was a matter of perspective. Sometimes, the truth was absolute. Early men thought the earth was flat and were wrong. Sometimes the truth was multiple and in everyone's heart. Priam's heart opened to the world and to the mist. More than just the water molecules of the atmosphere, it opened up to the mist of ether. An infinite fog in every sense of the word. A mist that shaped universes and worlds. A haze that created lives, dreams and concepts. A destructive mist, symbol of entropy. For an instant, in a sublime epiphany, Priam saw a tiny fraction of this mist. A simple soul drifting on a misty current. Priam enjoyed the vision for a moment, transforming his mind and soul in the process. Every ether particle, all interconnected, was transforming the world. The software and hardware of all existence became one. For the first time, a human was contemplating the truth. Priam's soul smiled, evolving under the impulse of the mist. The next moment, as if reluctantly and for safety's sake, his soul disconnected. His will was too weak. A mere human was not meant to gaze into infinity. One day, Priam's heart raced at the thought. If his deep connection with the truth of the mist had been broken, Priam felt that this vision had changed things. Feeling the mist and the moon again, he smiled as he sensed the changes that had taken place within him. Firstly, he could now feel his soul. He no longer had to slip into mirror of the soul to see its reflection. His soul, the pure ether sphere at the heart of his mind, was weak, small, fragile. That would change. In the heart of this sphere, a stream trembled. Its domain was waiting. Instinctively, Priam knew there was only one thing left to do. Turning outwards, he perceived Damocles' cloud, the dome barrier and the furious wyvern. Smiling, his will connected to the stream of mist cradled by his soul. The fruit of his deep connection to the world. A tool capable of manipulating ether. Able to dominate the world. A future supremacy. Priam grabbed the misty current and pulled it out of his soul. With a mental command, the misty volute gravitated around his soul. Priam shaped the mist to resemble a cloud. It enveloped his soul, protecting it and hiding it from the world. Tiny ether runes appeared in the mist before disappearing. Connecting himself once again to the surrounding mist, Priam tried to use his new supremacy. His perception encompassed part of the Damocles cloud. Priam gathered his will and pulled to him. The tribulations cloud trembled. Congratulations, you've unlocked a supremacy domain. Achievement, Silver, you are the second human to unlock the supremacy domain. In your domain, you're a god. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential plus 300, Mist Affinity, Moon Mist, LVL up. Achievement, Gold, you are the first human to approach a minor concept. This concept will change you as much as you change it. Tame it. Shape yourself. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential plus 1000, Mist Harmony. Image new entry in there. Glossary. SM8 copyright. He raised her eyebrows slightly as she felt her skill activate. With a gesture designed to be perfectly neutral, the princess reached for her notebook. The artifact was in the form of a grimoire covered in gold and precious stone. However, no connoisseur would have been mistaken. The enchanted ancient wyvern leather protecting it was far more precious than the metals that set it. An expert would have recovered the leather, discarding the paper after analyzing the writing on it to no avail. This would have been a crime, for a 1,000-year-old tree had given its life to create these pages that now supported SM8 copyrightee's skills. One of them, harmless at first glance, was a great help to SM8 copyrightee. Their glossary allowed her to keep an eye on every character in her story. Knowing that the princess wrote about everyone she met, she was privy to many secrets. Not the darkest, but many small details often ended up creating a picture representative of reality. For example, when a noble from House Ultru unlocked a skill from House Privet, the two houses were not as neutral towards each other as they would have you believe. Usually, glossary work like most information gathering skills. The greater the distance between SM8 copyrightee and her target, the less information she received. This time, the target was very far away. Priam Azura obtained a silver achievement. Priam Azura obtained a gold achievement. The princess's eyes widened as she looked at the character's name. Priam Azura was the first to arrive in Elysium. SM8 copyrightee had avoided all contact with the alien and was glad of it. At first, he had been rather wise and harmless, until he captured one of their rivals. Underestimating the first was stupid. The man seemed weak at first glance, but she knew it was a trap. No weak man could easily survive a fight with Arnold, another monster. ISM-8 tilde copyright E had gathered information on all her Elysian rivals. The system, and therefore the concepts, had something planned for them. That was her theory. Why else send the 10 strongest newcomers to the most dangerous world in this new universe? But danger was synonymous with reward. ISM-8 tilde copyright E was ready to take the risks necessary to change her destiny. What's the matter, ISM-8 tilde copyright E? ISM-8 tilde copyright E looked up at her father and bowed her head respectfully. News of my rivals, my king. Our rivals, corrected the king. Any good news? A death, perhaps? I'm afraid not, replied ISM-8 tilde copyright E, shaking her head. The first has just obtained a new silver achievement. The king sighed. It's not the first one for nothing. Any further information? No. His divination resistance is too high. ISM-8 tilde copyright E felt her heart speed up before she calmed down. Knowing someone was ruining her plans was painful. The first developed resistance extremely quickly. ISM-8 tilde copyright E was therefore careful to use her divination as rarely as possible. Unfortunately, Priam had to have asked his henchman to help him increase his resistance. A man willing to do anything to progress. I should learn from him, she thought. The fact that your skills are unable to break through his defenses remains a failure on your part, my dear sister. ISM-8 tilde copyright E turned to Aiden, a smile on her lips. Initially fourth in the order of succession, the new crown prince, thanks to her, was somewhat pathetic with his attacks. I believe you'll have a chance to show the first your skills very soon, dear brother. Indeed, said the king, gesturing to one of the servants. Our best agents have finally succeeded in the series of quests required to obtain the artifact we've been coveting. The servant brought a box before ISM-8 tilde copyright E. ISM-8 tilde copyright E, using this artifact, you will open a passage between Elysium and this dome once the reunion is over. Aiden, you will use your rewards to stay another day in this reunion. With your guards, you will cross the passage created by ISM-8 tilde copyright E and set up an outpost in Elysium tilde copyright E. The rarest resources in this new universe are there, and we want them. Do not disappoint us, my son. Yes, father. ISM-8 tilde copyright E remained silent, respecting her role and not making herself more noticeable than necessary. It was easy, considering that women were not usually allowed to speak. Only her position as a princess and her results in the tutorial permitted her to be more highly regarded than an animal. That will change, vowed ISM-8 tilde copyright E. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, men 10, meta 0. Physical, strength 173, constitution 301, agility 210, vitality 319, perception 380, mental, vivacity 183, dexterity 236, memory 50, willpower 363, plus 28, charisma 176, meta affinity 188, meta focus 111, meta endurance 101, meta perception 51, meta chance 114, potential 4359, plus 988, tier 0, he who eludes death, charge, primed, mist, concept, you have touched on a tier 1 concept. Affinity, your connection now allows you to capture certain truths about mist. Harmony, the source of ether is infinite. Allows you to use ether mist while expending more energy. Cost, moon mist, X10. Supremacy, domain, a domain allows its user to control his environment through his mind and one or more concepts. Operating in stages, domains are used in every universe. You've managed to dominate your environment with your mind. Stage 0. You've successfully aligned your domain with a concept. The mist permeates your domain. Your domain's characteristics evolve. Stage 1. Current stage 1. Concept imprinted. Bonus, will plus 10, meta, affinity, plus 10, meta, focus, plus 20, meta, perception, plus 20. Bonus, achievement, LVL up, moon mist. LVL 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, PK plus 20, char plus 10, meta, Afi, plus 15. The cloud vibrated, acknowledging Priam's effort. Around him, the drops turned to ink. No more light came through as the tribulation's aura changed. A cold, hard impression bewildered Priam. This cloud was not his friend. Snorting, Priam activated Moon Mist. The cloud of Damocles may have been a tribulation, but it was, above all, a mass of water vapor and micro droplets. In short, mist. Though infused with the steel concept, water droplets were still water droplets. Tribulation didn't think so. Despite his titles and other improvements, Moon Mist encountered difficulties manipulating the mist. Dominating a tribulation. The task seemed monumental. As Moon Mist continued to fail, Priam was not discouraged. It was time to flex his domain. With a thought, the mist bubble surrounding his soul awoke. Microscopic runes ran through it as the supremacy activated. The next moment, Damocles' rage seemed far away. Around Priam's spirit body, a sphere with a radius of about 1 meter, or 4 cubic meters, had appeared. The bubble was the materialized image of the spherical cloud surrounding his soul. Priam sighed with relief as he felt the erosion of his spirit subside. Although intangible and invisible, the protection was efficient. Inside the bubble, the tribulation's influence seemed almost non-existent. With a thought, Moon Mist was activated. The water vapor confined within the domain did not move, but Priam sensed it would be easy to convert. He needed to create a breach in the tribulation's defenses. Let's start with a molecule. Unlike his sight, Priam's domain allowed him to focus easily on the infinitely small. The mist was made up of molecules, and the supremacy highlighted each of them. Priam randomly selected one of the molecules floating inside him and locked it. The next second, he threw all his formidable willpower behind Moon Mist. Boosted by his potential, the unbridled skill released its claws. In just a second, it took control of the molecule. Tribulation was powerful, but it controlled billions upon billions of molecules while Priam focused on one. LVL up, Moon Mist, LVL 38 PK plus 4 char plus 2 meta, Phi, plus 3. Furious, the cloud rumbled. Thunder without lightning roared. Damocles screamed in rage as Priam struggled. Black cloud masses, driven by violent winds, pressed against Priam's domain. To no avail. The supremacy was a bubble of calm in the storm. Priam gathered his will, locking and dominating another molecule. Just as he was about to tackle a third, he changed his mind. There were billions of molecules in his domain, and he had no intention of spending the rest of his short life capturing them. I must be missing something. His clones had insisted that he unlock his domain, and there had to be a reason for this. Priam synthesized his knowledge. The supremacy largely negated the influence of tribulation. It was a passive power, the same one Sphinx had used to purge Priam's hold on his mist. Rather than fighting the tribulation's influence on every molecule, Priam concentrated on his domain. The aerial bubble floated in the air, imperial, indifferent and passive. Priam focused on his supremacy, and activated it. The domain vibrated, then weighed down the imprisoned molecules. The next second, Damocles' influence was purged. It took only a moment for Moon Mist to take control of the billions of now ownerless water molecules. Smiling, Priam opened the borders of his domain. Without being deactivated, it now let the wind through, allowing the molecules to move and leave Priam's sphere of authority. Despite their departure, Priam's hold on the mist he had captured remained absolute. Damocles defended its influence but did not attack Priam's. Over the next few seconds, the cloud of Damocles pressed ineffectually against Priam's domain. Fortunately, it seemed absolute, keeping its creator safe. Periodically, every half second, new water molecules replaced the old, pushed along by the wind. Priam purged the tribulation's influence before converting the mist to his cause. In an excellent mood, he wanted to laugh. There was something exhilarating about stealing power from the heavens and making it one's own. After 10 seconds or so, he paused, tired. Each purge cost him mental energy, and the cloud was immense. It would take me hours to convert it all. And for what purpose? The domain made him invulnerable to the tribulation, but it was too small to allow him to convert the whole cloud. As Priam hesitated, the enraged wyvern sent a terrifying attack of light on the city below. The din of the Damocles storm covered the sound of the explosion, but Priam knew that dozens of people had just died. The number had been in the hundreds since their confrontation began. His ethereal eyes hardened. Damocles wasn't the only tribulation. He had to deal with the wyvern without killing it. Suddenly, he had an idea. Manipulating moon mist, Priam began to spin the mist in his domain. His sphere wasn't huge, but by rapidly increasing the mist's speed, Priam absorbed and dominated part of the nearby cloud. At the same time, moon mist held his mist close. The idea was to create a cloud within a cloud. LVL up, moon mist, LVL 39 PK plus 4 char plus 2 meta, a phi, plus 3. Within 10 seconds, a vortex had formed, effectively attracting the Damocles cloud. Priam consulted his resources. He had managed to dominate several hundred cubic meters of mist. Now it was time to test his plan. Drawing his mist to him, Priam condensed it before transforming it into a liquid river. All he had to do was increase the pressure of his steam to change the state of the water. The technique still seemed incredibly complex a few days ago, but moon mist was now level 39. As a result, the operation came naturally. If an inhabitant of New Earth had been able to see through Damocles' cloud, they would have seen a kind of liquid ring, reflecting the light of the barrier, and rotating around the invisible spirit of a man at death's door. Priam looked up at the wyvern and guided the ring of liquid water in its direction. The wyvern scurried away as it saw the river approaching. However, only half of its body had managed to pass through the crack in the barrier. Blocked and without support, it was difficult for it to muster the strength to free itself. The water reached the beast and began to submerge it. Instantly, the wyvern's movements came to a halt. The domain had purged the tribulation's influence, but not the steel concept infused within it. Priam could easily manipulate water, but the innocent-looking river concealed metallic properties. For the wyvern, it was the equivalent of trying to swim in a molten steel bath, minus the temperature. The extreme viscosity of the liquid bound the creature more effectively than any chain. Seconds later, the legendary half-creature was covered. Some of the water vaporized before being covered again by liquid water. The wyvern had tried to fire a laser beam, but to no avail. Priam, proud of himself, looked at his work for a moment. The monster was out of action, but half of its body was still intact on the other side of the barrier. The Earl allowed the wyvern to enter the dome. He knew he would soon die, and his liquid trap would fall uselessly to the ground, crushing several buildings in the process. Deactivating the barrier around the wyvern for a moment, it fell. Priam's spirit manipulated his river to guide the monster as it fell. Seconds later, the monster landed at the bottom of a new crater in front of the Colosseum, a result of the wyvern attack. It dug its own grave. A broken bar. Priam guided the monster to the bottom of the crater before filling the hole with infused steel water. He lacked the eyes to study the wyvern's expression, but his mist, in the form of water, informed him that the monster seemed enraged. The only problem was that the metallic water was too clear, allowing the sun to shine through. The beast was poisoned by carbon dioxide, then healed by the sun. Despite its atrocious condition, it would not drown. Disappointed, Priam turned back to the sky. The tears of Damocles continued to fall on the city. No one was going out anymore, but some of the buildings were beginning to show signs of damage. The rain was eroding them as surely as it was eroding Priam's spirit. Gritting his teeth, he pondered. Every tribulation could be destroyed. The locusts would be gone in a day. The wyvern had to be killed, and would take its shadow with it. The tears of Damocles. In mythology, Damocles was a courtier who envied the tyrant. He realized that trade was dangerous when the ruler offered him his place for a day. Only an authoritative person could survive the sword. To survive, do I have to be tyrannical? Taking a breath, Priam hatched a stupid plan. His spirit flew towards the cloud. Kinetic control couldn't propel his spirit body, but it seemed capable of naturally defying the laws of gravity. As expected for a body without mass, Priam spun towards the cloud and entered it. Using moon mist, Priam extended the perception of his mist in all directions. It enabled him to calculate the size of the cloud. Compressed by the barrier, Damocles' domain must have measured around 125,000 cubic meters. A giant compared to Priam's mind, which had a volume of 0.09 cubic meters. Priam waited a moment before taking action. His potential couldn't improve his domain, but he could use it to alter his perception. Priam decided to do something stupid. I'd like to connect temporarily to the mist concept. Cost, 1000 pot per second. Presence of harmony, mist detected. Cost, 100 pot per second. 1000 of potential to try and unlock a concept with the help of the system, Priam noted. In any case, I accept. The next moment, divine inspiration was released. Not like a trickle or a tiny stream, but like a river. Every second, an almost infinite power coursed through him. Priam's vision changed, and he regained the magical sight that had unlocked his harmony. Pot minus 100. Without wasting time, Priam used this connection to get closer to the mist and try his luck. If mist was everywhere and if everything was mist, he too was mist. Pot minus 100. Priam's spirit body turned to mist and merged with the cloud. His perception encompassed the whole thing. A kind of artificial consciousness was already controlling the cloud. Priam detected it with his domain. Damocles, the tribulation's intelligence, was both everywhere and nowhere in the cloud. In a mental space, the tribulation spotted Priam. Too late, it had no time to react before the Earl activated his domain. The supremacy vibrated, supported by Priam's entire will. The next instant, Damocles' intelligence was purged. All he had to do was attack the tribulation's weak point. His clones had given him the key all along. Pot minus 100. Tribulation. The tears of Damocles are vanquished. Complete your other tribulations to earn your score and rewards. In a mental space, Priam smiled. The cloud began to dissipate, the tribulation drawing to a close. Not so fast. First, Priam retrieved a kind of white sword, levitating in place of Damocles. The weapon merged with him, disappearing into Mirror of the Soul. Satisfied, Priam used Moon Mist, taking control of the cloud's molecules. Its size complicated the action, but Priam's control, boosted by the very concept of mist, was exquisite enough to pull it off. Pot minus 100. Priam then gathered up the cloud, pulling in all directions to give it the shape he wanted. Pot minus 100. Pot minus 100. Pot minus 100. The experiment was laborious, but Priam gritted his teeth. Potential was a precious resource, but his current control over his mist was a memory that could enable him to upgrade Moon Mist to the gates of legendary rank. Pot minus 100. Pot minus 100. Secretly, Priam hoped the shape would help him unlock his mastery later. Pot minus 100. Pot minus 100. Finally, after 8 seconds, Priam was pleased. A liquid spear, 80 meters high, floated in the sky over New Earth. Weighing nearly 1,000 tons, the 2-meter radius cylinder threatened every city inhabitant. Pot minus 100. More than a sword of Damocles, the spear was waiting to fall on the Wyvern. The spirit of his creator floated a few meters above the weapon, proud of himself. If all went well, the Wyvern would be destroyed by the attack, buried underground. Without sunlight, it would die in darkness. Priam planned to eliminate 3 out of 4 tribulations this way, the third tribulation being linked to the fourth. His attack lacked just one final touch. A liquid spear was useless now that he'd absorbed the concept of steel. Pot minus 100. Priam, whose mind was waning, opened a second passage for his potential. Using eidetic memory, he recalled his battle with Orthos. At that moment, he had frozen the air. Kinetic control was able to manipulate all kinetic energy. Thermal agitation had so far eluded Priam, but the creation of his domain and his harmony with his mist would allow him to change that. For the time being, he decided to use his potential to fill this gap in his abilities. Pot minus 156. Slowly, the titanic spear began to reflect the light of the barrier. Moon Mist detected the water molecules, and kinetic control slowed their vibration. The thermal energy disappeared, absorbed by Priam. His mind screamed as he felt the ether invade him en masse. A stupid amount of energy, dozens of times greater than his previous reserves, began to store up inside him. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 27 Viva +2 Dext +3 Meta, Focus, +4. Pot -184. Eventually, his reserves were torn apart and Priam lost consciousness momentarily. He was now a cripple, unable to store his own ether. His mind vaporized as their gigantic spear gained in solidity. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 20 meta, end, +3. Erosion resistance, has reached level 20. As a rare skill, a bonus is available. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 28 Viva +2 Dext +3 meta, focus, +4. Pot -238. Priam's thoughts were fading. His consciousness gradually faded, and only his will followed his last orders. His tenacious spirit fought to the bitter end. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 29 Viva +2 Dext +3 meta, focus, +4. Pot -345. Finally, the Earl's mind snapped, letting the spear fall. With a final sigh, Priam's spirit vanished. Spear throw. Lance 1 Gwandi was aware that he looked unprofessional. Around him, the Special Operations Group kept a watchful eye on the surrounding area. Despite their loyalty, the 5 men and women were on edge. Their role, to kill the new lord, was stressful, to say the least. Prometheus had nothing against Priam, he even admired him, but the Divine King did not wish humanity to have as its champion a man capable of condemning an entire city to survive his tribulations. For Gwandi, such considerations were superfluous. He was content to obey. But I'm afraid we've underestimated the target. In front of him, a colossal spear floated in the sky. Its aura was as sharp as steel and as inevitable as mist. The spear whirled quietly several hundred meters away, ready to strike down its creator's enemy. Gwandi had seen the power of the Wyvern. He knew he could never defeat such a beast. But if that spear fell off, the beast's leather would be used as a handbag before the day was out. Suddenly, Gwandi squinted. Was the spear starting to freeze? Supernaturally, the escaping steam seemed to be heading back toward the weapon. The creator seemed determined not to waste a single drop. Gwandi's heart was beating fast. The sight before him was worthy of a tribulation. No human should ever have had this kind of power. A smile spread across his face. As a fight fanatic, he really wanted to confront the creator. The glow of the barrier made the weapon shimmer, then it abruptly dropped. The movement surprised Gwandi, who had become accustomed to seeing the giant mass suspended. Picking up speed rapidly, the weapon hit the ground a few seconds later. The point of contact, a sort of water-filled ditch, exploded, releasing a visible shockwave. Gwandi watched, fascinated, as the wave of air blew through the surrounding houses, penetrating the streets, and destroying everything in its path. 2 seconds later, the blast arrived. Raising his weapon, Gwandi performed a slashing motion. His mastery, ready to cut through air, dust and wave, froze. A moment later, the shockwave magically parted. The warrior's eyes widened at his failure before he was lifted and swept away by the attack. It was hard to cut through the mist. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical, Strength 173, Constitution 301, Agility 210, Vitality 319, Perception 414, +34. Mental, Vivacity 189, +6. Dexterity 245, +9. Memory 50, Willpower 376, +13. Charisma 189, +13. Meta Affinity 216, +28. Meta Focus 143, +32. Meta Endurance 104, +3. Meta Perception 71, +20. Meta Chance 114. Potential 2168, -2191, Tier 0. He who eludes death. Charge, primed. Tribulation. Tribulations are coming. Time delayed. Congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 11. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts, and your titles, Three-Headed Hydra, and Veteran. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Vit +6 Const +18 Will +3. LVL up, Star Iron Body, LVL 10,11,12 const plus 9 LVL up. Infantile Phoenix Metabolism, LVL 5,6,7,8 Vit plus 8 const plus 4 LVL up. Spear Throw, LVL 8,... 15 Dext plus 24. Erosion Resistance has reached level 20. As a rare skill, a bonus is available. Choose one of these three options. Strong Meridians. Your meridians gain in sturdiness. Pot -30. Flexible Meridians. Your meridians become more elastic. Pot -30. Healing Meridians. Your meridians use a tiny fraction of the ether that flows through them to regenerate over time. Pot -30. You have selected Healing Meridians. Pot -30. LVL up. Erosion Resistance. LVL 21,22 Meta. End. Plus 6. LVL up. Light Resistance. LVL 2,... 8 plus 7. You have gained the skill, Tribulation Resistance, Epic. Tribulation Resistance, Epic. All tribulations come from the system. These tests are calibrated, and their consequences limited. A tribulation is a test made by the system, and its resolution offers many rewards. Find them. The survivor withstands his tribulation. The genius defeats his tribulation. Allows you to spot weaknesses in your tribulations. Meta, chance, plus 9. He who eludes death, and, consequence resistance, synergize broken bar. Tribulation resistance, is evolving. Incorporation of external elements. Protocol 8, next notifications hidden from moderators. Tribulation resistance, epic, becomes Tribulations Hunter, unique, epic. Tribulation Hunter, unique, epic. Message from Administrator Thel, you owe me one. Each tribulation is powered by a concept fragment or a treasure. You may spot the tribulation's weaknesses. You may temporarily hide your connection with the concepts to become invisible to the tribulations. Use this power to the fullest, but don't talk about it. Identification will show tribulation resistance. Meta, chance, plus 9. Bot minus 1000. LVL up, consequence resistance. LVL 6,7,8 HR plus 9 meta, chance, plus 18. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 20 hours 18 minutes 4 seconds. Tribulation, a tribulation is coming. Time, delayed. Your soul has contemplated the power of the spear. You glimpse a path. Image his consciousness returned to reality. The world seemed to have changed as a flood of information assailed him. His domain, mist and physical senses were sending him too much data. Focus. The skill helped him filter his new stimuli. He knew it would take time to get used to it. Taking a second, Priam reviewed his rewards. Most of them were self-evident. He had chosen Healing Meridians, considering the synergy with Three-Headed Hydra. His last skill, however, was unique. Thel, the administrator who oversaw humanity's tutorial, was playing some games. Priam knew he was just a pawn for now, but as long as he survived, he could become a player. And the skill looks incredible. A distant noise drew him from his thoughts. Priam opened grey eyes on the world. Mist lurked in them, giving them a unique, disturbing color. These eyes watched the ground approaching at full speed. He who eludes death had recreated his body where his mind had dissipated. Several hundred meters separated him from the ground. Priam stretched into the air, a satisfied smile stretching his lips. His talent made his deaths extremely profitable and restored his mental form. Technically, it was a form of mental manipulation, but Priam accepted it. After all, many things manipulated the brain. For example, half an hour's running provoked a sensation of intense satisfaction linked to the production of endorphins. Yet doing sports was seen as positive. As long as it makes me happy and is good for me, I can accept it, decided Priam. With the wind whistling in his ears and ruffling his hair, Priam observed the city below him. A titanic spear had pierced the ground, burying the wyvern's corpse under dozens of meters of rubble. Unfortunately, the ice weapon led through a few photons sent by the sun. Priam could dissolve the spear and bury the wyvern for good. It would only take him 5 minutes. He didn't have. His resurrection did take about 3 minutes, the time for him to decide on his upgrades. Meanwhile, Insects had found the hole created by the wyvern, a breach that was now unprotected and letting locusts through. The insects were descending on the city at this very moment. Not a few hundred, but tens of thousands. In an hour, there would be 1,000,000 of them. The tribulation had about 20 hours left before it would disappear. Priam felt his stomach knot up. 20 hours was more than enough time to annihilate the city. He could flee, of course. Most of the swarm would pursue him, but some would stay behind, devouring the city to the bone. No, they won't even leave the marrow, murmured Priam, gently touching the ground. In front of him, the ice spear gleamed, a symbol of his power. A power without effect in the face of the locust's numbers and voracity. After one last glance in the direction of his creation, Priam headed for the Colosseum. Arriving in front of the building, he pounded on the door. Becca's voice rang out. "Well done for the domain, and the spear is pretty neat if rather crude. Nevertheless, I still can't let you in, son." "What about the others?" "The others? Will residents be safe in the Colosseum?" "Ah, well, yes. The locusts won't get near the official buildings. The Colosseum, the hideout and the Ducal Palace are secure." "Thank you, Becca," cried Priam, scurrying away. Now he had hope. Many would die today. Priam promised himself that his father wouldn't be one of them. Imogen Allen looked worriedly at the sky. The cloud, the source of the deadly rain, had disappeared. But a new one was coming, and his instincts told him it was hungry. This calamity was growing by the minute. "We should go." Alan turned to the grumpy grandmother. "You can go, Marcella. But I'm staying. My son is in that dome and I want to see him." The grandmother sniffed but remained silent. Louis opened his mouth for a moment before closing it again. Sighing, he headed for the window. "We've got no more than 20 seconds before they arrive. We'd better get ready." Alan nodded and placed his hands on the floor. "Stabilize, strengthen, transmute." The building shook for a moment, the stone densifying and strengthening. Alan collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Most of his skills were not combat-based. He was proud of his building skills. As an old architect, a tutorial based on creation had seemed attractive to him. Although he had finished the tutorial in record time, what followed forced him to remember his karate lessons. Without being an exceptional fighter, Alan had had to make efforts to stay alive. The building would remain standing for some time. Reassured, Alan accepted Marcella's help to get up. Sitting down on the sofa, he smiled at Claire. "This could be an opportunity to redeem yourself, young lady. Just because you're old doesn't mean you're wise, Grandpa. Keep your advice, will you?" Alan was just opening his mouth to reply when the manor house began to shake. The locusts were here. Priam ran from rooftop to rooftop. Ahead of him, the horizon was filled with insects. Wrapped in a cloak of mist, Priam ignored most of the creatures, focused on his run. There were so many of them. His domain, still active, counted almost 30 in his immediate vicinity. Gaining momentum, Priam leapt over a street. He smiled for a moment, feeling the power of his physical attributes. He hadn't even needed to boost his jump with his kinetic energy. Landing on the other side of the street, Priam continued his run towards the mansion where his father was waiting. On his way, locusts continued to swarm. His mist repelled them effectively, but gradually succumbed to the creature's voracious appetite. Bored, Priam crushed one under his foot. The corpse lay inert on the ground. Continuing on his way without noticing a thing, Priam soon reached his destination. The massive wooden edifice shimmered under ether perception. The locusts must have sensed it too, for 1,000 insects as big as a cat's head gravitated around it, looking for a way in. Priam opened his mouth and shouted, "Papa!" The sound shook the windows momentarily before the insects pounced on him. Priam swept them away, invoking a wave of semi-liquid mist. One of the windows opened. Priam! Priam burst out laughing at the slip of the tongue and leapt for the window. Entering the building, he barely had time to close the window before an embrace took his breath away. "Have you invested in strength, Dad?" exclaimed Priam after a few moments. "Right now, it's a safe investment," replied his father. Priam took a step back and stared at Alan. The system seemed to have done an excellent job. His progenitor didn't look a day over 60, almost 20 years younger than his actual age. "You look great," he remarked. "You too." "Congrats, The thousands of hours you've spent reading have finally come in handy. Priam raised an eyebrow with a laugh. Is that an excuse? Who are you and what have you done with my father? His father had always found his hobby useless. Very funny. We'll see what you say to your kids when you see them straining their eyes over books after midnight. Alan winked at him. Priam stepped forward and hugged his father once more. I'm glad to see you, Papus. Me too, son. His father's emotional voice touched Priam. Seeing his family again triggered an explosion of happiness in him. The intensity of this emotion was matched only by his fear of losing his father in a tribulation of his own making. A few seconds later, Alan patted his son on the back and released himself from the embrace. His father had always been quite discreet. Some things never change. Priam turned to the rest of the room. Excuse me for barging in like this. My name is Priam. One of the occupants stepped forward. Pleased to meet you, Priam. My name is Louis. The elderly man introduced himself. Priam smiled as he shook hands with the stranger. Certainly a friend of his father's. The man shone in his domain vision. His supremacy informed him that the man was remarkable. But in what way? This is Louis, a martial master. We've only known each other since the end of the tutorial, but he's already a friend. Behind, the grumpy grandmother is called Marcella. She's got a temper, but she has a heart of gold. Priam nodded in Marcella's direction. Mom, thank you for looking after my father. It couldn't always have been easy. He smiled. Marcella let out a small laugh. It's been a pleasure. You can call me Marcella. In Priam's opinion, making a grandmother like you was quite simple. All you had to do was be polite and compliment them on their passions. Marcella seemed no exception, but Priam decided to wait a while before asking her about her hobbies. The impressive collection of blades on her belt indicated an exotic answer. Priam turned back to his father, his face serious. We have to leave. A swarm of locusts are arriving. The only secure buildings are the Ducal Palace, the Colosseum and the hideout. The closest is the palace. There's no moment to lose as their numbers will increase exponentially. His father frowned. It's dangerous to go out. I've reinforced this construction, which should hold up against a few insects. Priam felt slightly annoyed. His father didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The locusts will devour everything in this dome within hours. Most of the city is doomed. Trust me, please. Alan hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his son's gaze. He knew his son had already thought the situation through and trusted him. We'll have to warn the city then. There are millions of people here. Priam hesitated for a moment, and his father noticed. What? If I warn people, there'll be panic. There will be traffic jams in the streets and we'll be stuck. Worse, the panic will create stampedes, and there will be many deaths. Marcella stood up, dusting off her long skirt. Honestly, boy, there's going to be a lot of death either way. A semi-truth would be for the best. Ask people to hole up in their underground shelters, every house has one, and barricade themselves in. I've just received a quest to help civilians. You too, Louis? Yes. What about you, Alan? Nothing. Then it concerns fighters. I'm sure the more powerful factions will pick up the civilians and bring them to safety. I haven't received anything, said Priam. This is your tribulation. You're here to survive, not to save others. Now hurry up, there's no time to lose. Priam nodded. People of New Earth, a second cataclysm is coming. Barricade yourselves in your underground shelters, help is on the way. His voice echoed through the dome as the roar of insects grew in intensity. Now, off to the palace, declared Priam. One last thing, Alan said as he opened a door to another living room. Priam sighed. He knew who was in the next room. His mist had warned him from the start. Priam gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He didn't feel like wasting time arguing. Entering the new room, he looked at Claire. The last time he'd seen her was 3 days ago. His last memory of her was the cold temple floor, which he'd watched as he died of poisoning. The locusts must be starving. Hi, Claire. Do you like insects? Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10. Men 10, Meta 0, Physical, Strength 173, Constitution 343, plus 42, Agility 210, Vitality 339, plus 20, Perception 414. Mental, Vivacity 189, Dexterity 269, plus 24, Memory 50, Willpower 380, plus 4, Charisma 199, plus 10. Meta Affinity 216, Meta Focus 143, Meta Endurance 110, plus 6, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 150, plus 36. Potential 1194, minus 974, Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 20 hours 11 minutes 52 seconds. Tribulations are coming. Time delayed. Deshana wiped her sword on the monster's fur. Turning towards the exit, she sheathed her weapon. The sand crunched under the metal of her armor, and the smoke rising from it was not only due to its high temperature. The 35th wave is not a walk in the park, right? No sooner had the new champion emerged from the arena than a vulture was already trying to unsettle her. Sighing under her mask, she turned to one of Ishaka's subordinates. Your master took 27 minutes to finish his fight. His wounds were so severe he almost had to be amputated. My juggernaut armor is still working, and I'm barely out of breath. I still have enough energy to challenge you to a duel. The armor masked the subordinate's expression, but Hishana could sense his fear. The man bowed. I'm sorry, champion. My words were out of place. Hishana swept the excuses aside with her hand. Words were useless in Hoplite society, only actions counted. What do you want? Supreme General Ishaka requests the expertise of champion Hishana. If you'll follow me, he said, bowing again. Hishana nodded and followed the fool. His lack of courage was disappointing, but he knew she'd have killed him if he'd accepted the duel. A few minutes later, Deshana and her escort arrived at a heavy door. The Hoplite headquarters were inside the Colosseum. What better place for a warrior civilization? Without waiting to be announced, Hishana opened the door. Behind it, a vast room filled with computers, technicians and scientists awaited. The champion moved quickly through the room, stopping regularly to return the greetings of the men and women working to improve the future of their race. None of the hoplites here were skilled in warfare, yet they were respected. Deshana felt no disdain for those who had chosen the path of science. Sacrificing much of their physical training, the scientists concentrated on supporting the hoplite soldiers. It was a noble vocation, and the champion knew they were needed more than ever. After all, the threat sent to them by the system couldn't be cut with blades. At the far end of the room, a second door was waiting. A secretary tried to stop her, but Hishana entered quickly. Her time was too precious to be sacrificed to bureaucracy. Ishaka, you wanted to see me? She asked in a neutral voice. Sitting behind a desk, the Supreme General looked up from a document. Come in, Hishana. Thank you for coming so quickly. Please sit down, he said, pointing to a chair Hishana had already pulled towards her. The chair creaked under the weight of her mecha armor, but didn't break. Hishana didn't bother to lower her mask. Her attitude was rude, but she didn't like the general. The feeling was mutual. After a few seconds of silence, and as Hishana began to entertain the thought of cutting the desk in half, a way of expressing her displeasure at the weight, Ishaka spoke up. We think we found Kushi. Hishana gasped. A second later, the hoplite champion stood up abruptly, destroying the chair with her acceleration. Where? Ishaka lowered his hands to calm the situation. Let's calm down. The general paused. The tip of Ishana's sword lay against his throat. The champion had unlocked Micro at stage 1. Ishaka was one of the most powerful hoplites, but he had no chance of escaping alive at this distance if she decided to kill him. He also knew that, despite her proud and upright nature, Deshana could commit folly when her family's well-being was concerned. Placing his hands firmly on his desk, Ishaka looked into the eyes of the champion. I know our history has impacted our relationship, Deshana. The scientific and protective faction's admiration for you is a thorn in my side. However, you know I am loyal to our race. This is not an attempt at manipulation on my part. He's your husband and our champion. Terrible wars are coming, and we'll need him. Sit down and listen to me. Please. Deshana's heart rate began to drop. A second later, she slowly put away her weapon, calmed her emotions with Micro, and took another chair. Taking a breath, She repeated her question. Where? A world called Elysium. One of our prophets was able to make contact choosing the reward of an achievement. Your husband was the first hoplite to pass the impossible tutorial. He was chosen to enter a unique and perilous world, Elysium. According to him, only Titan-class soldiers could have a chance of survival there in the long term. Hishana frowned at the news. Only one hoplite in a million could qualify for the Titan class. Trained from an early age, genetically modified and cybernetically enhanced, the Titan classes were the elite. Most were already barons, and the best were viscounts. If this level of power was barely enough to survive, how is he? She asked, trying to mask her concern. He's alive. I don't have any more information at the moment. However, he was able to give us another piece of information. Ishaka must have had a reason for helping the hoplite champion. Koshi's political clout was significant, and the general would normally have been delighted to lose his rival. I'm listening. The resources in Elysium are exceptional. Any blade of grass can be used to craft an elixir. Certain plants, growing naturally, have the ability to boost attributes by dozens of points. The environment itself can unlock resistances, announced the general. Deshana nodded. The Supreme General was greedy. But if it could save her husband. There is more. He continued. The environment is saturated with ether. We could save our people. Deshana's eyes widened. The system had introduced a deadly virus, a threat, which attacked and caused ether hemorrhage in hoplites who had undergone genetic manipulation. A constitution greater than 200 was required to survive the virus. It was obviously a trap. Exceeding 200 in constitution triggered a tribulation. Fortunately, the virus killed slowly. For the time being, the dead were children and the elderly. Despite this, the entire civilization was paralyzed. A trip to Elysium would solve the virus problem. After all, if the environment had more ether than a hoplite's body, he wouldn't lose his ether. You want to open a passageway to Elysium, asserted Hishana, and for that, I suppose you need me? Otherwise, why would he call her? Indeed, there is an object capable of creating a passage between Callisto and Elysium, but Koshi has to use it. Callisto was one of the satellites orbiting the hoplite homeworld. It was currently home to the hoplite reunion. How do you intend to send this item to my husband? The Wave 45 reward is a wish. That should be enough, smiled Ishaki. Son of A. Deshana forced herself to remain calm. The basilisk of the 35th wave have nearly killed her. Wave 45 was impossible. Ishaki knew her chances of survival were slim, but he had nothing to lose. If the new champion died, no one would be left to challenge his orders. If she succeeded, she would use her precious reward to offer him passage to a world that would change their civilization. But that didn't matter to Ishana. She finally had a chance to reform the most powerful champion duo in hoplite history. A chance to reunite with her husband. Ishana stood up, deep in thought. To stand a chance, she had to survive her tribulations, then unlock mastery. First, I need to repair my armor. The door closed behind her. Supreme General Ishaka looked down at the report concerning Koshi. According to the champion, other civilizations were present in Elysium. It's been a long time since the hoplites have had an enemy. A war would be excellent. Image Claire watched Priam for several seconds before opening her mouth. You should be dead. Priam took a deep breath. Either the young woman had a death wish or was trying to throw him off balance. The only reason her head was still on was because his father was standing next to them. Decapitating a young woman in front of his family was not a polite thing to do. The system had changed the world, but his father's presence brought back a semblance of education in him. I died, Priam acknowledged. Claire's eyes widened, but Priam had already turned around. He didn't need to humiliate her. He just wanted her to die quickly. Priam looked Alan straight in the eye. I don't know what she told you, but she tried to kill me. She almost succeeded. Finding the words was complicated. What should he say? Ask permission to kill the young woman? He had suffered so much, lying on the stone floor, desperately waiting to be resurrected. Eidetic memory reminded him of the immense pain she caused him. 3 days had passed since then. So much had happened. Priam felt as if he'd met Claire months ago. Yet Claire had taught him an important lesson. Trust had to be earned, and the world had changed. The seething rage had dissipated with time, but a deep, Dark anger had replaced it. Priam held a grudge. He wanted her to die. She's a dangerous manipulator who's been transformed by the system. As a revenant, she must kill or corrupt humans, explained Priam. He looked at his father before turning to Louis and Marcella. In his imagination, Priam had thought of executing Clara at first sight. Faced with his family and other humans, the words were stuck in his throat. It was difficult to ask for the death of a human, yet it was necessary. I'm not the same as I was before. She deserves death and I won't be such a coward as to refuse to execute her. I intend to kill her, Priam announced. The silence lasted a few seconds. Alan seemed to hesitate. Finally, his father looked him in the eye and nodded. The world has changed, but you are my son. If you think it must be so, then you have my support. Priam's heart clenched with emotion as he heard his father say this. It felt good to be accompanied. Marcella coughed. Approaching Priam, she put a hand on his shoulder and drew him close. You must have suffered a lot, and I sympathize. But you can't kill her. Not now. Priam looked up and pushed the grandmother away. She was his father's friend, but that didn't give her the right to decide his life. Why? He forced himself to ask. Claire didn't deserve for him to provoke an argument between his father and Marcella. Do you hear that noise? Asked Marcella. The locusts were attacking the city. There was no screaming or yelling, just the muffled sound of insects whirring. Outside, the noise must have been deafening. Then there were some strange sounds, as if pickaxes were attacking the building. The locusts are trying to devour the walls, Priam replied. We've got no time to lose. Exactly. You're their main target, and we're in danger by staying close to you. It's too late now, but you shouldn't have joined us. At least we know the safe places. How were you planning to get us there alive? Asked Marcella. I have a domain that can protect us, and my mist would be able to keep the insects away. The grandmother nodded. All the way to the palace? Not in one shot. Insects would devour his mist, and only his domain could then protect them. Priam had considered the problem and thought about a solution. However, by stopping at houses occasionally so I can replenish my reserves, we'll get there. Good, but you're forgetting two things. The first is that Claire's power could allow us to reach the palace easily. She can order the insects to leave us alone. Not you, because you're their target, but we aren't. Priam looked at Claire, who remained silent. She would betray you. She'd die first. But there's a second reason why she should stay alive for now. Her power could allow her to go back and forth between the palace and the most attacked dwellings. She could help evacuate whole groups of people. The lives of millions are at stake, and her contribution could save thousands of lives. Priam gritted his teeth. I know her well. A broken bar. She'll say anything to stay alive, but she'll run away as soon as she gets the chance. Marcella stared at Priam. Perhaps. But in the meantime, we would save hundreds of lives. Lives you've condemned, she reminded him. Instantly, Priam stood still. Marcella's sentence resonated in his head. He hadn't wanted all those deaths, but he knew he had a responsibility in this tragedy. Everything had happened so fast, he hadn't really had time to think about it. Running for survival, listening to his clones, and following the path that offered him the best chance of survival. A broken bar. When had he realized that people would die? He couldn't say. He knew there would be deaths and had avoided thinking about it. Now, the locusts were invading New Earth. Was it his fault? He hadn't asked the system to create tribulations. Could he have survived without using the dome barrier? There was little chance. Yet people were going to die. What had he done wrong? Thoughts raced through his head. His hands trembled, and suddenly, he felt himself embraced. Dad, shh. Listen to me, okay? Priam buried his head in his father's shoulder. It seemed lower than before. He'd grown taller. Yet he had never wanted a hug more. His father's voice soothed him, chasing away his dark thoughts. There's going to be a lot of death because of your actions, son. I know you didn't mean it that way, but it's a fact. It was certainly the only way to survive. But you brought a swarm of millions of immortal locusts here. I'm sure you didn't have all the information or much choice. Still, people are going to die. Priam trembled as tears streamed down his face. His father was right. His clones hadn't told him because Priam was selfish. He had put his own survival above that of New Earth. And if I had to do it again, am I a monster for wanting to survive? No, son, replied Alan, a fierce gleam in his eyes. "If today's deaths allow you to survive, I gladly sacrifice them." Priam held his father close. Few things were more precious than a parent who stood by you through thick and thin. "What do you want to tell me, Dad?" "I want to tell you that your survival is most important. However, that doesn't mean these people's lives are unimportant, right?" "Of course." Alan pushed Priam back and looked him straight in the eye. "Claire has killed many people, but that's a drop in a bucket compared to the blood that will flow today. It is not the time to find out who's responsible. It is not the time to think about that. You'll find your own answers later and act as you see fit." He smiled. "For now, find a way to kill these fucking bugs, and let us worry about saving as many people as possible." Priam nodded before looking at his father, his stomach in knots. He had a bad feeling. "When you talk about saving people, I intend to work with the factions inside this dome. Accompany people to safety. Save those who can be saved." Priam took a deep breath. "You're not planning on getting to safety." "I don't intend to put myself in danger either. The dome is full of underground tunnels, and I'm going to open passages between them and the houses. People will be able to borrow them for shelter. Louis will accompany me for protection. Marcella will coordinate the rest of the factions, accompanied by Claire if you let her live this day." Priam glanced at the traitor and clenched his fists. A second later, he controlled himself. The situation was exceptional and deserved exceptional decisions. Claire would live through another day, and if she tried to flee, he'd find her. "Good. I'll leave you to deal with the situation." "Thank you, Marcella," Priam said, turning to the smiling grandmother. She knew everything but didn't seem to hate or despise him for it. His father had found loyal friends. "I'll try to find a solution to kill these insects," he continued. "Louis, take care of my father." The old man smiled. "You can rely on me." Priam took one last look at Claire. The young woman hadn't uttered a second sentence. Her eyes were full of defiance and anger. Deep down, Priam thought he read sadness. Marcella spoke up, looking at Claire. "She will not escape, do not worry. By surviving this tribulation, you will become the undisputed champion of humanity. Then you will be able to condemn her in a public trial and explain the danger of the revenants to the public. She will die then. Too many humans would be ready to join them without understanding." Looking at Priam, she added, "You'll make enemies, but then humanity will understand your firm conviction. It's the right decision you're making here. Quick revenge would be easier, but getting to the top is never easy. You can be proud of yourself." Priam remained silent for a moment before nodding. Claire wasn't exactly powerful, whereas Marcella and Louis were strong enough to make his instinct notice them. If she could save a few lives before her death, why not a broken bar? Priam kissed his father before descending the stairs down to the first floor. He pondered his next actions. His first goal was to get as many insects away from the mansion as possible. Then he'd have to kill them. Between his new skill and domain, there had to be a possibility. Time to hunt a tribulation. Image status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical: Strength 173, Constitution 343, Agility 210, Vitality 339, Perception 414, Mental: Vivacity 189, Dexterity 269, Memory 50, Willpower 380, Charisma 199, Meta Affinity 216, Meta Focus 143, Meta Endurance 110, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 150, Potential 1194, Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, OFF. Reloaded in 20 hours 5 minutes 13 seconds. Tribulation: a tribulation is coming. Time delayed. Priam had never had a clear choice to make between surviving and saving New Earth. Simply, his actions had gradually led him down the way of survival. A path he now had to follow. He briefly questioned himself. Was it selfish to put his own life and his family's before others? Perhaps. But Priam understood this was his personality. He was beginning to accept the consequences. Should he be ashamed? He didn't think he was a monster. A monster would have no qualms about killing people. For Priam, the lives of the dome's inhabitants were valuable, enough to postpone Claire's death, She would live to see her trial and execution. Now that he had left his father, Priam also realized how difficult it was to reconcile his new life with his old one. He couldn't really see himself beheading a young woman in front of his family. It might come someday, but Claire wasn't worth shocking his father. In fact, his hatred was devolving into contempt. She was just another enemy in his path, and he was already leaving her behind. "We're not playing in the same league," Anima broke and bar. Of course, she would certainly try to escape or manipulate his loved ones. Priam's instincts told him she was born a century too late to manipulate Myrcella. As he went down a street, it was also his instinct that made him turn his head. Through the window of a house, Priam saw a father fending off locusts with a quilt. Behind him, a small child trembled. The window exploded, revealing the shape of a human. Passing in front of the father, Priam stepped in, his domain deployed like a barrier between the locust and the family of two. Instinctively, Priam triggered kinetic control. The locusts froze in midair. His skill required contact, but Promise and Domain could circumvent this rule. It was the power of a supremacy. Priam's hands began to shake. He was faster than the locusts, and his domain made him almost invincible. He would survive his tribulations. Who are you?" Hearing the father, Priam's shaking stopped. He would survive, but how many would die? His tribulation had become the tribulation of millions. "My name is Priam. I'm some kind of superhero," he replied, winking at the child. The child calmed down upon seeing a composed adult. He couldn't have been more than 3 years old. Priam turned to the father. "You had the right reflex to keep them at bay with a quilt." The father took his son in a hug and shook his head. "No, I've already made a mistake. At first, there was only one. It bit me." He pointed to his right index finger. "Or rather, the phalanx that remained." Priam swallowed, thinking the man in front of him would certainly live the rest of his life with 2 phalanges missing. "I managed to kill it with a shovel while it devoured my finger." 2 more bugs appeared. "They multiply by dying." "Indeed." "I then tried to bury them under cushions. Unfortunately, several more came down from the chimney flue. I took Thomas with me and—" "You've arrived," finished the father. "Thank you, sir," added the child. Priam offered a faint smile of reassurance. "You'll be fine, don't worry. Just give me a few seconds." Clearing his throat, Priam connected to his lord's powers. "People of New Earth, the locusts raining down on the city are multiplying as they die. Stay in your homes, avoid all openings and wait for help. The insects will be gone in about 20 hours. The ether drain was severe, and Priam stopped. Looking at the father and son duo, he waved his hand. "Come, I'll take you to safety." Image on the way to the palace, Priam observed the houses. The system had done things right. Most could withstand the onslaught of a small number of insects. He had noticed that locusts attacked first and foremost by biting. Moreover, they tended to stay in groups. Once a certain number was reached, the swarm devoured its environment. Not even stone was spared. Nevertheless, their size was a handicap. Only a large cloud of insects could consume a house. For example, many inhabitants would escape by staying in their cellars. The problem was that a deadly rain had preceded the locusts. The skylights had all been blown out, allowing the locusts to penetrate many homes. In addition, their numbers were increasing due to the hole in the dome barrier, which was closing very slowly. Catching an insect frozen between his fingers, Priam identified it again. Identification: Blade Hydra locust, tribulation touched. A tribulation-touched insect has the annoying property of creating 2 clones after death. Each death makes its clones more powerful than the original. Tribulation Hunter, unique, epic, a locust possessing a concept fragment, vengeance. Each death strengthens the fragment, multiplying and resurrecting the insect. Its burning vengeance is mighty, but its destruction spares no one. The user of this concept exposes himself to a tragic death. Time remaining, 20 hours 47 minutes 19 seconds. Priam sighed and buried his hopes. He had entertained the idea of absorbing the power of the locusts into his second heart. Of course, a clone would have been too dangerous, but with potential, he thought he could modify this power. Unfortunately, the vengeance concept seemed incompatible with he who eludes death If the two talents synergized, he would have been invincible. His instincts told him this was not the case. Affected by his misty domain, Priam felt the vengeance concept trembling inside the bug. Closing his fingers like pincers, he exploded the exoskeleton. A second passed with no sign of resurrection. Priam smiled. The power of a concept was not absolute. It can be fought with another concept. Supremacies could also be used against them. At least, that was his budding theory. Priam was now in a position to slaughter the locusts. Unfortunately, his domain was a 1-meter radius sphere, and there were tens of thousands of insects in the dome. Hearing a shout, Priam sped up momentarily before turning to the father and son. "Daniel, take your son and go into a house." Nodding, the father lifted the child and quickly locked himself in the nearest house. The next moment, Priam was riding his mist. Reappearing at the end of an alley, he watched a teenage girl run. Behind her, 3 locusts were in pursuit. Priam leapt forward, clutching his spear. The cobblestones exploded under his acceleration, and he quickly caught up with the girl. The tip of Promus skewered the 3 insects. Turning to the teenager, he ran a few meters to catch up. Grabbing her lightly by the arm, he forced her to turn around. "You're safe now." Full mouth still open, Priam paused. The young woman must have been 15, and her features distorted by fear made her look even younger. Priam noted the presence of braces and freckles. Going further up, his heart sank. She was missing her left eye and part of her nose. "It's my fault. Save Mommy, please," she implored. The call for help woke him up. His thoughts raced again, and Priam frowned. His mist covered the entire neighborhood, and no one was outside. "Where is she?" he asked. "House," she stammered, terrified as she pointed behind Priam. Priam nodded. "Show me." The teenager hesitated for a moment, paralyzed. Perhaps her love for her mother helped, for she began to run in the direction from which she had come. A few seconds later, they stopped in front of a large red brick house. The sky-blue front door was ajar, and his mist was slowly penetrating the home. Priam pushed open the door, beckoning the girl to accompany him. Thousands of locusts were flying in the sky, and one could have finished the job. He closed the door behind him and looked around. Nothing moved. Priam's hearing was unaffected, and his sense of smell, a blood smell, permeated the room. The source was on the 2nd floor. "Wait for me here," Priam asked softly. Climbing the stairs quickly, Priam's heart sank. The staircase creaked at the 5th step, and a sound echoed back. Someone had heard it, or something. A small corridor awaited at the top of the stairs. On either side of it, 2 closed white doors concealed rooms. Priam's heart raced. He knew he had nothing to fear for his life but didn't know what he'd find here. Priam stopped in front, observing the floor. Near him, the carpet had soaked up a red liquid in front of the left door. The metallic smell was strong enough to be smelled by a normal human. Priam analyzed the scent. Human blood. LVL up, sense of smell, LVL 10 Dext +1. Priam placed his hand on the handle and turned. The door slowly began to open inwards. Barely ajar, Priam felt resistance. Something was blocking the door. With a flick of his shoulder, he half opened the door. The room was blood red. The scarlet color stood out against the yellow of the tapestry. The furniture was overturned, and the bed unmade. A dozen giant locusts were strewn about the room. Priam stepped forward to see the rest. One of the windows was broken and had certainly allowed the creatures in. Priam closed the door behind him as the locusts stared silently at him. None were attacking, and the Earl understood why as he lowered his eyes. The object that had blocked the door was a half-eaten torso. Only a barely recognizable leg was still attached. The skull had rolled away when he opened the door. Observing the body's position for a moment, Priam reconstructed the events. The teenager's mother had sat behind the door and stretched her legs towards a dresser, blocking the opening. The action had certainly enabled her daughter to escape. The sated locusts now looked at Priam, as if hesitant. The tribulation and their concept demanded vengeance, but they'd overeaten and couldn't fly easily. Their bloated bodies disgusted Priam. His knuckles turned white as he gripped Promus. The next second, he attacked. The insects exploded under the violence of the blows. The fight lasted only a second, and Priam wanted to scream with rage. These kinds of mobs represented no difficulty for him anymore. His wrath demanded an outlet, but no serious opponent presented itself. In the distance, more cries were heard, and Priam turned to the corpse. "Sorry. Your daughter will be fine, I promise." Quickly opening the door, he stormed downstairs. The teenager hadn't moved, and was staring at him imploringly. Priam opened his mouth and hesitated. The girl burst into tears. "I'm sorry. We have to go." Nodding weakly, she followed him outside. On the doorstep, Priam looked up. His perception warned him when he was being watched. There was an observer in the house opposite him. He had hurriedly backed away when he saw Priam look up, but the young man had spotted him. Priam's instincts kicked in. "Do you know the man who lives here?" he asked. The teenager nodded. "He's weird and scares me. He wanted to accommodate me and my mother, but she refused. She told me to stay away from him." Priam narrowed his eyes. The broken window was directly opposite the man's window. "Wait for me a moment." Wrapping the girl in mist to protect her, Priam opened the peeper's door. He draped himself in mist and teleported in front of the man. His instincts kicked in again. Without a word, Priam raised promise. No, please," cried the stranger. Priam struck before teleporting back into the street. Anne had proved to him that one couldn't remain insensitive in the face of crime. If blood was to be shed today, it might as well be the blood of a murderer. "Let's go." Priam guided the teenager to the house housing Daniel and his son. Knocking on the door, it opened instantly. Without a word, the four of them headed for the palace. A nearby howl rang out, and Priam gritted his teeth. He turned to Daniel, and the man took his son and the teenager by the hand, leading them to a nearby house. Priam rode the mist. Gwandi's day had started well. He had become one of humanity's first viscounts and had witnessed an incredible tribulation. It was what followed that had gone wrong. His king had failed to obtain the achievement and the earl's title. The thief had then unleashed his tribulations, forcing their army to flee. Ordered by the divine king Prometheus, he had then pursued the champion to New Earth. Running for over 100 kilometers in hoplite armor was great for his skills, but not for his mood. Especially when his heavy armor had lost its energy unit. Once there, he realized that the difference in power between his squad and the target was terrifying. Demoralized, he then noticed locusts descending from a hole in the dome barrier. The voracious insects must have realized the futility of their hunt, for most of them had abandoned the champion for the inhabitants of New Earth. Gwandi had no intention of letting civilians die before his very eyes. So, for the past 30 minutes, he and his men had been defending groups of terrified innocents, bringing them to the Colosseum. It was the start of their third round trip, and one of his men pointed south. Nodding, Gwandi waved goodbye. The squad accelerated rapidly, dodging several groups of locusts. A few hundred meters further, a covered market had been built in the center of a square. "I hear noises inside." "Screams," whispered Alban. The scout had excellent perception and was a valuable asset to their group. "Let's go." An insect approached Gwandi as he slowed down. "Mastery, great sword." The two halves of the locust fell, and Gwandi's saberton, an armor piece covering the foot, crushed it to the ground. The Viscount turned to the building's heavy door. On rails, the metal leaf could have withstood bullets. Placing a hand on the handle, he pulled without success. Locked from the inside, raising his voice at the risk of attracting locusts, he shouted, "Open the door." "We'll escort you to safety." No response. "The screams have stopped." "But it sounds like they're muffled," Alban said, frowning. Not all monsters were insects. In a crisis, humans were capable of the worst and the best. Gwandi turned towards the gate and drew his weapon as he stepped back. Micro helped him optimize his strength and movement, allowing the heavy sword to shatter the metal panel. Advancing rapidly, the warrior observed his surroundings. The indoor market covered some 2,000 square meters. In one corner, a dozen people were crammed together. Among them were 3 children. One of the men was on the ground, subdued by a colossus resting on top of him. With his hands behind his back and his mouth gagged, the prisoner looked at Gwandi, his eyes imploring. The Viscount put on a neutral face, while his unit explored and secured the perimeter. "What's going on here?" His authoritative voice made everyone tremble. The colossus turned to a man in his 40s. He stepped forward. "My name is Ran, and I'm a merchant for the Dawn Federation." He introduced himself, Guandi had never heard of this federation, but that was hardly surprising. Millions of factions had invested in humanity. Prometheus General remained silent. He was the one asking the questions, not the other way around. His silence prompted the merchant to continue. We've been here since this morning. When the rain came, we stayed in this building because it's quite resistant. Unfortunately, the drops destroyed the ceiling glass, he explained, pointing to the skylights. Guandi turned to look again at the covered room. Out of the corner of his eye, he analyzed the merchant's behavior. He's nervous. The man didn't have a clear conscience. Reviewing the room once again, Guandi noticed a few disturbing details. Beneath the central shaft of light was a butcher's stall. Meat quarters still hung behind it, and the work surface was stained with blood. The metallic smell was strong, too strong. Guandi squinted. There was far too much blood. A bad feeling rose inside him, and he turned back to the trembling men and women before him. What were you planning to do with this man? And release him, he ordered, pointing to the prisoner who had been subdued. The Colossus hesitated, and Guandi dropped the tip of his sword to the floor. Under its own weight, the hoplite blade sank 3 centimeters into the paving. Swallowing, the giant slowly rose to his feet. The man on the ground got up quickly and ran towards his savior. Pointing at the merchant, he shouted. They wanted to sacrifice me. He agreed, replied the merchant. We all agreed. The bugs come back every 10 minutes. We simply decided to draw lots to see who would die next. Otherwise, we'd all be half-eaten. Guandi sighed. The roar of insects was getting closer. Moments later, some 50 insects descended from the shaft of light. Mastery Great Sword, Storm. In one swift movement, Guandi gathered the air in front of his blade. The result was a mini tornado hurtling toward the locusts. The attack reduced the insects to lint before striking the ceiling. The metal girders fell to the floor, sliced to shreds. With an end-of-the-world crash, half the roof collapsed. Guandi turned back to the stunned group. I feel less and less like taking you back to safety, he declared. Even without training, a score of individuals could have dominated the insects. You could have locked them in ovens or covered them with sheets and tups. It is a market, after all. Instead, you sacrificed individuals. We're not fighters, pleaded the merchant. 3 weeks ago, I was selling household appliances. We did our best to protect the children. Guandi looked at the young children in silence for a moment. We've wasted enough time. Follow me, he sighed. The group before him wasn't perfect, but they'd done their best to protect the youth. Everyone was doing their part, and he would do his. Humanity would survive. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, men 10. Meta 0, Physical, Strength 173, Constitution 343, Agility 210, Vitality 339, Perception 414, Mental, Vivacity 189, Dexterity 270, +1, Memory 50, Willpower 380, Charisma 199, Meta Affinity 216, Meta Focus 143, Meta Endurance 110, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 150, Potential 1195, +1, Tier 0, He Who Eludes Death, Charge, OFF. Reloaded in 19 hours 56 minutes 37 seconds. Tribulation. A tribulation is coming. Time delayed. Priam sat down abruptly on the steps leading to the ducal palace. He massaged his temples for a moment, exhausted but happy. He'd done his best. The heavy doors had just closed behind him. Despite being the Lord of New Earth, he couldn't get inside. Well, not without endangering thousands of lives. The Colosseum and the hideout were firmly off limits to him, but not the palace. Unfortunately, the locusts would only stay away if he didn't enter the grounds himself. After more than 19 hours of going back and forth searching for survivors, Priam was exhausted, both physically and mentally. If he had to be honest with himself, the sight of the hundreds of victims he had rescued had shocked him. Intellectually, he knew what thousands of deaths meant. In practice, seeing traumatized faces was different. It was even worse when the victims were seriously injured. He would have liked so much to flee, taking those pesky insects with him. But he couldn't. According to his clones, he had to stay within the city walls until the end of his tribulations. That was the second part of his clone's answer. First, kill the Earls, then rush toward New Earth's dome. Stay there and wait for the locust timer to end. Despite the horror their advice had unleashed, Priam trusted them. He knew his clones were trying to keep casualties to a minimum. Hands stained with blood, he'd just carried a little girl barely 5 years old who'd lost an arm. Priam watched the cloud of locusts descend on the city. The insects were countless. He had killed thousands of them. The geniuses with mastery had also killed a number of them. In addition, several dozen factions had gathered around the 3 impregnable buildings and diligently captured tens of thousands of insects. Rumor had it that fighting a tribulation was excellent for leveling up skills. When word of this spread, thousands of volunteers began trapping the locusts. After all, even an average human with a quilt and an oven could capture an insect. Thinking back on the rumor, Priam laughed. It was he who had started it, almost unintentionally. It had happened during the 5th hour, when he had tried to reassure a little boy. Carrying you here, I leveled up. Art of movement. Thanks to you, I'm stronger. Priam had always loved children and wanted to become a teacher before the system. Seeing the boy's face light up had done him good. He'd even smiled. His first smile in a while. Someone had overheard him and asked if facing insects helped develop his skills. Priam confirmed, and everyone listened. After all, he was the most powerful human present. Suddenly, a lot of people had started fighting and doing favors. Priam didn't regret his lie. In fact, it wasn't false. Fighting insects, putting one's life on the line, and concentrating on survival were more effective ways of increasing one's fighting skills than shadowboxing. Even with skills as high as his, this kind of rescue was profitable. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 21,22,23,24. Aga +4, PK +4, Dex +4. LVL up, Iron Marathon, LVL 3,4,5. Aga +9. LVL up, Manipulation, LVL 5,... 9. Char +15. LVL up, Kinetic Control, LVL 30,31,32. Viva +6. Dex +9. Meta, Focus, +12. However, despite all their efforts, the locust's swarm continued to grow. The hole in the barrier had never fully closed. The locusts devoured its edges when it became too small for many to pass through. Worse still, Priam could feel the insects getting restless. Over the past hour, it had become increasingly difficult for him to rescue people. The insects were now following him en masse. Their numbers were becoming too great for him to escape them. Priam understood what the problem was. The tribulation would self-destruct in less than an hour. The vengeance concept was becoming more and more powerful as their end drew near. The good news was that the assault on the city was now drawing to an end. The last of the locusts had left the inhabitants to concentrate on their original objective, devouring Priam alive. Their warrior didn't quite agree and planned to strike back. One way or another, it's the last dance, Priam murmured as he rose. Fatigue could wait. In an hour, he'd have a chance to sleep. He missed the sensation and needed it to gain perspective on the situation. For now, he'd finished his role as rescuer and had to return to being a fighter. Priam clutched Promus and turned to the titanic spear he had used to defeat the Wyvern. The lack of notification worried him slightly, but he had an idea to get rid of the locusts for good. Lowering his head, Priam leaned on the steps and leapt towards the Colosseum. Using micro to control his muscles, he accelerated in the space of a few meters. 20 meters from the palace gates, a wall of insects awaited him. Instead of slowing down, Priam accelerated further, reaching 100 kilometers per hour. From 0 to 100 faster than a sports car. He was now close enough to see the insects and study their anatomy if he wished. Summoning his domain, Priam slammed into the cloud like a cannonball. His sphere of authority hit the first locusts, making them disappear. Gone, but not dead. How to kill thousands of insects without the proper skills. Priam was currently unable to inflict damage. That would need to change in the future. For now, he decided to use the tools at his disposal. He had linked his domain and, Kinetic control. Each locust touching his sphere was charged with a certain amount of kinetic energy and projected in the opposite direction. The calculation of the insect's expulsion speed took into account the kinetic energy transmitted and their mass. As the latter was low, Priam sacrificed a tiny fraction of his reserves for each insect expelled. He could have done this for hours. At present, Priam's domain was a glorified bowling ball. Insects were thrown in all directions, bouncing off their cousins, which were in turn jostled. The chain reaction was almost comical. Moreover, thanks to their resistance, the violent acceleration stunned the locusts without killing them. Priam continued into the swarm, landing a memorable strike. 2 meters after penetrating the wall of insects, their density began to decrease. Priam accelerated further using kinetic control. A few seconds later, he reached the edge of Palace Square. His momentum enabled him to jump, and an additional kinetic charge landed him on the roof of a hotel. He hit the ground running, and continued across the rooftops. Occasionally, a few insects came crashing down on his domain, but most of his pursuers were in the cloud behind him. A cloud containing at least 100,000 individuals. Priam accelerated again. His large mass enabled him to keep his feet on the ground, without soaring too high with each stride. Art of movement changed his habits. When reaching the end of a roof, for example, Priam was careful to place his foot on the edge, pushing almost horizontally rather than vertically like on flat ground. This kind of technique allowed him to accelerate even faster. Of course, as his speed increased, so did air resistance. Priam felt as if he were running through a liquid. Far behind him, the sound of locusts' flights terrified the entire city. LVL up, friction resistance, LVL 6 Sagi +1. Priam smiled at the terrifying synergy of his skills. Suddenly, while dodging rain-damaged furniture stored on a roof, Priam had an idea. Rather than just repelling locusts, Priam instructed his domain to repel air molecules in the direction of his travel. Instantly, the air's resistance disappeared utterly. His speed increased again, but Priam winced. His reserves of kinetic energy were dwindling fast. Provoking a wind, even over a small area, of over 300 km/h was costly. Sighing, Priam cancelled his experiment. All he had to do was get in front of the locusts, not lose them. A minute later, he leapt from the last roof, crossing half the Colosseum Square before landing in front of his ice spear. Instantly, he looked in the direction of the trapped wyvern. A feeling difficult to explain linked him to his mist and the ice he had created. His soul was in harmony with the concept of mist and sent him certain information. Moon mist reinforced his perception. Their synergy enabled Priam to sense the state of his ice spear and the lake imprisoning the wyvern beneath it. Or rather, from the lake that had imprisoned the wyvern. The monster had managed to free itself and was currently devouring the ice of his spear. It must have been several hours since the wyvern had tried to climb back up, for it was now in perfect health. Perhaps even more so. Priam squinted. The fragment of concept metal that had permeated the lake had disappeared. Pride's shadow. It was the only explanation Priam could think of. The virtual absence of light and its physical state should have prevented the beast from rising. Priam turned back to the locust cloud. It didn't matter. No, it's even positive for me. It was time to put an end to his tribulations. The spear would hold the wyvern for another few dozen minutes. Enough for revenge to consume the insects. They approached before stopping 100 yards from Priam. The face-to-face lasted a few seconds, and a bad feeling came over the I'm wondering a broken bar. Grabbing the corpse of a locust he kept in his pocket, Priam identified it. Identification. Blade Hydra locust. Tribulation touched. A tribulation-touched insect has the annoying property of creating 2 clones after death. Each death makes its clones more powerful than the original. Tribulation Hunter, unique, epic, a locust possessing a concept fragment, vengeance. Each death strengthens the fragment, multiplying and resurrecting the insect. Its burning vengeance is mighty, but its destruction spares no one. The user of this concept exposes himself to a tragic death. Time remaining, 0 hours 30 minutes 02 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 30 minutes 01 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 30 minutes 00 seconds. The cloud trembled. Like any respectable boss, The tribulation was entering its second phase. The swarm gathered around itself to form a swarming sphere of insects. Pressed together, the volume occupied by the locusts was no longer so impressive. A transformation seemed to occur, and Priam was content to watch. After all, his skills weren't designed to damage a big volume. One of the objects he had stolen could be used as a grenade, but Priam had no desire to double the number of his enemies. Another reason for his inaction was that fighting 100,000 weak opponents was a chore. If the locust's final form was a single enemy, that was fine by him. A minute later, the swarming mass of insects came to a standstill. The next instant, it burst into flames, and the heat produced knocked Priam back despite infantile phoenix metabolism. Steam began to rise from the ice spear. Pointing Promis toward his future enemy, Priam prepared his throw. The heat dissipated as the flame disappeared, revealing a dark bubble. The charred exoskeletons of the insects seemed to form a shell. With an agonizing crack, a fissure appeared. A second followed, before the shell exploded completely. Falling heavily to the ground, a massive praying mantis unfolded its limbs. Black and red, the insect measured over 3 meters in height. It didn't look like much, but its aura made Priam wary. The praying mantis seemed to hesitate momentarily, turning its antennae in all directions before pointing them at Priam. Instantly, its attitude changed, and its 2 raptorial legs planted themselves in the ground. The force of the impact split the stone. The beast must have weighed over 2 tons. It seemed logical from the point of view of mass conservation. Tribulation locusts weighed 10 times more than an ordinary locust. 100,000 equated to around 2 tons. The count was right. The beast's striking force was monstrous, and its spikes seemed sharp. Priam decided to amputate it directly. He had no intention of killing it before analyzing it. If the concept of vengeance fragment still allowed him to split into 2, he had no desire to face 2 praying mantises. Micro helped him into firing position, and Promis was ready. The mantis stood still for a moment before jumping off. Its speed was formidable, and Priam took no chances. Once in the air, dodging was more complicated. Spear throw. Kinetic control. The weapon disappeared, flying towards the mantis's right rear legs. Breaking the sound barrier, Promis announced her fury with a supersonic bang. Priam's mist caught the rest of the fight, which was too fast for his eyes. The boss spread his wings and shifted slightly to the left. Promis grazed its legs without really hurting them. The artillery fire reached the far end of the square and exploded the buildings behind. Priam automatically called back his weapon and threw himself backward. The mantis was extremely fast, and one of its raptorial legs tried to decapitate him. Priam stepped back, using rapid boosts of kinetic control to stay out of the monster's reach. In 1 second, the boss attacked 10 times, splitting the air in a promise of death. Priam concentrated on dodge and micro, avoiding the attacks with difficulty. The boss was too fast. I must immobilize it. LVL up, dodge, LVL 12. AGA +1. Summoning his domain, Priam moved forward, braving his fear. His sphere encompassed the front quarter of the insect, and he triggered kinetic control. The mantis froze, and Priam smiled. Without supremacy, his opponents were powerless. Stepping forward to identify the boss, Priam stopped before throwing himself backward. A raptorial leg passed within a centimeter of his throat, nearly decapitating him. The mantis turned red, and his domain trembled. Shit, I spoke too fast. A domain could be ignored by a powerful enough concept. Priam noted the information in his mind and continued to back away. Being a pioneer was exhilarating, but the lack of knowledge was painful. The mantis lunged at him, and Priam stepped back again, furiously thinking. His spear was still far away, and he would have to do without it for the time being. Kinetic control should be able to immobilize it. It worked in theory, but his timing would have to be perfect. Without Promis or his domain, he would have to touch his swift opponent. Without kinetic control, the mantis was about twice as fast as Priam. This gap made the action perilous. Triggering his skill a tenth of a second too early would be useless. A tenth of a second too late, and Priam would lose his arm. Unfortunately, the Colosseum would soon be at Priam's back. It was now or never. Riding the mist above the insect was impossible, His wings disturbed it. Instead, Priam stepped back, merging with the fog. He reappeared behind the mantis. Instantly, the mantis began to turn. Its color turned scarlet, and its speed doubled. Its raptorial leg descended in a deadly arc. The attack stopped 10 centimeters short of decapitating the owl. His hand touched one of its hind legs, and, kinetic control, petrified his opponent. Priam noticed that, for the first time, the skill required ether. The vengeance concept was fighting against it. Priam calculated that he had enough ether to immobilize his opponent for over half an hour. It wasn't that hard. As if summoned by the thought, yet another catastrophe descended on New Earth. The dome barrier shook. A crack appeared at the top, followed by a second. A second later, the entire barrier shattered, like a punctured soap bubble. A monster fell from the sky. Priam looked up at his new adversary. If the male mantis had been created from 100,000 locusts, the female had required several million. 50 tons of enraged monster were falling toward Priam. Vengeance was here. Image status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical: Strength 173, Constitution 343, Agility 228, plus 18, Vitality 339, Perception 422, plus 8, Mental, Vivacity 198, plus 9, Dexterity 286, plus 16, Memory 50, Willpower 380, Charisma 216, plus 17, Meta Affinity 216, Meta Focus 155, plus 12, Meta Endurance 110, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 150, Potential 1236, plus 41, Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation: tribulations are coming. Time delayed. Promise landed in his hand, and Priam turned to the male mantis. Identification: Blade Legion Locust. Tribulation touched. A tribulation touched Blade Legion Locust. The fusion of a multitude of Blade Hydra locusts. Extremely fast and merciless, its sole aim is to kill you. Tribulation Hunter, unique, epic, a locust possessing a concept fragment. Vengeance. The final phase of vengeance has begun. Its power grows as its destruction approaches. To be eliminated as soon as possible. Warning: his desire for vengeance transcends death. Weakness: only vengeance keeps him alive. Time remaining: 0 hours 29 minutes 48 seconds. It won't split anymore. Without missing a beat, Priam focused on spear strike. Splitting the air, the spear penetrated the frozen insect's head. As the female mantis rapidly approached, Priam frowned. Kinetic control was still absorbing kinetic energy, proof that the mantis was still trying to move. Destroying its brain wasn't quelling its desire for vengeance. I have to attack the concept or destroy its entire body. His skill set did not allow Priam to destroy the mantis. All that remained was to target the concept. To do this, Priam had two options: use another concept or a supremacy. Gathering his domain, Priam mentally detected a burning flame inside the monster. The image of the vengeance concept. Gathering his will, Priam dominated the flame with his sphere of authority. Once the fire had subsided, he materialized his own concept inside the monster. His mist surrounded the frozen flame and began to suffocate it. Scree-e-e-e-e-e. A high-pitched noise arose, a sign of the second mantis' anger. Pressed by time, Priam enveloped the flame in his mists and pulled. The blaze didn't move a muscle. A tribulation concept couldn't be stolen. An explosion resounded in the dome. The real boss had just hit the ground. Howling with anger, it dashed toward Priam. He kept his eyes closed. It was time to end it all. The system had long tested his patience, but it was over. I'm going to win, he declared. His willpower contracted once more, and two skills were awakened. LVL up, Tribulation Hunter, unique, LVL 2 Meta, Chance, plus 9 LVL up, Consequence Resistance, LVL 9 Char plus 3 Meta, Chance, plus 6. The flame trembled, secured by a chain of mist, and began to move. Unknowingly, Priam had achieved the impossible. Gradually leaving the mantis body, The fire metaphorically approached Priam. Mirror of the soul, opened, ready to accept the offering. It was the moment the second boss chose to arrive. The mist informed Priam of the boss's position, speed and characteristics. 50 tons of angry mantis were rushing to meet Priam. The clash promised to be as violent as an accident between two trucks at full speed on the freeway. Priam didn't deign to turn around. His kinetic energy reserves were filled almost to the brim. Having absorbed the kinetic energy of the ice spear, freezing it in the process. Wanting to confront me with brute force. Dumb idea. Focus. Dividing his attention, Priam positioned Promus behind him, then let go. Kinetic control. The spear remained frozen in the air. His bound weapon was connected to his kinetic reserves. Trying to make it move was tantamount to depleting his resources. In other words, transferring 1 joule of energy to the hoplite spear would not make it move, but would cause Priam's reserves to lose 1 joule of kinetic energy. With part of his mind still drawing the fragment of vengeance to him, Priam waited for the mantis to attack. The latter didn't delay. One of the creature's raptorial legs slammed into his spear with cataclysmic force. Priam gritted his teeth as he felt Promus twitch slightly and his meridians protest. Kinetic control had failed to absorb the full blow. Reforged and tempered by the flames of a phoenix, his weapon had nevertheless managed to block the rest of the impact without breaking. Angered, Priam turned around and touched the second mantis with his free hand. Instantly, he realized it would not be possible to absorb the kinetic energy of both monsters simultaneously. His meridians would melt first, and kinetic control wasn't high level enough. For the time being, deciding to avenge his spear, Priam wasted no time. With a deliberately disdainful hand movement, Priam slapped the mantis's leg. Kinetic control. A third of his kinetic energy was sacrificed. The next instant, the world shook. Image Gwandi was watching the fight from a window in the Colosseum. The Lord of New Earth was currently immobilizing a Viscount-level monster. Behind him, the equivalent of a high-level Viscount was rushing towards its prey. A 50-ton insect, hard to imagine a worse abomination, shook the square with every step. Preternaturally fast, the mantis reached Priam Azura and brought down one of its front legs. Gwandi braced himself for the shock that never came. Impossible, murmured Alban. Impossible or not, the mantis assault had been nullified with disconcerting ease. Gwandi noted in his mind that physical attacks seemed powerless against the Lord. Suddenly, Gwandi felt his instincts tremble. The Earl was angry. He turned and struck the boss. There was a flash, and the supersonic bang nearly deafened Gwandi. Looking back at the square, he found himself dumbfounded. The mantis had disappeared. Or rather, 50 tons of the monster had just been hurled through the air with ease. Like a cannonball, the insect traveled 700 meters before crashing violently, destroying a neighborhood and shaking the entire dome. No casualties. This is one of the evacuated areas, Alban informed. Gwandi nodded absently. My king, am I still supposed to fight this monster? Image. Priam was vomiting blood. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 23,24 meta, end, +6. What he'd done had been stupid, and he knew it. Without he who eludes death, it was the kind of mistake that could cripple someone for life. His meridians, on the verge of rupture, burned as he continued to freeze the first mantis. Fortunately, the flame was on the verge of touching. Mirror of the soul. On contact, the concept's reticence vanished, and the fragment disappeared into Priam's mental space. Releasing his skill, the boss collapsed. Only one more, said Priam, turning around. The second mantis was struggling to get up. Priam understood why when his eyes detected numerous cracks in her exoskeleton. The mantis's violent acceleration and uncontrolled fall seemed to have seriously injured it. It was to be expected. As the greater the mass of a living being, the more dangerous the drop. An ant could fall from a skyscraper without danger, whereas an elephant couldn't jump without breaking its knees. The giant ice spear shook as Priam picked up Promus, determined to finish the mantis. Dismayed, the Earl watched cracks appear in the frozen weapon. The wyvern was ruining his splendid creation. You scream. The mantis seemed to be getting angry, and Priam winced. He'd thrown it into an empty neighborhood, but the monster was too powerful. Any attack on its part risked causing collateral damage. The death toll was heavy enough as it was. "I'll check on the wyvern later." Spear in hand, Priam began to run. Behind him, a piece of the iceberg, his spear, broke away, collapsing before the Colosseum. The ground shook beneath his feet as Priam concentrated on the mantis boss. Leaping onto the roof of a building, Priam used his movement skills to slalom between the chimneys. 5 seconds later, he took off. 3 strides brought him to the edge of a building and he didn't stop. The void beneath his feet was soon replaced by the mantis body. Promes severed one of the creature's raptorial legs, and Priam landed on its head. Taking advantage of the monster's wounds and difficulties, Priam quickly looked for a weak point in its exoskeleton. There, he raised his spear high and brought it down. Penetrating the fissure with ease, the weapon turned the insect's brain to mush. Instantly, his mist seeped into the creature, invoked at Promes's tip. Priam closed his eyes, spotting the flame of vengeance. Or rather, the blazing inferno. The tribulation seemed to hate him with an intensity that made him physically recoil. His instincts kicked in, and Priam swallowed. He remembered his skill's warning. His desire for vengeance transcends death. Sensing a possible nasty surprise, Priam reconnected to the boss's conceptual space. His mist wrapped around the flame, and he tried to draw it to him. The rebel fire gained in intensity, dissipating his mist. Tribulation Hunter, unique, trembled, trying to overcome the difficulty, without success. Priam then decided to connect to his potential. Opening the gates, divine inspiration invaded him, and he tried again. The flame stood firm. Pot -5. Continuing to summon his mist, Priam tried to draw the concept's fragment. Unfortunately, its intensity only increased. Pot -20. Gritting his teeth, Priam unclenched. Moon mist. Increasing the amount of mist could only help. Pot -30. Time passed, and despite his efforts, the inferno continued to dissipate its mist. Worse, vengeance was gaining momentum, fighting successfully against the object of its hatred. In the distance, a gigantic crack appeared in the ice spear. Inspired by his potential, Priam had an insane idea. Withdrawing Promes from the mantis corpse, he aimed for the ice spear. His ice spear throw. Without looking at the result of his throw, Priam plunged his arm into the mantis wound. With his fingertips, he summoned Moon Mist. Again. 2 seconds later, Promes hit the ice spear. His proxy was in place. Completely opening up to his potential, Priam regained control over his ice and dispersed it. Or rather, Promes sucked it up. The giant spear that had dominated the dome for the last 20 hours disappeared in seconds. Passing through the link between Priam and his bound weapon, the ice materialized at Priam's fingertips. The boss's body exploded. Pot -40. An iceberg had appeared in the mantis's conceptual space. The heat of vengeance evaporated the solid water. An immense quantity of mist now surrounded the glowing inferno. Priam pulled with all his will. Aided by his mist, his action finally had an effect. The raging fire advanced towards Mirror of the Soul. LVL up. Tribulation Hunter, unique. LVL 3 meta, chance, +9. Pot -60. Priam continued to pull as pain appeared in the corner of his consciousness. His instincts were stirring, but the Earl had a goal. Focus. Pot -100. Finally, the fragment of concept vengeance disappeared, sucked up by Mirror of the Soul. A notification sounded. Tribulation. The locust plague is vanquished. Complete your other tribulations to earn your score and rewards. LVL up. Focus. LVL 23,24,25. PAC +3. Viva +3. Dext +3. Finally. Relaxing. Focus. Priam winced. An abominable headache was ripping through his skull. It was as if part of his soul had been amputated. Holding his head with one hand, he turned around. 200 meters away, on the roof of a half-destroyed hotel, the wyvern was watching him. Its appearance had changed again. Almost 25 meters long, its solar color was now streaked with a metallic red. Somehow, the semi-dragon had ingested a fragment of concept metal and other things. Mirror of the Soul vibrated. The wyvern's eyes looked at him with an air of tribulation-forced hatred but also of familiarity. Suddenly, Priam's eyes widened. "Promise. You devoured my spear?" he stammered. For several days, the weapon had become a companion for him. An instinct was developing inside, the premise of consciousness. Quite naturally, Priam expected to spend the rest of his life accompanied by his spear. Promise would become his faithful companion, helping him to slay gods and dragons alike. Yet Pride's shadow had devoured it, incorporating the Phoenix bloodline into the pitiful draconic excuse that lay before him. Mirror of the soul opened, and a vengeance spark ignited Priam's anger. A promise betrayed deserved that he avenges it. Priam roared as his blood boiled. Using Micro to draw on his reserves, Priam grabbed the severed raptorial leg of the deceased mantis and lifted it. The titanic mass left the ground as Priam's knuckles cracked. Turning on himself, he gained speed. 2 turns, 3 turns. The wyvern roared back. Priam released his makeshift weapon, not forgetting to incorporate a tenth of his kinetic reserves. His meridians burned once more, sabotaging the work of healing meridians. Priam didn't care. He wanted blood. The wyvern tried to fly away, and Priam rode the mist twice in succession. Landing on the monster's back, he used kinetic control to immobilize the beast. The mantis's raptorial leg sank into the wyvern's chest, splattering the hotel with liters of blood. The wyvern screamed in pain. Priam began to climb up the beast's spine. He needed to get close to the monster's head. He yearned to hurt it. The boss took to the air, the sun's rays already beginning to heal his wound. Gaining altitude, the creature roared as it felt the human continue to climb it. Deciding to get rid of the insect, it performed an aerobatic maneuver. A slow roll to the right almost sent Priam staggering. Finding a hold between 2 scales, he clung on as he saw the ground coming closer. The wyvern suddenly stalled, and Priam knew he was in for a hard landing. The rest proved him right. Vengeance and Micro increased his strength, allowing him to pass his hands between 2 scales. Taking advantage of his grip, he tore off a scale with his bare hands, bursting into wild laughter. The wyvern's red flesh throbbed. Vengeance altered his state of mind while increasing his physical strength tenfold. His body was falling apart, but Priam didn't care. Closing his hand to mimic the tip of a spear, Priam continued to laugh as he brought his arm down into the bloody hole he'd just created. Spear strike. His arm tore through the wyvern's tough flesh, drawing a scream from the monster. Priam rummaged around inside the boss until he found a vertebra. Tightening his grip around it, he glanced underneath, just in time, as the buildings were less than a meter away. The wyvern, belly to the sky, was preparing to scrape its back against the buildings. Priam latched onto the vertebra, causing another roar of pain. He summoned his domain and programmed an automatic repulse. Boom! The world shook with the violence of the shock. Shock waves ran through the wyvern, transmitting themselves to Priam. His arm clutching the giant lizard's spine threatened to snap. His meridians were bursting one after the other. His domain was consuming his will and reserves to push the stone away from the buildings. Priam's vision was a kaleidoscope of colors: ground, building, tree, house, fountain, ground, ground, ground. The wyvern finally stopped, and Priam released his grip. His body was ruined. Some torn muscles refused to obey his commands, and his right arm was fractured in multiple places. One of the wyvern's scales had bitten deep into his leg, causing extensive hemorrhaging. Most of his meridians were useless. LVL up, erosion resistance, LVL 25 meta, end, +3. The wyvern turned, leaving Priam on the ground. Groaning, he struggled to his feet. The blood from his internal hemorrhaging threatened to choke him. A violent cough enabled him to spit vital liquid onto the ground. The wyvern seemed to be in pretty bad shape too. One of its wings had been torn off and almost all the scales on its back were gone. Its gaze met Priam's and it moaned in despair. For the wyvern, Priam was now a brother. The tribulation was forcing it to fight a member of its family. A sneer twisted the warrior's features. You dare? You dare? Conceptual vengeance had taken hold of him, and his anger fueled this flame. But vengeance had to be total. Mirror of the soul opened again, releasing the whole vengeance fragment. Priam's soul burst into flames. The furnace made him lose his mind, and Micro activated. Priam's last muscles activated, propelling him towards the boss. The wyvern's body and eyes turned black and its scruples disappeared. Pride's shadow was in control. Boosted by kinetic control, Priam's body crashed into the mass of the wyvern. His hands turned a blazing red, different from the color of blood. Fists clenched, he began to pummel the wyvern's torso. Roaring in anger, the boss attacked. Its right forepaw slammed into Priam before stopping dead in its tracks. Kinetic control, use the last meridians to protect him. Meanwhile, Priam's hands to form the chest defense. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the scales and ripped it off. The wyvern screamed. Gathering his breath, the ambient light flickered before heading for its throat. Priam continued to tear away the monster's scales. When its flesh was exposed, he had time to see its torso palpitate. The heart was right underneath. The world lit up. Briefly, all the dome's inhabitants closed their eyes. Only the most powerful human weapons were capable of unleashing an attack of such luminous intensity. The wyvern's breath was a light attack more terrifying than a megajoule laser. A second later, the light shook, flickered, and then went out. Priam, straddling the beast's skull, stared at his right arm in amazement. Using vengeance and Micro freely, he had delivered the titanic punch to the boss. Micro had ripped through his muscles, from his shoulders to his forearms. Worse, the bones of his hand had embedded themselves in the wyvern's head. LVL up, star iron body, LVL 13. Kins +3. His phalanges were now implanted in the wyvern, and his hand was unrecognizable. Priam burst out laughing. If his death meant his opponent's, then his vengeance would be complete. Stunned half to death, the wyvern was wobbling. Leaping to the ground, Priam used the ulna and radius, two forearm bones, to dig into the wyvern's flesh. His instinct was to reach the beast's heart. Smiling, Priam continued his butcher's work, feasting on his pain. He could have silenced it with Micro, but the pain increased his vengeful desire. Finally, after digging into the wyvern, he reached its heart. Palpitating, the giant organ seemed to be calling to him. Identification. Wyvern heart, tribulation touched, a heart with a titanic amount of ether and vitality. Tribulation hunter, unique, epic, detection of concept fragments, sun, bronze. Shadow, bronze. Pride, bronze. Detection of bloodlines, phoenix draconic. Priam smiled as he brought his face closer. Opening his mouth wide, he took a bite. Naturally, his empty heart awoke. Double heart, silver, detects an affinity. Choose an affinity. Sun, shadow, pride, phoenix, draconic. Everything. Request denied. Insufficient potential to absorb several affinities. Choose an affinity. Priam howled in rage. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, men 10, meta 0. Physical, strength 173, constitution 347, +4, agility 228, vitality 339, perception 426, +4. Mental, vivacity 201, +3, dexterity 289, +3, memory 50, willpower 380, charisma 219, +3. Meta affinity 216, meta focus 155, meta endurance 119, +9, meta perception 71, meta chance 165, +15. Potential, 1004, -232, tier 0. He who eludes death, charge, primed. Tribulation, tribulations are coming. Time, delayed. Priam roared in anger. His scream stopped moments later when his vocal cords almost snapped. Rather than calming him, the pain and pathetic state of his body enraged him all the more. Choose an affinity. His anger boiled over. His vengeance demanded power. How could he take revenge when he was so weak? The system insisted. Choose an affinity. The wyvern trembled, slowly regaining consciousness, and Priam's instincts urged him on. He had to choose quickly. His potential continued to drain. Anything will do. At that moment, a part of himself rebelled. So far, the young man had been preoccupied with survival. Yet his nature was as much that of an explorer as a seeker. The two often went hand in hand. If a mystery existed, Priam wanted to unravel it. If a perfect solution was hidden, He had to find it. Vengeance consumed his intellect, but his profound nature rebelled against a hasty choice. He had to find the best match. Priam's will began to control the flame of his irrational desire for vengeance. If this emotion came between him and power, it was useless. The vengeance concept began to recede as Priam regained enough lucidity to feel ashamed. Beasts let their instincts guide them, and Priam refused to sink so low. He forced himself to think coldly. He understood that he had to gain time. Activating kinetic control, Priam used the last of his strength to immobilize the beast. Every extra second was precious. Micra made him forget the pain in his meridians, and Priam looked again at the available affinities. Pride. The wyvern's adaptability had to come from this aspect. Besides, this kind of deadly sin was too compatible with him. Pride was one of his main flaws. He was aware of it. He accepted it because it was also one of his qualities. Without it, he would never have attempted a quadruple tribulation. Priam mentally crossed out the option. He didn't want to accentuate this trait. Sun certainly had excellent synergy with Phoenix and the regeneration provided by Hydra. Moreover, as a physicist, Priam had an excellent knowledge of celestial bodies, light, plasmas and stars in general. Regeneration and power, that could be an exceptional choice. Shadow was an affinity with a lot of potential. It would undoubtedly be an affinity that would marry well with his mist, making him a silent assassin and an exceptional thief. Priam hesitated for a moment before crossing out the possibility. If he had to choose between Sun and Shadow, it would be Sunday. Phoenix was an interesting choice. Strengthening his existing assets was a good thing. However, Priam was hesitant. The affinity came from Promise and, therefore, from him. Chances were, the affinity wouldn't give him anything he didn't already have. But it could strengthen my heart. Priam noted the possibility of modifying his main heart by incorporating his Phoenix bloodline. It would be complicated, but he was confident. To be researched later. Finally, Priam set eyes on Draconic. His imagination ran wild as he read the name of the latest affinity. Dragons were mythical on Earth. All civilizations had worshipped the legendary creature. Symbol of power, wisdom and prosperity, dragons were often the equal of a god. Sometimes even more terrifying. Priam's perfect memory reminded him of the wyvern's breath. The terrifying destruction it had caused had a certain beauty. The same terrible beauty evoked by a gamma-ray burst. Comparing affinities, Priam hesitated. His heart swayed between Draconic and Sunday. Rationally, Sun was a no-brainer. But Priam was unearthly awed when he read the word Draconic. Phoenix had no such effect on him. The system respected dragons, and that mattered. Priam was faced with a dilemma. Sun was an affinity that Priam could advance himself, maybe even improve it and one day create a black hole. It was hard for Priam to imagine anything more powerful than that without thinking of the Big Bang. But the thought of creating a universe, he had confidence in himself, but not that much. Draconic would certainly require treasure and death. Their power was innate. Acquiring it would undoubtedly be a never-ending quest. Would he have to hunt a dragon for it? Could he? Not for a long time, as even a wyvern was complicated right now. But in Elysium, there should be no shortage of them. Torn by the choice, Priam decided to take a step back. There had to be a solution. As his meridians continued to melt, Priam suddenly forgot the pain. He had an insane idea, the origin of which was simple. Pride's shadow was based on the sin of pride. Could it be that? A plan was born in his mind in the blink of an eye. Perhaps there was a good answer. "Hey Shadow, can you hear me?" he said in a broken voice, swallowing a mouthful of blood. He continued, "I'm going to steal something from you. You can do nothing about it, so let's trade." LVL up, hemorrhage resistance. LVL 9, VIT +1. The shadow had devoured all the concepts it had encountered. However, Priam didn't believe it had the power to steal them forever. Otherwise, metal and mist would have been among the affinities available in the wyvern's heart. If so, he was willing to lend one of his concepts in exchange for something far more valuable. The draconic heart turned black, and Priam smiled. The tribulation had taken the bait. The colossal heart continued to beat despite kinetic control. Thanks to domain, the skill could now stop someone's heart or breathing, but the wyvern was too mighty, and I'm tired. A broken bar, where Priam had bitten, a trickle of golden blood flowed. Slowly, the stream froze, turning black and changing texture. A murky ink, half liquid and half gas, had replaced the vital fluid. The dark tentacle sniffed the air for a moment before charging toward Priam. The young Earl did not attempt to dodge. On contact, the world disappeared. Blinking, Priam noticed the change of location. He was now inside Mirror of the Soul. The usual landscape had changed with the appearance of the stolen concept fragments. A sheet of mist now covered the pond. In the sky, a cloud of Damocles at Priam's command awaited the order to cause a deluge. A campfire burned dimly beside him. The vengeance fragment had been expelled when Priam regained his lucidity. Lowering his head, Priam watched his reflection, his gaze penetrating the mist. New chains had appeared, and others had broken. That was not what caught his attention. The black eyes of his reflection were those of a stranger. Inhuman eyes, from the edge of the cosmos. The tribulation may have lacked a soul, but Priam was ready to swear it was endowed with intelligence. Priam knelt, and the black eyes followed him. "What an interesting body," murmured his reflection. Priam didn't bother to reply. The shadow wasn't the only one looking for an opportunity. His hand blurred the calm surface of his soul, gripping the throat of his reflection. It chuckled as Priam winced. The shadow was simply a parasite. Damaging the image of his soul to hurt the shadow was like burning down his house to drive out the rats. Despite the pain, Priam smiled. He could feel the link within his soul. During Anatol's mental attack, he'd understood that a passageway was two-way. Metaphorically, he seized the connection created by Pride's shadow and dived in. His body crossed the surface of the water. His consciousness appeared in a strange space. His perception, flooded with contradictory signals, made him wince before he silenced it. Only his domain seemed able to understand the geometry of the place. Focusing on his supremacy, Priam spotted a huge heart. The organ possessed a strange duality. It seemed both virtual and real, conceptual and draconic. Priam tried to physically touch the object before realizing he no longer possessed a body. He tried the mental equivalent of a shoulder shrug, and failed. Amused, he imagined himself in contact with the organ. A moment later, Double Heart was interacting with the draconic heart. Double Heart, Silver, detects affinities. Choose an affinity. Sun, Shadow, Pride, Phoenix, Draconic, Tribulation. Yeah, that's the one. Priam smiled as he read the new affinity list. He didn't know what tribulation was, but this concept's weapon was scaring the whole universe. The system had to jealously guard this secret, but Pride's shadow had helped Priam. After all, if it was the shadow of his own pride, how could it accept the chains of the system? In his chest, the cage of the second heart opened and pulled. There, tribulation, affinity did not resist for a moment. The draconic heart trembled and expelled Priam's consciousness. LVL up, Tribulation Hunter, Unique, LVL 4,5,6 Meta, Chance, plus 27 LVL up, Consequence Resistance, LVL 10 Char plus 3 Meta, Chance, plus 6. Opening his eyes, he watched light flakes leave the wyvern and enter Double Heart. The cage created by the system had opened, eager to welcome this extraordinary affinity. Extremely compatible with the system's work, the light flakes were placed in the center of the Double Heart frame. The wyvern's heart spasmed and stopped. The extraction of the affinity seemed to have severely damaged it. The monster's body froze, black as night. Despite the boss's wounds, Pride's shadow prevented the sun's rays from reaching it. The beast let itself die. Part of his mind was suspicious, but Priam had bigger problems. Their Double Heart had closed after absorbing their tribulation affinity. Since then, nothing had happened. He wasn't sure what to expect, but he wasn't expecting that. Worried, Priam checked his title. Double Heart, Silver. You now have a hole in your chest and are waiting for a transplant. The potential of this second heart is almost infinite. You have chosen an affinity, Tribulation. Error. Tribulation is, by nature, a support affinity. No support detected. Without correction, the host architecture will implode. Priam's face lost color. All tribulations were based on a theme, a monster, a cloud, a fire. He had to find a support, a new heart to accommodate the affinity. If his clones had set him on this path, there had to be a way. Perhaps he had to grow the heart himself? I know. Trees of Merit. Upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 uses 10 merit points. Each title only gives 1 merit point, thus upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 condemns 9 other titles. Spend them wisely. Double Heart, Silver, Tier 0. Once a day, 1 heart can regenerate instantly. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. 6 unused merit points. Priam bought the upgrade and used it immediately. His battle-weary heart instantly recovered. Its powerful beat began to repair his body. Despite this, Priam was not satisfied. His instincts hadn't even suggested creating a second heart. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the rest of the merit. Double Heart, Silver, Tier 1. Your blood modifies your heart. 5 unused merit points. The merit looked interesting, undoubtedly helpful in transforming one's heart with an affinity. Totally useless at the moment. Priam connected to his potential, trying to modify the merit to create a new heart. Error. Potential insufficient to modify merit as instructed. Priam paled as he read the notification. There was only one chance left, the Tribulations rewards. For that, he had to finish his tribulations first. Priam clenched his left fist, concentrated, kinetic control, and prepared to destroy the wyvern's heart. Simultaneously, the dark link vibrated. All this time, the Pride's shadow had been searching inside him. Now it had found what it was looking for. Priam felt as if his skull had just been split in two. Crumpling to the ground, he screamed, clutching his head. The pain was intense, as if the shadow was trying to tear out part of his soul. The next instant, the boss withdrew, severing the link between him and Priam. Priam gasped, and looked at his latest notification. He who eludes death, charge OFF, reloaded in 23 hours 29 minutes 54s. Wah! The shock made Priam stammer. Inhaling slowly, he forced himself to calm down. The rest of the fight was going to be complicated. Now was not the time to be ruled by his emotions. Change of plan. The wyvern was willingly perishing, refusing to heal its wounds, and Priam decided to back off for the time being. His tribulations were not over, indicating that the wyvern was still his enemy. Priam analyzed the situation. The boss was going to die. Without tribulation, affinity, and once resurrected by an alien talent, it would be free to leave, or free to try to kill him. If it tried to kill him, Priam would defend himself. If it tried to flee, should he stop it? After a moment's reflection, Priam decided he didn't like the fact that a wyvern dominated by a shadow modeled on him existed. For the same reason he didn't want to be cloned, he didn't want the wyvern to exist. I'm unique and I intend to keep it that way. Let's kill it. With his mind made up, Priam thought about how to defeat the monster. The coming battle would have no safety net. He'd win incredible rewards, but the system would no longer limit the shadow. If it decided to take his father hostage, for example, Priam's initial plan was messed up. He hadn't anticipated that the shadow would manage to use He Who Eludes Death. The talent was supposed to be protected by its patrons, but if the system had access to it, so did tribulations. Not being able to modify his talent didn't mean not being able to use it. He sighed as he watched the monster calmly perish. The fight would have to be quick. His kinetic energy reserves were half filled, but that should be enough. On the other hand, he might receive the system's rewards on the wyvern's first death. Depending on their nature, the fight might be easy. Kidding, I know it's gonna be hella broken bar. Preparing for the worst, he activated Three-Headed Hydra. He regenerated his meridians. Without them, the next fight wouldn't even be a fight. He felt invisible cables twisting inside him, reconnecting and repairing. A second later, Priam looked up and ordered the dome barrier to release its treasures. Now was the perfect time to use his consumables. The second mantis destroyed the protection, but the runic architecture remained. Several kilometers up, a purse appeared, falling towards the Colosseum. Priam stepped back, concentrating on the wyvern. It was about to breathe its last. Suddenly, the world froze. The wind stopped, sounds disappeared and colors faded. In a world of shades of gray, the inhuman attention of the system descended. End of a quadruple tribulation. Account of the tribulation. Priam Azura, belonging to the human civilization. Special notes. Bonus. Civilization newly introduced to the concept universe and system. Bonus. third human to trigger a tribulation. Bonus, first human to survive. Bonus, factionless. Bonus, tribulation triggered in advance. Bonus, first tribulation. Malice, heavy use of potential. Neutral, use of one instance of. He who eludes death, alien talent. Summary, user tested by a quadruple tribulation. Performance, first tribulation, Damocles tears, defeated in less than 4 hours. Concept fragment absorbed by the user. Development of a concept related to the tribulation. Performance in the top 5% of the sector, among survivors, this year. Second tribulation, Locust's plague, defeated in less than 24 hours. Concept fragment absorbed by the user. Performance in the top 10% of the sector, among survivors, this year. Third tribulation, Pride's shadow, defeat in less than 24 hours. Tribulation's essence stolen. Top 5 in the sector, among survivors, this year. Top 1 million in the universe, among survivors, this year. Fourth tribulation, Heaven Wyvern, defeated in less than 24 hours. Tribulation essence stolen. Top 3 in the sector, among survivors, this year. Top 100,000 in the universe, among survivors, this year. System report, proposed by Administrator Thal, for his first tribulation, without any special knowledge, Priam Azura survived a quadruple tribulation. His chances of survival were minimal, but his victory owed nothing to luck. Unlocking a supremacy and a concept during the ordeal, Priam Azura faced adversity head-on. Triumphing in a unique way over the last 2 tribulations, the user's keen mind is to be applauded. The use of elements external to the concept has been kept to a minimum. Some break under the pressure of the tribulations you shine. An exceptional performance. Noteworthy remark, redacted. Taking into account the various bonuses and penalties. Ranking, Tier 0 Tribulations, Sector, Year, 1, Sector, Decade, 7, Sector, Century, 56, Sector, Eon, 2,589,143, Sector, All-Time, 2,589,143, Universe, Year, 10,459. General Awards, Achievement, Legendary Title, Horseman of the Apocalypse, Legendary. Rewards, Customized, Quadruple Tribulation, 4 awards selectable from the following list. Next tribulation delayed by 6 months. Return of Promise. New opportunity for double heart absorption. 1 soul to resurrect. Time stasis. Duration 23 hours 29 minutes. Pot plus 10,000. Access to humanity's knowledge on a topic, equivalent to 500,000 words. Purification of your Phoenix bloodline. 1%. 4 drops of Elixir of Eternity. 10 years. Free attributes, plus 100. Free skill level ups, plus 10. Seed of Experience, Branch of Garo, The Mist Tree. Perfect Tribulation Run Memories. Evolution Token, Title. Evolution Token, Talent. Evolution Token, Legendary Skill. Racial Upgrade, Human. Priam's laughter echoed through the frozen ruins. Image Status, Average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration. PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical, Strength 173, Constitution 347, Agility 228, Vitality 340, plus 1, Perception 426, Mental, Vivacity 201, Dexterity 289, Memory 50, Willpower 380, Charisma 222, plus 3, Meta Affinity 216, Meta Focus 155, Meta Endurance 119, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 198, plus 33, Potential 998, minus 6, Tier 0. He who eludes death, Charge OFF. Reloaded in 23 hours 26 minutes 47. Tribulation. Tribulations are coming. Time delayed. The list of rewards was incredible. Priam was both happy to have 4 possibilities and pained. He wanted them all. If I'd known, I'd have gone for the quintuple. Scratching his chin, Priam changed his mind. He knew that he would probably have died attempting a quintuple. Next time, he exclaimed. In an excellent mood, Priam took his time. The world was frozen, and he was tired of running all the time. Taking advantage of the system, Priam moved his arms and tried to take a few steps. After about 10 meters, he felt a sort of warning. The system wouldn't let him explore the world with impunity. His wounds weren't healing either, but he wasn't feeling pain anymore. The system let him think about his choices in peace. Refocusing, Priam looked at his rewards. He winced as he read about promise. If the system was offering this reward, that meant he had no chance of getting it otherwise. Perhaps Pride's shadow was more dangerous than he thought. Priam validated 2 options with a sigh. Promise appeared in his hand and vibrated. Sensing its contentment, Priam stroked his spear with a smile. It had fought well. Seeing a fighter stroking his weapon would have seemed odd to him, but he was different. After all, his weapon was developing a consciousness, so he was almost a child, and it was essential to take care of them by making them kill dragons, for example. Shaking his head, Priam refocused. The second option he had chosen was a new opportunity for double heart absorption. His heart could now obtain a second affinity that would be supported by tribulation. Well, he still had to choose between sun and draconic. Priam also barred the purification of his bloodline. The phoenix had promised to purify it if he killed Anatole. He would certainly receive his reward after his tribulations, so it was redundant. The last 2 options were more complicated. Without help from the system, he had to imagine the scope of the rewards. Time stasis was probably a way for the system to overcome its inability to control. He who eludes death. Priam refused to choose such an option. He had fought with all his might to survive his tribulations. Now he wanted the best options for the future. Recovering the charge of his talent was suboptimal. Similarly, he quickly eliminated free attributes and potential. He saw this as a shortcut to immediate power. What interested him was the long term. With this in mind, he reduced the number of choices until he had the following list: rewards, customized, quadruple tribulation, 2 rewards selectable from the following list, next tribulation delayed by 6 months, access to humanity's knowledge on a topic, equivalent to 500,000 words, 4 drops of elixir of eternity, 10 years, seed of experience, branch of Garo, the mist tree, perfect tribulation run memories, evolution token, title, evolution token, talent, evolution token, legendary skill, racial upgrade, human. It's so hard. Let's proceed by elimination. Elixir of Eternity. This potion could undoubtedly be exchanged for a favor from a powerful faction. Priam knew his strengths and weaknesses. Haggling was not one of his strengths. He crossed out the elixir. Then he scratched the memory option. A hypothetical Priam who had succeeded perfectly in his tribulations. He could imagine what would happen if he could go back in time with his memory. He too would have succeeded perfectly in his tribulations. As soon as tribulations began, he'd rip the legs off the first locust and bury it under safe armor's body. Without delay, he would unlock his domain and mist concept by committing suicide thanks to the wyvern's laser. He would then use the Damocles cloud to defeat the wyvern and absorb its power. With the right knowledge, he could have speedrun the tribulation. The trouble was, had he known this in advance, the system would have created other tribulations. Priam froze, thinking of a possibility. Could his tribulations have been programmed to force him to make Cornelian choices? The concepts remained fairly low-key, but they could be looking for something in particular. For example, a spirit of steel. After all, his unsafe armor's tribulation had forced them to put their survival before their races. Were the tribulations as much mental as physical? Priam shook his head. He didn't want to try and clear his name. The dead were on his conscience, and he would have to think about them later. As for his theory, he would ask Becker. Maybe he was wrong, and maybe he wasn't. What was certain was that the ways of the concepts were as inscrutable as those of God. Could a mere human understand the plan of such deities? Priam looked at his rewards again and sighed. He wanted more choices. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There was an obvious way to have more choices, withstanding new tribulations. New tribulations were just 3 days away. That was far too short to get a sextuple one. I should be careful not to bite off more than I can chew. Priam selected next tribulations delayed by 6 months. One more. Priam decided to forget human knowledge. He had access to everything he wanted right now. He was interested in strengthening his scientific knowledge, but the other rewards were too incredible to pass up. The list had already been whittled down. Rewards, customized, quadruple tribulation, 1 reward selectable from the following list. Seed of Experience, Branch of Garo, the Mist Tree. Evolution Token, Title. Evolution Token, Talent. Evolution Token, Legendary Skill. Racial Upgrade, Human. The first 2 rewards were for Logarithm. Priam hadn't forgotten that he'd be back soon in Elysium. Seed of Experience was vague, and Priam wasn't prepared to bet on its usefulness. Branch of Garoa, the Mist Tree, was to enable a tree to gain a mist affinity. Next to Logarithm, Priam would be much more powerful. The mist would be permanent near his house. However, this would be an artificial affinity. My connection with Logarithm should be able to help me change it in the long run, and I'll save myself a reward. Priam didn't lose sight of one important thing. In a free, magical world, most of these rewards were shortcuts. What interested him were the rewards he couldn't get without the help of the system. Reluctantly, Priam ignored those 2 possibilities. He already had a gift for his tree, and he suspected the crimson fruit would be compatible with it too. All that remained were the evolutions. Title, Talent, Skill and Race. The dilemma was terrible. Let's continue with the eliminations. Priam had ideas for upgrading most of his titles. After all, his resurrection talent was mighty to farm improvements. The only title he was interested in was Iconoclast. It concerned the soul. Enhancing it promised to be interesting. Even so, he changed his mind. He already had a lot to do, and spreading his attention too thin wasn't necessarily a good idea. The only talent Priam found powerful enough to enhance it was He Who Eludes Death. Unfortunately, it was alien, originating from another universe, and the system couldn't help him. Humanity Adapts was also interesting, but it was a racial talent. If he wanted to improve it, he might as well improve his race directly. Priam hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. His 2 best skills, Moon Mist, and Kinetic Control, still had the potential to evolve quickly and get him some attributes. What's more, he was familiar enough with both to be sure he'd manage to upgrade them. It may have been arrogant of him, but he was confident. All that remained was to improve his race. Priam had no idea of the potential of this enhancement, but he knew that his racial talent was extremely powerful. Priam sighed hesitantly. All the options were excellent, but some would be more so than others. I'm in a quandary. Just before selecting his racial upgrade, Priam decided to ask for advice. Lord Phoenix, may I ask you a question? Priam remained courteous, remembering that the mythical creature loved politeness. I'm here. I have to choose a reward, and I'm hesitating, confessed Priam. Give me the list of rewards. Priam complied, describing his preferences to the Phoenix. You've analyzed the situation well. You may underestimate the difficulty of upgrading a legendary skill, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. If I were you, I'd hesitate between improving your race and 2 talents, Bound Weapon, and He Who Eludes Gods. Priam looked at Promise. Can I make my spear more powerful? The possibility interested him. Indirectly, you can strengthen your bond and accelerate its growth. It's something that will happen naturally, but this will save you months. It will also allow you to unlock mastery quickly, the Phoenix clarified. I think I'd rather take my time, decided Priam. If it were up to him, he had nothing against torturing himself to become more powerful. However, forcing a childish consciousness to grow up faster was at odds with his values. If Promise was to be his partner, he intended to treat it better than he treated himself. He Who Eludes Gods would strengthen my soul, I suppose. Why not upgrade Iconoclast instead? The Phoenix managed to sneer majestically. Because this title is an insult to Viracocha. If you improve it, he might decide to pay the necessary price and reduce you to ashes. Even if he fails, he'll destroy your family, your civilization, and make your life a living hell. A Tier 0 should stay away from gods, advised the phoenix. Priam gritted his teeth at the advice but remained silent. If he'd made so much progress in the space of a few weeks, an ancient god could snuff him out like blowing out a candle. He who eludes gods is linked to your alien talent. It would indeed strengthen your soul, but let's just say it depends partly on the entities who entrusted you with your resurrection power. They must have modified your soul to enable you to resurrect so easily, so I can't say how effective the enhancement will be. Priam thought of his tutorial, the words he had exchanged with them. It was still too early. He was still too weak. I'll take the race enhancement instead, he decided. One last question. Between Sun and Draconic, which would you recommend? The phoenix remained silent. A second passed, then two. 10 seconds later, Priam cleared his throat and prepared to validate the race upgrade. The phoenix finally replied. Draconic is superior. A dragon can create a star. The reverse is not true. But a dragon is a creature made to reach the zenith. Do you know why the system respects this option? The phoenix's voice was perfectly neutral. Such a powerful creature wouldn't have let his fear show. Yet Priam could sense it. A question was burning his lips. Was the most powerful phoenix as powerful as the most powerful dragon? Priam wasn't stupid enough to ask the question and preferred to answer the truth number. Because some dragons are powerful enough to change the laws of the universe. They are alien creatures traveling between the universes, sowing civilization and destruction in their wake. Fortunately, ancient dragons are as rare as their descendants are numerous. If you choose Draconic, prepare to face hordes of mixed bloods. Devouring their hearts will increase the purity of the bloodline. Priam looked at the wyvern corpse for a moment. Basically, the Draconic bloodline was a battle royale that spanned several universes. Without realizing it, his lips stretched. If he had a gift, it was that of surviving. Thank you, Lord Phoenix. System, I'll take racial upgrade, human. His nerve receptors were in a sorry state. Yet when the wave of pain came, Priam had only time to scream before collapsing to the ground. The bed shook. The mattress was hard, but at least his feet weren't sticking out. Priam turned, reaching for his blanket, and his hand touched Promus. The best spear in the world vibrated, and its master smiled. What could be better than waking up with a faithful partner? He opened his eyes and sighed. He had fallen asleep, or rather passed out in the rubble of a building. Straightening up, he grabbed Promus and wondered for a moment. Had his spear shrunk? His immature part chuckled for a moment before he pulled himself together. His favorite weapon hadn't shrunk, he'd grown. An exceptional growth spurt, especially after puberty. He compared his size to the ruins of the buildings around him. I must be 2 meters tall. His voice was deeper and more musical than before. It would undoubtedly have been a hit in an opera. Rather than simply reading the system's notifications, Priam observed himself from every angle and listed the differences. Firstly, he was as naked as a worm and in perfect health. Secondly, his proportions had remained the same, but he'd gained about 15 centimeters and at least 50 kilograms. His scars, even the oldest ones, had all disappeared. His skin had kept its coppery color, characteristic of the Mediterranean climate. It seemed firmer, and its imperfections had disappeared. The system had literally photoshopped him. I'm looking good, smiled Priam. In addition to his appearance, Priam had undergone a profound change. His thoughts were sharper, his senses more alert, and his movements more fluid. Yet the sensation was different from an increase in attributes. It was as if he was taking greater advantage of his body and its possibilities. For example, his hearing seemed sharper. Between two people with normal ears, the one who practiced and spent his life making music had better control of his hearing. Priam now felt able to exploit his attributes to the full. Before he could check his notifications to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything, he felt a movement behind him. His mist informed him that the lizard was waking up too. Priam turned and smiled with all his teeth, which were now as white as snow. Nothing like a good fight to test my new limits. He twirled Promus between his fingers and took up a fighting stance. His mist wrapped around him, densifying to hide his nakedness. Last round. The wyvern howled, and Priam leapt. His body disappeared, swallowed by the mist. His sudden acceleration had split the stone slab beneath his feet. The wyvern turned its head to the right, looking for Priam. Nothing. It turned its head to the left, missing Priam's reappearance on its right. He could now delay his reappearance for a few moments. Promes penetrated the wyvern's eye and continued on its way. Just as it was about to penetrate the boss's brain, the wyvern turned into a light beam. Reappearing on the roof of a hotel 50 meters away, the wyvern opened its mouth and blew out a laser beam. The light was too fast for Priam to dodge. His domain automatically and instantly materialized a meter of opaque mist in his sphere of authority. The water vapor deflected most of the attack. Priam teleported behind a building, grimacing as he saw the deep belly wound. He had already used his regeneration skills and grumbled. Had he known? The laser turned the ground into magma, creating a terrible din. The boss's attack then set fire to the surrounding buildings, and Priam gritted his teeth. Determined not to face another hyper beam, Priam had an idea. Looking up at the sky, he launched Promes. The weapon quickly rose to over 200 meters, and Priam closed his eyes. His fog gave him a vision of the surroundings as if he were playing a strategy game. Except that the fog of war was now on his side. Priam materialized a kind of Misculum some 50 meters away. The harmless creation attracted the wyvern's attention and received a light spear for its trouble. Masking his presence with his mist, Priam transmitted half his remaining kinetic energy to Promes. Direction: Big Lizard. The weapon exceeded the speed of sound in an instant. It penetrated the wyvern at over 8 kilometers per second, shattering its head and shaking half the dome. The shockwave destroyed buildings within a 40-meter radius. Without waiting for the wyvern to retaliate, Priam teleported to its chest. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the monster's scales. The attack made him wince. The monster's scales seemed to be in perfect health. Priam sighed, looking down at his hand. Strike had evolved into Spear Strike, and he felt that hand-to-hand combat was now unnatural. I'll have to unlock Fist Strike. There must be such a thing. The wyvern's neck began to attract the sunlight. In a second, the wyvern had regained a quarter of its head. Priam plunged into Mirror of the Soul, and mentally ordered the steel concept to reinforce him. Instantly, his body seemed to weigh more. Simultaneously, Moon Mist began to create vast quantities of mist. If the wyvern liked the sun, he was going to give it shade. Clenching his fists, strengthened by the steel concept, he began to pummel the lizard's torso. Promes could have done the job quicker, but he wanted to test his limits. He felt invincible. The deluge of blows was cathartic for Priam. A human eye couldn't follow his movements, they were too fast. Micro allowed him to feel his muscles. Gradually, Priam corrected his position. His powerful intellect optimized his movements. 3 seconds later, the wyvern reared back with a terrible roar. Delivering a final strike that finally shattered a scale, Priam materialized mist at his fingertips. He quickly condensed it and connected to his potential kinetic control. A moment later, the water had frozen, preventing the boss from healing himself. Satisfied, Priam smiled before taking a swipe from the tail. Staying too long around an enraged wyvern was a bad idea. The blow threw him into the air, half knocking him unconscious. Finally, the hard landing put him back on his feet. His body ricocheted off the ground like a pebble on a lake. 100 meters from the wyvern, he finally came to a halt. His instincts kicked in, and despite the pain, Priam melted into the mist. An instant later, the ground under him was vaporized, swallowed by a beam of light. Near there, in an abandoned kitchen, Priam winced as he checked his wounds. He had half a dozen broken ribs and a punctured lung. The internal bleeding was severe, but fortunately, the steel concept was useful. Maybe it saved my life. It has invested in strength, grimaced Priam. Mentally, he contacted Promes, still embedded beneath the boss. Sacrificing a tenth of his reserve, he summoned it again. 80 meters away, the ground beneath the false dragon's head shook. Like an erupting volcano, it lifted and Promes closed the wyvern's beak. The laser ray died along with the gleam in the monster's eyes. Priam teleported 20 meters from the boss, ready to resume his deadly dance. The wyvern was lying amidst ruins. Haze merged with the smoke from the fire. Suddenly, His perception picked up intruders. Civilians here? No, they're getting closer. Turning, he watched a group approaching. The 8 men and women seemed unafraid of death. Armed with swords and firearms, 7 people stood before him. 100 meters away, a sniper had him in his sights. As the wyvern regenerated behind his back, Priam welcomed the fools. Hopefully, they would not be killjoys. "Hey, are you maybe lost?" asked Priam. At the center of the group, a man stepped forward, rifle in hand. He pointed at the wyvern. "We want our share." He coughed through the smoke. Priam's ribs throbbed, but the pain didn't stop him from laughing. Image status, race change detected. Please read the notification regarding attribute calibration. He who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 23 hours 25 minutes 38. Tribulations are coming. Time, 182 days 23 hours 58 minutes 51 seconds. The man's face darkened as he heard Priam's laughter. His subordinates were nervously handling their weapons. The wyvern began to scratch its face, trying to free Promus. Priam quickly calmed down. "Sorry, it's just..." "Maybe you didn't notice, but it's an angry wyvern." "You want a cut?" "I'm not stopping you from trying," Priam declared, pointing at the boss. At that moment, the wyvern shook its head and hiccuped. Priam turned, astonished. Another hiccup, and Priam called back Promus. The weapon disengaged from its maw before melting into the mist. The spear was lying in wait, ready to emerge at Priam's first command. A third hiccup lifted the wyvern, and it vomited a torrent of black liquid onto an abandoned building. Instinctively, Priam stepped back. The substance resembled some kind of petroleum. Without knowing what it was, the Earl was willing to bet that its origin was the shadow concept. The wyvern snorted, and Priam turned to the group of arrivals. "You'd better run if you don't want to die," he advised. The man shook his head and pulled out a kind of pokeball. He threw it at the wyvern. On contact with the monster, the ball expanded, creating a giant sphere of metal that engulfed it. The nightmare beast was trapped. Masterless, the dark liquid dissipated, revealing a half-dissolved building. Acid. The chef now wore a smug smile. "We can manage," he said. "My name is Thomas, pleased to meet you, Lord Priam." Priam didn't reply, too busy analyzing the newcomer's equipment. "Where did you get that imprisonment sphere?" "Oh, do you recognize this object?" smiled Thomas. He was observing Priam carefully. Priam felt uncomfortable under the man's steady gaze. After all, he was naked under his cloak of mist. Moreover, the man's falsely innocent air annoyed him. "That's right. In fact, I had one in my purse." "You didn't happen to find it, did you?" "A leather purse that must have fallen from the sky in front of the Colosseum," said Priam, pointing in the direction from which the newcomers had arrived. "Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry." Thomas must have had a skill that helped him lie, as his face betrayed nothing. Unfortunately for him, his subordinates were less trained. Priam's keen hearing detected their accelerating heartbeat. "They're scared." Guilty. With a useless movement of his right hand, Promus reappeared at the liar's side and sliced through his combat vest. It looked like a military tactical vest, but the protection didn't stop the spear for a moment. Surprised, Thomas raised his arm and leapt to the side. The torn pockets took advantage of the movement to release half a dozen objects. As the newcomers drew their weapons or hesitated to fire, Priam teleported away and nimbly retrieved the various treasures before they hit the ground. "Peter Parker would be proud of me." "What are you doing?" cried Thomas outrageously. Priam looked at him, jaded. "It's mine, and we both know it." "Don't try to steal from me again," Priam threatened. "Steal from you?" "I found this purse on the floor and picked it up." "It's mine." Priam didn't bother to reply and turned back to the metal sphere. The prison was beginning to glow red. It was easy to imagine that the wyvern was unleashing hell inside. "Hey, I'm talking to you. I represent the militia, and you'd better answer if you don't want to get in trouble with the law." Priam sneered. Who was enforcing the law now? What justice still existed in a world where Anne had murdered dozens of people without being bothered? In a world where Anatole could conduct chimerization experiments on humans without any faction budging? In a world where a human could unleash a tribulation in the heart of a city without the victims being able to do anything about it? Justice and law. I hope for their return, but right now, It's just survival of the fittest, Priam murmured. Do you mean it? Yes. Survival of the fittest. A broken bar. You may be right. However, it's up to the strongest to set an example. That's the only way justice will return, said Thomas. Priam detected movement behind him and turned, catching an object on the fly. Opening his hand, he recognized one of the two scarce treasures he had stolen from the revenants. Raising his head, he looked at Thomas, intrigued. Humanity's champion unleashed a tribulation in the middle of a city. You must admit that your desire to help your fellow man was questionable. If you still consider yourself human, Priam swallowed. He'd scorned the men and women before him, but the feeling was mutual. The man seemed to have completely changed. From an arrogant jerk, he revealed his true nature, a man concerned about innocent people, ready to risk his life to confront the cause of their misfortune. To make matters worse, they all had dark circles under their eyes and looked tired. They'd undoubtedly spent the last 20 hours rescuing the inhabitants he himself had put in danger. As if that wasn't enough, the man had enough integrity to give him back all his treasure. Damn, I'm the bad guy in this story. I still consider myself human, Priam finally replied. The system may have given him a new name, but he still retained human values. And I didn't know about the tribulations as I thought, but that's not what some factions are peddling. Priam froze. What are they saying? I'd rather not influence you. Let's just say that now that the storm has passed, some people are trying to profit from the victims' distress. You have enemies, Thomas explained. And do I have any friends? Asked Priam, staring into his interlocutor's eyes. If you wish to right your wrongs, you can count on me. The man was smiling, the frank smile that only those with nothing to reproach themselves for can summon. The metal dome vibrated. Priam took up a fighting stance, his weapon aimed at the prison. The least he could do was protect these men and women. You'd better run. The Wyvern will be free soon, and I can't exactly protect you from the light beams, Priam warned. Thomas nodded, and with a gesture, his subordinates began to flee. He hesitated a moment before asking, "What do you plan to do about the dead?" "I don't know. It's not like I can resurrect them, right?" "Well, is that true?" "I'd spend a hell of a long time, but perhaps I could do it." With his eyes on the trap, Priam asked himself the question. He thought about it for a second before admitting the truth. "I could, but I won't. I regret those deaths, but I don't intend to spend the rest of my life serving them. I want to live my life." Facing the truth felt good. He didn't intend to ignore his mistakes but wouldn't spend his life atoning for his sins. "No, indeed," replied Thomas. "However, you could compensate the families who have lost property or a loved one." Priam nodded. "You had to pay for your mistakes, sometimes literally." "I agree. We'll talk about it later if you don't mind." Thomas smiled before walking away. The Wyvern's prison exploded, and Priam felt the militia leader start to run. "He's more comfortable lecturing me than facing a super monster." "I'm the opposite," laughed Priam. The Wyvern turned to him. Its night-black eyes made Priam wince. The resurrected body was that of the Wyvern, but the spirit was that of the shadow. The boss opened its mouth, and Priam saw a dark light at the back of its throat. With a thought, Promes reappeared in his hand. Raising his spear, he teleported to the base of the monster's tail. A moment later, a black beam struck one of Thomas' men as he fled. The poor soul crumpled into a heap on the ground, his howl echoing through the dome. Priam winced and aimed at the Wyvern's tail. Tribulation-piercing spear. The ether passed fluidly through his meridians before reaching Promes. Filaments of energy crossed, forming a sheath around the weapon. The next instant, the spear's tip met the Wyvern's scales and pierced them with ease. LVL up, tribulation-piercing spear. LVL 6 STR +1 Agi +1 Dext +1. The Wyvern roared as blood flowed profusely. Its tail was on the ground, severed by the power of the attack. Priam spun Promes around, got back into position, and parried a clawing blow with kinetic control. His left hand grabbed the paw, and he used his iron grip, reinforced by the steel concept, to absorb the monster's kinetic energy. Immobilized, the beast had no time to dodge a second. Tribulation-piercing spear. Promes sank deep into the brain organ. For the third time in less than 2 minutes, the boss found itself without a brain. Priam turned to the boss chest, determined to finish the job. Suddenly, the wyvern's jaws opened. The monster's head, still impaled, pounced like a snake on its prey. The shadow didn't need the beast's brain to manipulate its body. Priam had no time to dodge and found himself gobbled up by the monster. Inside the giant gullet, he had only a moment to prepare himself. The wyvern had decided to use a pseudo-draconic breath with its mouth closed. Its power of regeneration allowed this madness. Priam was not so lucky. He tried to teleport away, to no avail. The wyvern's body was blocking his connection to the outside world. Aware that he had little time, Priam put himself in the fetal position, protecting his treasures, and covered himself in a cloak of mist. Using his potential, he slowed down the water molecules to create an ice armor. At the same time, he connected to the steel concept fragment, drawing all the power he could from it. With his eyelids closed, his body strengthened, and surrounded by an encasement of ice that continued to cool, Priam concentrated. -10. He had faith in himself, he'd be all right. His potential flowed out, cooling the water molecules. His ice became so cold that it damaged his body. -10. His eyes caught the light. The next moment, the ice temperature began to rise. -20. Moon mist operated at full speed, creating immense volumes of mist. The temperature inside the wyvern's gullet was soaring. The monster must have been seriously injured. However, relying on its powerful regeneration abilities, it continued to attack. I'll need an anti-regeneration skill. -30. Priam's eyes began to burn. His ice remained frightfully cold thanks to his intense efforts, but heat wasn't only transmitted by conduction and convection. Photons also transferred heat by radiation. Despite all his efforts, half his body was heating up. LVL up, light resistance. LVL 9 const +1. Seconds ticked by as Priam felt his cells dying. His light-exposed skin burned. The other half of his body was freezing. Despite his precarious position, his high vitality and stamina kept his body fighting. LVL up, infantile phoenix metabolism. LVL 9 vit +2 const +1. -30. LVL up, kinetic control. LVL 33 viva +2 dex +3 meta. Focus, +4. Priam smiled as he felt his mastery of kinetic energy increase. The day when he could manipulate temperature without potential was near. Suddenly, Priam had an idea. Using micro, he detected his own dying cells. With precision, he began to manipulate his molecules. Where light struck, he slowed thermal agitation. Where ice bit, he increased it. Soon, his situation improved. LVL up, kinetic control. LVL 34,35 viva +4 dex +6 meta, focus, +8. There was nothing like a new, intelligent use of a skill to level it up. The wyvern's attack seemed endless, but Priam remained hopeful. According to his fog and domain, the cavity he was in was increasing in volume. The wyvern was destroying its own throat. LVL up, light resistance. LVL 10 const +1. Suddenly, the light disappeared. A moment later, Priam's body was moved. Then silence set in. His connection with the mist was still severed. That left only one possibility. It swallowed me. I must be in the stomach. Priam knew the tale of Pinocchio and saw an opportunity here. The wyvern now had few tools with which to attack him. He cancelled his ice cloak and immediately regretted it. A foul smell assailed his keen nose. Pressed on all sides by the stomach walls, he tried to get his bearings. His hearing quickly detected a powerful beat to his right. The wyvern's heart was close. Suddenly, he looked down at his feet. The absence of light rendered the action useless, but Priam sensed something was wrong. His feet were burning. You have gained the skill, acid resistance, common. Acid resistance. Acids are dangerous, especially from a wyvern's stomach. There are several acid types, but you should know that this one has a really high acid dissociation constant. Useful for digesting humans. In the future, remember to avoid acid baths. It's a pretty basic rule. Const +1. Priam winced and cancelled out the pain. Without micro, the acid burn would have driven him mad. A few more minutes in the stomach, and he'd die. Definitely. Pointing his spear at the beast's heart, Priam concentrated on his domain. Feeling the wyvern's structure, summoned Promus, then attacked. The spear bounced off the stomach wall. Annoyed, Priam decided to do something drastic. Even if I destroy the heart, it'll regenerate it anyway. Tribulation-piercing spear pierced the lining of the digestive system, creating a hole 70 centimeters deep. Priam had been careful not to use his skill at full power. The monster howled, and a movement of the stomach informed him that it was trying to vomit him up. Priam chuckled, freezing his surroundings. You shouldn't have swallowed me. Bot -50. Spamming 6 more times, tribulation-piercing spear, Priam came within centimeters of the beast's heart. He stored Promus in his mist and crawled into the tunnel of flesh he had just created. The tunnel was already closing, and Priam hurried on. He had no desire to die of asphyxiation, trapped inside the reptile's flesh. 5 seconds later, he placed his hand on the wall protecting the monster's heart. A sort of bone cage protected the organ, and Priam froze it. A few elbow blows, reinforced by the steel fragment, shattered the protection. The heart was within reach. A shadow threw itself at Priam. He casually overpowered it with the help of his domain. Without giving it another glance, he stretched his body to place a hand on the heart. Double heart, silver, detects an affinity. Owner under domain domination. Authorized extraction. Choose an affinity. Sun, shadow, pride, phoenix, draconic. Image status, race change detected. Please read the notification regarding attribute calibration. He who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 23 hours 21 minutes 26. Tribulation. Tribulations are coming. Time, 182 days 23 hours 54 minutes 39 seconds. As soon as Priam selected Draconic, Double Heart, began its work. His ribcage opened. The experience was highly unpleasant, and Priam activated Micro to suppress the horrible pain. Without the supremacy, he would have fainted. His main heart shifted slightly to the left, to make room for the future organ. There, Double Heart framework vibrated before doubling in size. More precisely, a mirror image of the cage emerged from Priam's thorax. The illusion quickly gained consistency and increased in volume as it moved towards its target. It took it just 2 seconds to envelop the wyvern's heart. Once in position, the image became solid. The appearance of a solid ether cage around the organ severed the veins and arteries connected to it. From these veins, blood streams began to flow, invading the cavity. Priam paid no attention, too busy watching Double Heart glow. Target, Heart of Heaven Wyvern, shadow touched. Starting purification protocol. An intense light emanated from the cage, and Priam's eyes filled with tears. A heavenly light smote the heart. A moment later, the light dispersed. The golden heart had turned crimson. Affinities purged. Organ, young wyvern heart. Beginning adaptation process. The cage diminished in volume, compressing the organ. Despite this, the heart seemed to retain its proportions. Priam had the impression of seeing a zoom out. Space and dimensions were unaffected, but the muscle was becoming more compact, more dense. The system's magic was at work. Seconds later, the heart was just slightly larger than a man's. Beginning assimilation process. The framework containing the wyvern organ disappeared. The next moment, Priam felt an immense weight inside him. The heart was now inside him. It had shrunk, but retained its mass, around 300 kilograms. The ultra-dense muscle now disturbed his balance and Priam leaned against the tunnel to stabilize. Without his powerful attributes, the heart would have killed him by crushing his other organs. Fortunately, Priam's constitution was exceptional. Grimacing, he accepted the new weight and concentrated on what would come. The operation wasn't over yet. Within him, 2 frameworks were now superimposed in space. At least, that's how his domain saw it. One contained the wyvern's heart, and the other the flakes of tribulations. Merging 2 affinities, the 2 cages began to transition onto the same plane of reality. The flakes merged with the new heart, which then changed color. From crimson, it became silver. Every second, the system modified Priam's body, connecting veins and arteries to this new organ. Priam felt profound changes taking place within him. His mist was even more familiar. The steel concept fragment naturally obeyed his commands. His connection with the concepts seemed firmer and more natural. New affinity unlocked, Tribulation Dragon. Both affinities seemed equally powerful, but Tribulation, decided to support Draconic. Priam saw in it a clue about the tribulation's nature. New organ, Heart of Tribulation Wyvern, Seraph. Congratulations. Warning, due to the difference in rarity between your race and this organ, there is a possibility of an incompatibility. Calculating compatibility with your body. Broken bar bonus, racial talent plus 20%, chimera, plus 10%, micro plus 5%. Compatibility assessed at 52%. Compatibility over 50%, little chance of rejection. 100% compatibility is required to take full advantage of the possibilities offered by Heart of Tribulation Wyvern, Seraph. Title changed. Double Heart, Silver, becomes Tribulation Wyvern Heart, Silver Gold. Tribulation Wyvern Heart, your second heart has the power of a wyvern, a distant descendant of the dragons. That alone would be impressive, but it also possesses a Tribulation Dragon affinity. While not unique, this affinity is exceedingly rare and creates a mighty heart. Only your body's extreme adaptability allows you to accommodate this organ without perishing. The power of the dragons now flows through your veins. Their bloodline awakens in you. Their power strengthens you. Be careful to remain the master of this power. The dragon's first gift is an innate instinct for destruction and creation. The dragon's second gift, delayed until compatibility exceeds 90%, VIT plus 20%, 30%, attribute evolution, delayed until compatibility reaches 100%. New talent, Draconic Instinct. Your instinct can detect your enemy's mistakes. Your talent for manipulating ether increases. New title obtained, Doctor. Insufficient bloodline purity. The framework created by the system dispersed, joining the ambient ether. A second passed, and then the heart began to beat. Priam's whole body trembled. His blood now possessed a powerful affinity that nourished his body. The numbers given by the system did not do justice to the feeling of power that invaded him. For the second time that day, Priam felt invincible. His smile quickly disappeared. He had a lot to do, and the reunion's end was approaching. Seizing Promus, he used Tribulation Piercing Spear. The wyvern's chest exploded, allowing daylight to bathe him in light. Priam turned to the shadow he had trapped in his domain. With a thought, he compressed the filament of darkness. A moment later, it disappeared, crushed by the warrior's will. Priam's draconic instincts whispered to him that the battle was over. He had triumphed. Covered in blood, acid and fluid, Priam climbed out of the wyvern's corpse and looked around. All around him, buildings laid in ruins. The battle had ravaged this part of the city. The dust was slowly settling, and silence replaced fighting noises. Taking a few steps, Priam turned to his right. About 300 meters away, one of Thomas' men was huddled on the ground. Priam approached, trying to walk straight, which was complicated with a 300-kilogram heart in his chest. LVL up, balance, LVL 9. Aga +1, Dex +2. Pale-skinned, the man's tendons were taut enough to deform his skin. His hands had been torn off, and his eye sockets seemed to stare at the sky. For a moment, Priam wondered what this man would have become without the system. And me? What would I have become? Only the wind answered. His new instinct remained silent. Priam already knew the answer. He would have been an ordinary man, maybe exceptional in some ways, but his flame wouldn't have set the world ablaze. The system had left him no choice. But if it had, Priam would have answered like Achilles. He had no regrets about the old world. Behind him, the wyvern's body was creating a pool of blood. Priam headed for the Colosseum. Image Becker's office had red and ochre tones. The decor was a clever blend of imperial Japanese woodwork and futuristic metal objects. In the center of the room, a globe slowly turned on itself. A green satellite, covered in a film of micro-water droplets, orbited the planet. Priam was trying to remember all the changes that had taken place on Earth. The first was immediately evident. Did the Earth get bigger? A little, replied Becker, handing him a glass. Priam thanked him. To your victory. To my victory. They toasted and emptied the glass in one gulp. Once empty, Priam looked at his glass in astonishment. Mango and mint soda? I don't think so, laughed Becca. It's a drink from my planet. You look surprised. Did you think I was going to serve you alcohol? Well, we humans usually toast with alcohol. But I like this stuff, Priam replied. He meant it. I like your booze, but I have to concentrate to get drunk. My constitution is too high. Becca bulged his chest as he raised his glass. This stuff here is Gombubichapla, and it costs as much as the blood of the wyvern you just killed. Priam looked out of the window. His eyes were powerful enough to check the beast's corpse in the distance. To think I used to wear glasses. I suppose its body is expensive? Becca grimaced. Yes, and number. Like everywhere else, it's the law of supply and demand. Nobody can afford to offer you much here. I could buy it for you, but until you have access to a civilized world, you won't be able to spend the money. Priam shook his head. I'll give it to the victims' families. Becca remained silent, opened his mouth and then closed it again. Finally, he nodded. It was for Priam to decide. You wanted to see me? Asked Priam. Indeed. You haven't opened your notifications yet, have you? Priam nodded. I thought so. A quadruple tribulation. The rewards must be exceptional. I hope you've chosen to postpone the next ones? Yes. I'm heading back to Elysium in less than 3 days, and I don't think unleashing 4 or 5 more tribulations is a great idea. Indeed. Now that you've survived, I can tell you a bit more. You'll have to prepare yourself. Your attributes increase linearly, but the power of tribulations follows a square function. Priam frowned. You mean that if my first tribulation has a power of, say 1, then the second has a power of 4 and the third 9? Becca smiled with all his many teeth. Exactly. I like talking to people who know some mathematics. That explained why the shadow had such an influential power but had used it so little. It must have had many limitations. On the other hand, despite all its advantages, the wyvern had nearly killed him for good. By contrast, the first 2 tribulations were relatively straightforward. With his attributes, he could have crushed them. Priam thought about the future. If it were true, retrying a quadruple tribulation is madness, he realized. Becca shrugged. It was already madness the first time. But indeed, it's better to try as many tribulation as possible at the start of a tier. The difficulty resets during a tier up. It is why there is no tier 0 capable of killing gods. The soft cap gets terrifying pretty quickly. Priam squinted. But by improving my supremacies and familiarizing myself with my concepts, another quadruple tribulation is possible, right? Becca looked around nervously. I can't say too much. In theory, it's possible. But be careful. You're already going to cause quite a stir. There's no need to add to it. A stir? A successful tribulation earns you a bronze achievement. For a double, it's a silver one. You've managed a quadruple, and if I know how to count, that qualifies you for a legendary achievement. Priam nodded as he moved towards the pitcher containing the Gombubichapla. He refilled the glasses as he listened to Becca. A legendary achievement is rare, let alone for a tier 0. It may be announced to the whole sector. The sector? I forgot you were a country bumpkin, sighed the changeling. The concept's universe is divided into sectors. The system creates a sector, which may contain 1 or more galaxies, and fills it with new civilizations. After several tens of millions of years, the sector is considered mature and stops receiving newcomers. Without this, human civilization would be up against civilizations billions of years old and entire galaxies. The war wouldn't last an hour. What war? Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Forget it, Becca apologized with a wink. There's going to be a war, Priam realized. That's what awaits humanity later on. It's already forgotten. Priam smiled. So you think my achievement is going to be announced to a lot of people? Billions upon billions upon billions. Yes, it'll be great publicity for your race, Becca chuckled. The sheer numbers made Priam dizzy. But after all, if billions of civilizations had an infinite territory and millions of years to prosper, the population of one sector had to be immense. Becca rubbed his hands together with a sneer. When I think of how many bureaucrats are going to spend the next few weeks trying to decide how to kiss your ass, it makes me laugh. The system cut the changeling off mid-laugh. Announcement to Sector Hope. Arnold Netsky withstood a quadruple tribulation at tier 0. Final rank, sector, year, 2. The Varelagus will be rewarded for this feat. Priam opened his eyes wide and then burst out laughing. The Varelagus was a monster. Becker opened his mouth before being interrupted again. Announcement to Sector Hope. Tier L8 tilde Pilcrow GS8 tilde Pilcrow Gamid withstood a quadruple tribulation at Tier 0. Final rank, Sector, Year, for the Ezra will be rewarded for this feat. Priam's laughter continued to grow in intensity. As he read the unfamiliar name, his instincts told him it was one of his Elysian rivals. Becker looked at him, confused. 2 quadruple tribulations. 3 with you. That's impossible, said the changeling. Priam stopped laughing. If there are that many people in the area, it doesn't seem so unlikely to me. Does it? You don't understand. I've never seen these names before. I memorized all the most powerful factions long ago. These are unknowns. Besides, this kind of victory is normally kept secret. I encourage you to do it because you come from a new faction, and the system will protect humanity for some time. But no faction would announce the names of its geniuses for fear they'll be assassinated. Priam shrugged. Then you two, Tyr and Arnold, are with me in Elysium. In Elysium? Becker frowned before widening his eyes. Wait, you mean Elysium, the spearhead world? I mean Elysium, the world with the highest density of ether. Don't know about this spearhead thing, replied Priam. Becker remained silent for a few moments before emptying his glass again. That explains a few things. A quadruple tribulation, without the backing of a faction willing to sacrifice a fortune, is abnormal. Unofficially, I think there must be 3 or 4 a year in our sector. I only know one guy who's pulled off a triple, and I know a lot of people. Even so, their rank is really high. How so? To move up in rank, you have to not only survive a tribulation, but also brilliantly defeat it, Becker explained. Ranks 1 and 3 must be geniuses from certain imperial clans or divine children. On top of that, they're certainly on their 7th or even 8th tribulation at Tier 0. If I have to guess, you must be ranked 50th. Priam's lips stretched. He might have been lucky in the tutorial, but he'd earned his victory today. He opened his notification. Achievement, Legendary. You have withstood a quadruple tribulation at Tier 0. Your exceptional performance during this tribulation has earned you 1st place in the annual ranking. This year, among the countless Tier 0s enduring a tribulation in Sector Hope, you are the one who has most impressed the system. Message for Sector Hope. Priam Azura withstood a quadruple tribulation at Tier 0. Final rank, Sector, Year, 1. Humanity will be rewarded for this feat. The 7 concepts congratulate you. Potential plus 5,000. Fusion token, epic skill. Evolution token, legendary skill. Opportunity, Elysium. Image Tier L8 tilde Pilcrow GS8 tilde Pilcrow Gamid was a very busy Ezra. Despite this, he would never have refused to participate in a party. His people were few in number but biologically immortal. They all knew each other, and most of them liked each other. It was important because the slightest animosity could spread over millennia, taking on enormous proportions and poisoning the life of the entire community. Tyr smiled as he watched the banquet given in his honor. His compatriots were feasting and drinking, happy and proud to be one of the greatest races in this new sector. It was this kind of moment that brought them all together. It was that kind of moment that made his job easier, or rather, his jobs. At once lawman, judge, policeman and mediator, he was responsible for strengthening the bonds between the Ezra. He judged who was right and who was wrong, and the other Ezra praised his strength and wisdom. However, the strongest Ezra was also the youngest. He was born less than 3,000 years ago. Ezra women gave birth by fighting or hunting. When an Ezra woman wished to become pregnant, she would organize a wild hunt with her husband. The more exceptional the fight, the greater her chances of procreation. Her spirit and that of her husband would unite with the blood of the dead beast, creating a baby. The proud Ezra spent much of their time fighting. It was the basis of their way of life, their means of feeding themselves and perpetuating their race. When Arnold Netsky announced his victory, his comrades asked him to show his own. Tyr was a proud warrior and agreed. Tyr drained his mead as he thought of this Arnold. The Varelagus was in Elysium, and Tyr knew he would soon have the opportunity to prove his worth. Announcement to Sector Hope. Priam Azura withstood a quadruple tribulation at Tier 0. Final rank, Sector, Year, One humanity will be rewarded for this feat. To reread the message 3 times. He knew that Priam was also one of his rivals. Chasing away the notification, he looked around him. The party had gone silent. His 20 or so friends, the entirety of his race, stared at him strangely. Tyr stood up and looked at his wife, Freya. Sunshine, let's go practice. Image status, race change detected. Please read the notification regarding attribute calibration. He who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 22 hours 51 minutes 13. Tribulations are coming. Time, 182 days 23 hours 24 minutes 26 seconds. Becca crossed his arms, obviously annoyed by Priam's arrogant smile. Not bad, but the year's not over. Seeing an outsider take first place will set the competition alight. Priam harumphed. They've seen nothing yet. I have more tribulations coming up, a good opportunity to finish first of the decade, right? You should aim for the century, Becca quipped. The millennium. Give me 6 months, Priam declared. He meant it. The answer left Becca speechless before he burst out laughing. Okay, I'll take that bet. In any case, bravo to you. It's an impressive result, conceded the changeling. Priam puffed up his chest, and Becca shook his head. Don't let it go to your head. Right now, you're soaring, but you mustn't run out of steam. Opportunities and resources will get scarcer and the competition tougher, Becca warned him. Don't worry, I have enough stimulation in Elysium. For example, despite my superior rank, I'm sure Arnold is still stronger than me. Priam recalled his encounter with the Var Elegus. Eidetic memory was a bit hazy because his perspective at the time was so poor, but Priam remembered the attack that had killed him. Arnold had moved terribly fast. His attributes must already be around 250. The Var Elegus must have improved since then. Despite this, Priam was confident. The gap between them had narrowed thanks to his efforts. I'll be back, Arnold. When silence answered, Priam looked up. Becca was looking at him, seriously and embarrassed. What's going on? He asked. Becca sighed before speaking up. Can you tell me how you earned this rank? The achievement reward depends partly on one's rank, and a broken bar. I'm interested, he explained. Priam hesitated when he heard the question. He suspected that this kind of request was taboo. Of course, as a system employee, Becca couldn't hurt him or force him to tell the truth. However, Tribulation Hunter, and he who eludes death, had to remain secret for as long as possible. Priam attempted a half-truth. I got quite a few bonuses because the system has just integrated humanity. Becca shook his head. The system grades you according to the difficulty of your tribulations and your various bonuses and malices. Yeah. But above all, it looks at how well you complete your tribulations. According to you, Arnold is stronger than you and has probably finished his tribulations faster. Yet you're ahead of him, even though you're both part of a civilization. Priam reacted to the last sentence. What do you mean by that? Becca hesitated, then turned to the center of the room. He pointed to the miniature moon orbiting the Earth. It suddenly grew larger, and Priam hurriedly stepped back. It's an illusion, Becca reassured him. The scoundrel turned to hide his laughter. Fascinated, Priam observed the moon that housed the reunion. Massive, it housed a myriad of cities, arranged in circles of 8 domes. At the center of each circle was a mark resembling a stylized animal head. Are these Earl's locations? He asked. There are 3 for each group of 8 domes, confirmed Becca. These are the most powerful nobles? If he could improve, Moon Earl, by the end of the reunion. Becca laughed. They're a marquis, but you're too weak. Where? On Earth. Priam remembered the drake he'd seen flying when he'd reached the moon's upper atmosphere during his battle with the eagle. His new instinct trembled with impatience. If I kill this monster, I'll improve my draconic bloodline. The monster would undoubtedly make mincemeat of Priam, but his curiosity demanded an answer. Where's the portal to get there? Becca burst out laughing. Seconds later, as Priam began to take offense, he apologized. Sorry, but it's just that the system isn't that nice. You want to go to Earth? Then fly. There's no air in space, so you won't slow down. It might even give you a title. Priam opened his mouth before closing it again. The idea seemed ridiculous, but Reunion wasn't a prison or a sandbox. He could go anywhere. Maybe with kinetic control. Priam grimaced. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was about 384,000 kilometers. Light took just over a second to travel that distance. Reunion had less than 3 days left, so he would have to fly at more than 1.5 kilometers per second to reach it before the end. Hard, but not impossible. Becca, seeing Priam in deep thought, interrupted him. You might be able to do it, but can you survive without oxygen? Priam grimaced. It was indeed an important detail. Space travel wasn't just around the corner. Killjoy. No Earth, for now then. But that doesn't answer my question. Why would being part of a civilization affect my rank? Becca ran a hand through his hair. Before realizing his human form was bald, he grunted, and a moment later, a mass of hair sprouted on his head. The changeling had no problem with baldness. I just know that the system treats beasts and beings belonging to a civilization differently. Don't ask me the specifics. The changeling turned to the moon hologram. Look, said Becca, pointing to one of the marks. It represented a roaring lion. When the change form's finger touched it, an image appeared, and Priam recognized Seyfarma finishing his tribulation. Seconds later, he would die by Priam's hand. He was an Earl with attributes far superior to yours. Yet he only triggered one tribulation. The reason is that beasts have more permissive thresholds. That's one of the differences. If you must know, the threshold also changes according to race. Without it, some mythical creatures would face several tribulations in their mother's womb, or in their egg. That's unfair, remarked Priam. Seyfarma looked majestic in the picture. A few seconds later, he would be dead. I had to take every chance I could. Becca shrugged. Wild beasts have no ancestors to guide them. They rarely have the opportunity to buy resources or skill blueprints. Above all, there are few of them to awaken superior intelligence and therefore make the most of the system. Yes, but they gain attributes just by getting older, Priam remarked. Seyfarma had been immensely physically powerful, and Priam found it hard to imagine the Earl doing pull-ups and push-ups. Their bloodline helps them, yes, but it's the same for you, right? You've absorbed dragon blood, phoenix blood, and there's something else. Naturally, they'll strengthen your body in the long run. Priam thought again about his new race. As soon as the conversation's over, I'll look at it. The image continued to move, and soon Priam saw Seyfarma confronting a man and a woman. The lion fought them off, only to be killed moments later by Priam. Promes pierced the boss, leaving behind a trail of carnage. He had managed to withstand his tribulation, and yet, Becca nodded. Tribulations are a system tool to concentrate resources on the most powerful warriors and craftsmen. However, wars and assassinations cause the most deaths in this universe, by far. The video looped at the beginning of the lion's tribulation, and Priam frowned. Now that I think about it, he survived his tribulation. So did I, and so did 2 other Elysians. That's a lot, Priam remarked. Becca snorted. It's called a survivor bias. You're a monster, so you made it. We'll see what you say in 10 years when millions of humans will have died. In Tier 0, the first tribulation has a mortality rate of 99%. The next ones are around 90%. You can do the math. So many deaths, lamented Priam. It makes you wonder how it's possible to reach Tier 5. Becca shrugged. There are billions of humans. With your reproductive capacity, if you develop well, you'll produce a Tier 5 every century or so. Think of the number of civilizations in a sector. Think of the number of sectors. That's not counting your racial talent, which is really powerful. Priam took a moment to do the math before nodding. Becca was right. But if he was, there should be many Tier 9s in the universe by now. Most Tier 5s don't age anymore and have got what they wanted. Why should they fight to become Tier 6s? Questioned Becca. So they don't lose everything if a Tier 6 wants their resources, knowledge, or empire, retorted Priam. Because eternal life without surprise, danger, or novelty is boring. Out of curiosity, out of ambition, Priam didn't want to die, but his desire for power was not solely dictated by fear of death. Becca took a long look at Priam before replying. These are good reasons for you, Priam. Maybe for humans in general. But not all races think like you. Take an earthworm and turn them into a god. Will they want to explore the cosmos in search of loose, element-rich soil? They might. But when they find it, they'll remain an almost immortal earthworm, happy to enjoy simple pleasures. Behind Becca and the image of the moon, the earth was still spinning. Priam thought about the changeling's words, and this one made sense. Humans were curious by nature. Not all races thought alike. Still, there should be plenty of Tier 7, 8 and 9 other beings capable of destroying entire galaxies. Priam didn't like being at the mercy of that kind of power. If he had to be honest, he was mostly curious. He was already impressed by his powers at Tier 0. What were the limits of a Tier 9? Becca shook his head. There's a Tier 8, sent by the system, who presides over the sector, but I don't know of any others. There aren't that many, but we're a young sector. Priam almost asked another question but sensed that Becca had more to say. The fear of death eventually paralyzes us, but also the psychological side of tribulations. Yours has caused many deaths and it's not a coincidence. Priam nodded. He suspected as much. Clearly, the system wanted to change his state of mind, or at least make him mentally stronger. A tragic experience was the best way to make a human grow up, but nobody wanted to experience that. After all, it was also the best way to break a soul. Above all, it didn't take away all of his responsibility. People died because of his actions. Finally, there's something else. The more tribulations you pass per tier, the further away the thresholds of the following tiers are. Most Tier 5s in the sector have passed the minimum possible tribulations per tier. 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. That's the optimal ratio to reach Tier 5 and help your faction for eternity. However, they're too weak to survive the transition to Tier 6. They have no momentum left, Priam realized. Exactly, agreed Becca. One piece of information had caught Priam's eye. When you say you have to pass as many tribulations as possible per tier, Becca interrupted him. I can't say more to a Tier 0, so don't look at me like that. Priam frowned. He would try as many tribulations as possible, of course, but he would have liked to know why. If I understand correctly, he continued, only the CRA tilde diaresis meter la CRA tilde diaresis meter la CRA tilde diaresis me can attempt multiple tribulations per tier, and that's up to Tier 9? Seems logical to me. Becca pouted. Priam realized that the changeling had no idea. The shapeshifter was much stronger than Priam but wasn't a Tier 5. Tier 4? More like Tier 3. Becca seemed to hesitate before continuing. As I said, if you could explain how you achieved such a high rank, it would help me with my next tribulation. Priam remained silent as he made his decision. The changeling had been a great help, both in learning Micro and in answering his questions. Understanding the system that now governed his life seemed important. I can't tell you everything because I have secrets, Priam announced, and Becca nodded. But I have theories, and we can discuss them. I think my rank was great because I managed to do something almost unique. Lance 1, you want me to kill him? Asked Louis. No, not yet. Anyway, I won't give him the joy of being a martyr. It would sully my son's image. Alan was a patient man. At 80, patience was a useful quality. After all, before the system, it would take him almost 20 seconds to get down the stairs. Even so, the situation was beginning to bore him. Part of the city was in ruins, and some inhabitants had been wounded. This number was relatively low, thanks to a joint effort by many factions and individuals. A few thousand were slightly injured, and a few hundred were seriously wounded. Hundreds were missing, with no family or friends to identify them. The death toll had risen to 708, and some were still between life and death. The figure could have been much higher, but human cooperation had saved many lives. Unfortunately, this cooperation was coming to an end. Priam must be judged by the people. He must swear an oath of protection to humanity, shouted a man blocking the entrance to the ducal palace. The crowd in front of him was silent. After all, his son had saved more than a tenth of the people present. The population had seen him fight and sweat for them. These tribulations are his fault. The dead cry out for vengeance. He is the author of your tears. The rant went on, and Alan's anger mounted. Are you sure? Offered Louis. I can't stand his voice. I'll take care of it, replied Alan. Rule by fear, that's his plan. Rise, you who suffer so much, and expose his crimes. Alan had heard enough. He walked over to the man and grabbed his wrist. The man turned, surprised, and his surprise increased when Alan swept him off his feet. Abruptly falling to the ground, he let out a cry of pain. Alan looked down at him. Excuse me, but my memory is failing. Can you remind me where you were when my son was lending a helping hand to these people? How? I can't hear you. A broken bar. Besides, who are you? Louis laughed. Insulting a son in front of his father was a bad idea. Image status, race change detected. Please read the notification regarding attribute calibration. He who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 22 hours 41 minutes 7s. Tribulations are coming. Time, 182 days 23 hours 14 minutes 20 seconds. Priam closed the door to Becca's office. The rest of their conversation had given the changeling ideas. He who eludes death was an alien talent he had no chance of reproducing, and Priam had no interest in telling him about it. What they had discussed was the possibility of using titles or talents to steal affinities from concepts. This was something Becca had never heard of. Priam could do it every day of the week with Tribulation Hunter. Whether this only works for Tribulations remains to be seen. The more he thought about it, the more Priam was convinced that the system wasn't against a user trying to take advantage of the rules. It was almost encouraged. The Tribulations were both a trial and reward. Descending the steps to leave the Colosseum, Priam abruptly stopped. On the second floor, Mercury was waiting. The merchant looked up at Priam and smiled. Priam descended the last steps and shook hands with the merchant. I suppose Sphinx was able to pass the urn to you? Asked Priam. Indeed, smiled Mercury. I've been informed that you found your father safe and sound. I'm very happy for you. I'll keep looking for your sister. Thank you, Priam replied. The system had told him that his sister was not on the moon, but perhaps the merchant would find someone who had seen her on another world. He kept that to himself. After all, Mercury had specified in their contract that his search would stop at the moon and reunion. Sorry, Mercury, but this is too important to be honest. I don't suppose you came here just for that? No indeed. I think we can still help each other, Mercury said in a low voice. Meaning, you have enemies who spread a broken bar annoying information, shall we say? They're trying to undermine your authority as champion by accusing you of sacrificing innocent lives to temporize your tribulations, Mercury said, probing Priam's eyes. Priam's gaze remained clear. On the one hand, because the mist concept he controlled now deeply penetrated his being, a kind of cloud now covered his eyes. His gaze could now disconcert those who plunged into it. On the other hand, Priam was determined to assume his responsibilities. That's both true and false, admitted Priam. To tell you the truth, I didn't think about the dangers to the inhabitants. I was fighting for my life and did what I had to do to survive. However, at no time did I deliberately place the life of an innocent person between myself and danger. I spent about 20 hours saving hundreds, maybe even thousands, of innocent people. Priam's gaze hardened. I have wrongs that I intend to right to the best of my ability. If any factions try to play with that, I'll destroy them. Mercury recoiled, and Priam realized that he had just used his domain. The champion of humanity's aura was heavy. Sorry, I haven't yet mastered all the subtleties of my supremacy, he apologized. Mercury swallowed and smiled again. The man was a professional. Priam had to give him that. It's nothing. To tell you the truth, it's even a good experience because I'm sure some people will try to pressure me with this technique. In fact, that's part of the reason I came here today, he explained. I've got a proposition for you if you'll listen to me. Priam agreed. Maintaining a cordial relationship with Mercury was a good idea. Even the best fighter would need information to apply his force. Image on the second floor of the Colosseum was a restaurant. It was empty when Mercury and Priam entered. A robot led them into a private lounge, where the two men took their seats. It's not crowded, Priam remarked, observing an empty wall opposite him. The room was tastefully decorated in an almost Baroque woodwork style. Only the wall seemed strangely simple. Too simple. The restaurant is closed to the public. You have to reach Wave 20 or possess a noble title to enter, smiled Mercury. Priam smiled. Without me, you'd be stuck outside the door, wouldn't you? Mercury let out a small laugh. Indeed, I'm taking advantage of your prestige. In exchange, I invite you, he offered. Just as Priam was about to nod, the robot spoke up. That won't be necessary, Sir Mercury. Earl Priam is the reunion's first gladiator. As such, all his consumptions are on the house. Priam turned to the robot. Resembling a white droid, it was almost invisible to his mist. Even the synthetic waiter is stronger than me. The merchant's discomforted expression made him smile. I'm reassured, you don't know everything, Priam teased. What's the point of this wall? He then asked the robot. This is an enchanted panel, allowing you to observe public or paid matches taking place in the arena or any recorded match to which you have access, informed the artificial intelligence. MMH. Is there a match right now? Yes, Lord Priam. There are 3 paying matches at the moment. As if to prove himself, Mercury took a Baron core out of his pocket and threw it at the robot. It grabbed the core, and the wall was activated. 3 miniatures were available, and Priam clicked on one before sitting opposite Mercury. It was important to observe and analyze the strength of his fellow creatures. The 2 men ordered and began chatting while waiting for the service. I'm looking for information, Mercury explained. First, about your tribulations, but also about the evolution of our race. Tribulations, I can understand. We'll discuss that later. But what do you mean by the evolution of the human race? My identification is an epic rarity skill, the merchant clarified. On hearing this, Priam sighed. He had no desire to be an open book. Eidetic memory then reminded him of the blueprint he had extorted from Anne. Mask should be able to hide my most secret information. What do you see? Questioned Priam. That your race has changed. You're now a... Wait. Interrupted Priam. Give me a few seconds. Priam finally opened his notifications. He certainly should have looked at them earlier, but he'd always found an excuse to put it off. The reason was obvious. He was afraid to read that he was no longer human. Priam wanted to become strong. However, giving up his humanity was an important step. The system was objective, so its opinion had value. Priam inhaled calmly. Come on, Priam, be brave. Log, reward chosen. Racial upgrade, human. Start of procedure. Analysis of code and genetic structure. Analysis of code and ethereal structure. Error. The target's ethereal code contains alien sections. Risk of bloodline pollution if heavy system intervention. Solution. End of upgrade. Error. Absolute upgrade. Tribulation reward. Solution. Holistic improvement of the organism from existing elements. Zero risk of pollution. Analysis of the ethereal and genetic code and structure of humanity. 5,684,126,532 individuals of the human race detected. Requirement: conservation of the user's ego and personality. Preservation of his main traits, qualities and defects. Execution of the solution. Data compilation. Creation of a temporary world. Implantation test NA degrees 1. Modification of the subject. Subject deceased. Failure. Implantation test NA degrees 2. Modification of the subject. Subject deceased. Failure. Implementation test NA degrees 069 115 109 101 101 032 105 115 032 117 110 100 101 114 032 115 117 114 118 101 105 108 108 097 100 and 10099 101. Subject modification. Critical success. Observation: the subject brings together the best traits of humanity. His genetic code and structure are incredibly stable. His ethereal code and structure are incredibly stable. User modification. Done. Successfully created Tier 1 race. Would you like to choose a name? No name suggested. The system names this new race High Human, Tier 1, The origins of the Homo genus date back some 3 million years. 300,000 years ago, successive evolutions finally created the first Homo sapiens. Those primates succeeded in colonizing their native planet. At the pinnacle of evolution, humanity is characterized by a phenomenal capacity for physical and mental adaptation. This trait is written into its ethereal code. After extensive testing and using all available samples, the system recompiled the code, retaining the best features. This new race is called High Human. Their main characteristic is an exceptional adaptation. Non-exhaustive list of race benefits, a malleable genetic code, constantly seeking to mutate. Favorable mutations spread throughout the body. Increased density of improved mitochondria per cell. Reformatting of neuronal and nerve architecture. Rapid correction of genetic anomalies. Improved immune defenses. Increased bone and muscle density. Absolute pitch/tetrachromacy/tapetum lucidum/a broken bar. Caution: don't confuse High Human with Junkie. PHY +20 Men +20. System note: a High Human is the ultimate form of its previous existence, created from the sum of its race's particular and mostly beneficial evolutions. For the moment, there is no known superior race. The only tier-up possibilities are absorption of alien codes, catalyzing new spontaneous developments with racial talent, modification of tribulation thresholds, to avoid unnecessarily restricting users whose race has the potential for rapid development. The system grants different tribulation thresholds according to the race's tier. High Human is a Tier 1 race. The new thresholds are now every 1 + 100. Next thresholds: 12 attributes greater than 200, 3 attributes greater than 400, 1 attribute greater than 600. Tribulations on hold: 0. Improved racial talent. Humanity adapts. Silver becomes High Human adaptation, Gold. High Human adaptation, Gold. The wearer adapts physically and mentally to situations and environments. The more hostile the environment or situation, the faster the adaptation. Titles obtained: Primogenitor, Gold. You are the pioneer of a new race. It's your job to keep improving it. Your charisma doubles when you talk to a member of your own or your original race. Char +30%. Woha broken bar. I might as well see my last notification. Horseman of the Apocalypse, Legendary. You're already a legend. Take control of your destiny. Choose one of the proposals and chart your course: death, famine, war, and conquest. Conquest. You are an artificial force. As such, you refuse to bow to fate and nature. Conquest is a force that gains in power until it is stopped. Become the unstoppable juggernaut. In this merciless world, you're charting your course. Long may it be. In battle, every enemy you defeat temporarily increases your momentum. STR +20%. Char +10%. Viva +10%. Priam looked slightly up at Mercury and saw that the man had closed his eyes. The merchant was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. It's my charisma, Priam realized. With his progenitor bonus, it was now challenging to escape his allure. I'll have to be careful if I don't want to manipulate people unintentionally. Priam tried to diminish his aura, and Mercury gave him a grateful look. Learning to control his new attributes, Priam gradually calmed down. He began by lightly testing his domain before stopping. His will was terrifying, and his sphere of authority had increased in volume. Moreover, Priam sensed that a qualitative change was approaching. There's a 500-point cap. He understood. A few seconds later, he reread the notification. It was useless with his memory, but it couldn't hurt. There was good news and bad news. He began by analyzing the main bad news. Tribulation thresholds did depend on race. During its growth, a High Human, with its capacity for adaptation, would undoubtedly manage to exceed 100 points in its physical and mental attributes. To avoid killing adolescents or children, the system modified the thresholds. Only multiples of 200 would now trigger a tribulation. It was good news because Priam wouldn't have to spend the next 6 months avoiding improving his attributes. It was terrible news, as it meant that a Tier 4 race would have, on average, twice as many attributes as a High Human for the same number of tribulations. That's why a dragon is mighty. With that kind of disadvantage, I'll have to work hard to catch up. But if I can a broken bar for someone willing to work hard, it was potentially positive. Priam thought he could withstand another 5 or 6 tribulations before moving to Tier 1. That meant 10 tribulations at Tier 0. A Tier 9 race being would have to push all its attributes over 3,000 to reach that figure. Reaching those heights at Tier 0 seemed unlikely unless you spent centuries there. In practical terms, Priam was quite happy that humanity was Tier 0. The road would be much longer, but his summit could be higher. When the robot returned with their dishes, Priam let his joy explode as he reread the description of his race a third time. His relief was palpable. He was still human. He was just a flawless human, with all the genetic and ethereal qualities of his congeners. His laughter calmed as he analyzed this thought. Although objective, this information could lead to a feeling of superiority. I'll have to never mistreat anyone because I'm more powerful, he promised himself. I'll use my powers to explore the world's wonders and magic. Priam analyzed his emotions for a moment before smiling. His personality hadn't changed. He was still the same. Moreover, the system allowed every man and woman to become a high human. Rather than fairness, it was equality. Reassured, Priam looked again at Mercury. Any good news? Asked the merchant. I'm a high human. In practical terms, the two men met while Priam explained a few things to Mercury. In the arena, the human finally forfeited after the 12th wave. The summon falcons were too quick for him. The meal ended calmly. Your information is valuable. I just would have thought you'd want to draw up a contract with me before sharing it. Originally, yes, admitted Priam. I like to ensure everyone holds up their end of the bargain. But you're a merchant. If I'd negotiated your help, you'd have had the advantage with your skills. Mercury grinned. Not sure. You have extremely high charisma, making you almost impervious to social manipulation. My skills help me use my charisma, but even the best sword can't pierce a concrete wall. Priam chuckled. You'd be surprised. Right, it's a new world. Anyway, you've helped me. Since you didn't let me set the limits of my investment, I guess it's up to me to decide. Exactly, smiled Priam. Despite his modest words, Mercury was an expert in negotiations. When you couldn't fight, you might as well cooperate in the name of a future cordial relationship. I intend to help humanity survive this apocalypse. If that's your project too, you'd better help me. Mercury beckoned to the robot waiting by the door. Coffee, please. No sugar. He turned back to Priam. You've survived a quadruple tribulation, Priam. This reunion looks huge, but it's an illusion. I've seen one of the capitals of this sector. This world is huge. Infinite even. And you're already making waves in the ocean. Tiny little waves, but that's enough for me. I'll help you. Mercury pulled a few pieces of paper from his pocket. Here are the names of the factions that annoy you. We can try to buy them all. He looked at Priam, uncertain. We scare them. If that's not enough, we kill them, confirmed Priam. This world has changed, and so have I. Trying to disrupt law and order to scrape together power. Humanity doesn't need this kind of individual. The merchant nodded, reassured. Good. Their bases are in several domes, so I'll handle that. You need to make a public speech. Reassure people, with your charisma, your strength, your lord title, and my skills, we'll be able to persuade the population that you're not a monster. Priam winced. Listen Mercury, I appreciate you trying to help me, but I refuse to magically manipulate thousands of people. Someone tried it with me, and I hated it. Priam remembered Anne. He should have killed her, but he'd been weak then. Not anymore. Mercury frowned. Your insinuation is insulting. I simply want to present you in a good light. I want to emphasize your qualities, your acts of bravery, and the role you can play as a champion. As a guardian. When I said skills, I meant increasing your eloquence, helping you find the words and feel the audience's emotions. Nothing more. Excuse me, I misunderstood. But people already know that. No, number. They know that a superpowered man exists. That this Priam brought calamity to their city. That he fought for them afterward. They wonder, why did he help us? Mercury snapped his fingers. Deep down, They're hoping for a hero to protect them from the horrors of the system. They need hope. They need a symbol. They need to put a shining face on this overpowering unknown. They'd like to see themselves in you. They'll talk about you. Their children will see you as a hero. They'll recognize your mistakes, making you human in their eyes. It's not just a mistake. People died because of me. True, but will you allow me a personal opinion? Asked Mercury. Priam nodded. You're too powerful, Priam. Above all, we need you. Unfortunately, that means you'll be your only real judge. It's up to you to choose whether these dead will eat away at you or be a force you'll use to better yourself. Silence greeted Mercury's statement. The merchant sipped his coffee while Priam pondered. Finally, he answered, let's do it. Mercury smiled before coming to a halt. Reaching out, he listened to something before sighing. Is there a problem? Asked Priam. I've just received a report. There's an influential man who needs convincing. He's too strong for me to kill and too influential to bend. Mercury apologized. He'd like to meet you. Who is it? Asked Priam. Prometheus, the Divine King. Priam nodded. Where and when? Now and here. He's waiting for you in the arena, sword in hand. That's the kind of talk I like, grinned Priam. His body was bursting with power, and he needed a release. I'm going to crush him. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical, strength 231, plus 58, constitution 373, plus 26, agility 277, plus 49, vitality 370, plus 30, perception 450, plus 24, mental, vivacity 277, plus 76, dexterity 321, plus 32, memory 70, plus 20, willpower 406, plus 26, charisma 333, plus 111, meta affinity 216, meta focus 167, plus 12, meta endurance 119, meta perception 71, meta chance 198, potential 5866, plus 4868, tier 0, he who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 21 hours 30 minutes 57. Tribulation, no tribulation pending. Future tribulations delayed until, time, 182 days 22 hours 4 minutes 10 seconds. Blueberry advanced with difficulty. Following his trail, a group of humans were stalking him. The liters of blood he was losing weren't helping him outrun his adversaries. He had tried to confront them, but despite his physical superiority, his enemies were professionals. Their teamwork was impeccable. They must have known each other for a long time, for they had started communicating in signs when they realized that Blueberry understood their language. So, he was forced to flee, using his skills to widen the gap between them. Unfortunately, his injuries were affecting his stamina. His body was becoming heavy, but Blueberry remained hopeful. He was almost there. In the distance, a half-destroyed dome indicated the location of New Earth. In his arms, he held the treasure that had triggered the greed of the group of humans. In the sunlight, the crimson fruit glistened. It's just ahead. The Ursat cursed in bear language. Gathering the last of his strength, he accelerated. Hurry up, Priam, or all you'll have left will be crimson seeds. Image landowner, informed Priam of the presence of any individual on his territory. For example, he detected Sphinx, who was currently visiting the ducal palace. He was surprised she hadn't started her visit with him, but she must have had a reason. His friend was not alone. Beside her was Rose. Priam sighed, thinking of the young orphan. Anatil deserved death, and Priam had given it to him. He had no regrets about what he'd done. The man would have destroyed humanity in his quest to resurrect his family. Justice was on his side, but Rose has every right to hate him. Priam didn't know how to react to the young girl. As he reached the second floor of the Colosseum, he shook his head. There were more important matters at hand. Using micro, he refocused. The mist concept trembled before covering his useless thoughts. With his back straight, Priam pushed open the door to the arena. Beneath the sand, The stone floor was magically reinforced. The bleachers were packed. Some 300 people had taken their seats. Priam smiled as he felt the weight of their attention. He raised his hand in Maya's direction. The mercenary leader had come with a few of her men. Analyzing the power of the champion of humanity was undoubtedly one of her missions. Maya smiled and returned his greeting. Priam's attention then turned to the man in front of him. Identification. Prometheus, king by divine right. A king's duty is to protect his people. Prometheus places his duty above all else. As usual, the description of the system was brief. In fact, it didn't do the man justice. Priam had already seen him from afar, but now that he was observing him up close, his aura was undeniable. Tall, with silver hair and tanned skin, Prometheus analyzed him in return. The warrior king exuded an intense aura. He was used to wearing his armor. 200 points of charisma. Priam's new instinct told him this was the limit below which it was impossible to fully deploy someone's power against the divine king. Priam smiled as he felt his competitive spirit roar. He deployed the full intensity of his aura. Conversations fell silent instantly. Priam's domain, his various bloodlines, the superiority of his race, his exceptional charisma doubled by primogeniture, and the mist concept merged to create an oppressive atmosphere. Most of the audience shrank back in their seats, trembling. Only the warriors maintained any semblance of control, but Moon Mist could detect the profuse perspiration of some of them. New discovery: charisma can be used offensively. Prometheus' reaction was highly controlled. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he nodded. "Thank you for agreeing to the meeting, Lord Priam." "It's only natural, Lord Prometheus." The king smiled as he heard Priam deny him his title. Priam returned the smile. He also withdrew his aura, allowing the spectators to breathe normally again. "I'll be brief, because I don't think anyone here has time to waste. Before we fight, could we have an explanation of what happened here?" asked Prometheus. Priam nodded. His mist perception told him that Mercury had just nodded. Everything was ready, and the show could begin. The Lord of New Earth deployed his charisma and activated the dome. "For those who don't know me, I'm Priam Azura, the champion of humanity." He introduced himself to the large audience. "Without information about my tribulations, I had to flee to stay alive. A clue from the system directed me to New Earth. I wanted to use the barrier to temporize my tribulations. Unfortunately, their power took me by surprise." Hundreds of inhabitants were unable to shelter from the tears of Damocles in time or were hunted down by the locusts. Some died under attack by the former Lord of New Earth, others by locals who took advantage of the chaos to settle their score. Priam paused, aware that he was being listened to by the entire population of New Earth. Unbeknownst to the spectators present, part of humanity was hearing his speech. They would also see the fight. "This new universe wants to crush our cohesion. The Revenants are attacking us from within. Outside, other civilizations want to see us fall. Humans now participate in factional wars that have nothing to do with us. Our only chance of surviving the next reunions and the next civilization's wars is to be united," declaimed Priam, looking at each spectator. Finally, he turned to Prometheus. "Of course, this must not obscure my responsibilities. Despite my ignorance, despite my will, the tribulations the system unleashed against me killed innocent people. It is partly my fault, and I don't wish to hide the truth. To redeem myself, I intend to help humanity, starting with the survivors and the victims' families. The Wyvern's body will be auctioned off. The proceeds will go to the injured, the families and the search for their loved ones." Priam paused to give the survivors time to digest his words. "I can't resurrect them," he declared. "However, I will do what is in my power, now and in the future, to help humanity. I will be one of the pioneers to protect humanity and pave a safe path for our children. I will be the spear of humanity." Priam remained silent and listened to landowner. Seconds passed as the title remained silent, and stress began to rise in Priam. Suddenly, a trickle of approval flowed through him. The trickle quickly turned into a torrent. Other emotions were also present, some positive and some negative. He hadn't managed to convince everyone. Nevertheless, he had convinced most. Priam was relieved. Humanity's cohesion was more important than his regrets. He had told no lies as he intended to be humanity's spear, not its shield. He would leave that role to the man in front of him. Prometheus nodded slowly. Good. Everyone will make up their minds. I'd like to add for the citizens listening that Earl Priam Azura also came to the aid of hundreds of inhabitants yesterday for over 20 hours. That's why we're facing each other today in a one-on-one arena. Without it, myself and my army would have fought to the death against a tyrant. Priam raised an amused eyebrow at the thinly veiled threat. Another part of his conscience admired Prometheus's courage, or temerity. The man was thoughtfully prepared to die for his ideas and humanity. Or maybe he thinks he has a chance. Time to wake him up. Let's get started if you don't mind, suggested Priam. Prometheus stood guard and donned his helmet. Priam invoked Promus and pulled his cloak of mist tighter around him. Showing himself naked to all the human race was not part of his plan. The fog shook before revealing his spear. Priam seized it. I've connected this Colosseum to the network. The fight will be projected onto the facades of all the Colosseums in the reunion. Show them who their champion is, Becca's voice whispered in his ear. Priam smiled. It was time to give these people something to dream about. For the rest of his reign, every one of Prometheus' actions would highlight Priam's power in the eyes of the human race. A gong sounded. Using micro to the full, Priam accelerated. A second later, he had crossed the 50 meters separating him from his adversary. Reaching out with his arm, he brought Promus back in an arc designed to decapitate Prometheus. The king raised his sword and intercepted the attack. Priam transmitted a tenth of his kinetic energy reserves. The swordsman took her off like a cannonball, accelerating from 0 to 1,000 kilometers per hour in a fraction of a second. The next instant, the king crashed into the circular wall of the arena. Supernaturally solid, the wall did not tremble. Prometheus collapsed to the ground, and Priam winced. Perhaps he'd overdone it. This kind of attack was capable of incapacitating a Viscount. Coughing, the swordsman slowly rose to his feet. His golden eyes stared back at Priam, and he snapped back into guard. This time, a golden flame enveloped his blade, and Priam squinted. His instincts told him that his constitution would not protect him. A mastery? Priam got back into position. He was there to put on a show, after all. Leaping forward, he broke through the mist and came face to face with the Divine King. Spear strike, guided his strike, and Prometheus blocked again. His speed was uncanny, his arms blocking faster than his body would let on. An acceleration skill. Suddenly, a domain compressed Priam. His eyes widened as he summoned his own domain. The sensation disappeared, but Prometheus' blade was already too close. A block of ultra-condensed mist-turned water appeared to slow the attack. Prometheus' flame evaporated the water. Kinetic control. Promus's shaft parried the attack, sending Priam reeling backward. Pressing his advantage, Prometheus advanced. His attacks were swift, precise and powerful. Battle flow began to activate, and Draconic instinct roared. Priam parried high and low, then dodged a blow. LVL up, dodge, LVL 13 Agi +1. Despite his advantages, Priam retreated. His opponent was a true warrior who knew how to use a sword. Fortunately, his physical and mental advantages enabled Priam to withstand the barrage of blows that assailed him. Prometheus's sword became blurred, and Priam's instincts stirred. Focus, bullet time. Promus trembled in his hand, and Priam smiled. For the first time, he had the opportunity to learn. His perception synergized with his domain and mist to capture Prometheus's movements. The king's speed suddenly doubled, and Priam activated kinetic control with his domain. The warrior slowed for a moment. Priam took the opportunity to drive his spear forward. Promus approached the king's face, who smiled. Grab. The king's domain activated, countering Priam's. Their supremacies were of equal strength. Recovering his speed, Prometheus lunged, trying to pierce Priam. Promus's long reach was a problem for quick defense. Priam thus teleported his weapon into his left hand and parried, laughing. LVL up, battle flow, LVL 4 pick +1 dex +2. You have gained the skill, parry, common. Parry, common. When attacked, you can either take, block or dodge. Dodging is often the best solution, but if that's impossible, Knowing how to parry an attack can be useful. A good parry can enable a counterattack or help you reposition yourself. Blocking isn't just about stopping an attack. A fight must be fluid. Don't forget that. There is a block skill, too, but it's for social network fights. STR+1. A kick in the sand, accompanied by a kinetic charge, forced Prometheus to cover his face. Some of the grains embedded themselves in his skin, and the king grunted. Priam thrust, and only Prometheus' domain warned him of the attack. The king blocked and counterattacked. Priam resumed his defense. His skills enabled him to understand attacks, and his instincts warned him of feints. Little by little, his vivacity analyzed his opponent's style. LVL up, spear strike, LVL 6 STR+2 Dex +1. 30 seconds into the match, Priam wasn't yielding ground anymore. Promes trembled in his hand, sending a feeling of happiness to its bearer. The spear was happy that he was improving. LVL up, focus, LVL 26 PK +1 Viva +1 Dex +1. Priam smiled. His mastery of the spear was increasing, and he was beginning to glimpse the path to the last supremacy. Suddenly, Prometheus stooped and attacked his legs. Priam's instincts shook, which saved him. Broad spectrum vision, ether perception. His skills revealed the truth. Prometheus could manipulate light and the attack was covered in an illusion. The king's error was that he only manipulated the visible spectrum. I can still see it in the infrared. LVL up, broad spectrum vision, LVL 2 PK +1. Priam pretended to fall into the trap and planted Promes in the sand, as if to block Prometheus' phantom attack. The real blade reached his shoulder and came to rest on the cloak of mist. It locally solidified into S to stop the weapon for an instant. Meanwhile, a spike of ice, created in the king's back, was fired. Kinetic control. Pot -5. Prometheus twisted and dodged the attack, which penetrated Priam's cloak of mist. The ice spike fused with his coat, and Priam squinted. The spike had been manipulated to narrowly avoid Prometheus. According to ether perception, at least 6 skills had been used to slightly deflect its trajectory. Something's wrong, he's got too many skills. There seemed to be some kind of ether link between Prometheus and other external sources, but Priam's perception was too weak to trace the connection. Prometheus stood up with a smile. I think we can go all out. I'm here to discover my limits, not to teach you how to hold your spear. Priam burst out laughing. You're digging your own grave. It was time to impress the audience. Moon mist, activated fully, and a torrent of mist appeared in the arena. Prometheus raised his blade. Mastery, sword, judgment. His body began to tremble, and Priam activated his potential momentarily. The whole arena was covered by his mist, and kinetic control helped him create hailstones. Pot -30. Prometheus threw himself forward as a tornado of mist lifted. Priam disappeared into the mist. Surprised, Prometheus stopped in the center of the tornado. An instant later, thousands of steel concept-infused hailstones attacked him. One after another, the ice marbles tried to riddle the king, and he quickly blocked them. Despite his speed, stopping 100 attacks per second was impossible. Each hailstone had a speed of almost 1,000 kilometers per hour. Blood was beginning to flow from some of the king's wounds. The hailstones should tear him to pieces. His mastery is protecting him. LVL up, moon mist, LVL 40 PK +4 Char +2 Meta, Afi, +3. Moon mist has reached level 40. As an epic skill, a bonus is available. Choose one of these 3 options. Protective mist, bullet time, is automatically triggered when bodies traveling at dangerous speeds pass through your mist. Your body is automatically merged with the mist. Pot -30. Storm allows you to turn a small part of your mist into ice or water vapor. Requires a lot of energy. Pot -30. Domain and concept. Your domain may extend faintly into the area your mist concept reaches. Pot -30. Priam's body had merged with his mist, but his spirit smiled. The changes from the bonuses offered at level 20 were incredible. Priam hesitated for a moment before choosing domain and concept. The 2 words were important, and the bonus potential was great. Storm could help him master kinetic control, but Priam had enough potential for that. Protective mist was almost useless with his new draconic instinct. Pot -30. Domain and concept. Your domain may extend faintly into the area your mist concept reaches. Priam smiled, feeling his domain begin to expand in the raging tornado. The sight must have been impressive, for some spectators were pale. Without the protection of the Colosseum, every hailstone was lethal. Priam's perception was watching the battle. The king's wounds were piling up. Suddenly, with a howl of rage, Prometheus struck at the heart of the mist. His sword disappeared, as if sinking into the dimensional fabric. Priam was everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, yet the attack hit him right in the heart. When an iron will back to mastery, nothing could stop it. Instantly, the mist dissipated, and the hailstones fell to the ground. In the center of the arena, the two adversaries looked at each other. Priam raised his left hand and closed it on the sword's blade. Prometheus opened his eyes wide as Priam summoned Promus in his right hand. Tribulation-piercing spear, kinetic control. Promus accelerated towards the king. He tried unsuccessfully to free his blade. As the weapon prepared to penetrate his head, half a dozen shields materialized around the king. The phoenix spear penetrated all defenses and stopped less than a millimeter from the king's retina. Prometheus trembled, his left eye wide open. A simple blink would have torn his eyelid. "I win," smiled Priam. A spectacular victory after a fairly quick fight. Humanity had to believe him to be immortal and powerful, but he couldn't appear too arrogant. That was one of the reasons why he had kept the match going. Prometheus stepped back and nodded. Priam dropped the sword, and the king looked down at his blade. He seemed to wonder how the attack had not destroyed Priam's heart. "You destroyed it," smiled Priam. Priam dissipated his cloak of mist slightly, revealing the wound. Prometheus widened his eyes as Priam activated the power of Three-Headed Hydra. Once again, his change of race had reset the title. In the space of 3 seconds, the wound closed, and Prometheus sighed. "I didn't stand a chance." "Not really, number. But you're an impressive warrior," Priam acknowledged. Prometheus was more talented than he was as a human. The king had no alien talent but was already superior to a viscount. "The divine army will always be on humanity's side," declared Prometheus in a powerful voice. "Despite his mistakes, I think it's better to let the champion atone for his faults himself than to divide us further. Such is our will." The king's charismatic aura reached a large part of humanity through broadcasting. The two men shook hands, and Prometheus departed. Thomas and Mercury were descending into the arena when Landowner sent a message to Priam. A viscount had just entered New Earth. The title gave him an aerial view, and Priam's eyes widened. Blueberry, covered in blood and gasping for breath, had just collapsed at the dome's edge. Behind him, an armed group was approaching. Kinetic control. Priam flew away. Image status: average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, Men 10, Meta 0. Physical, Strength 236, +5. Constitution 373, Agility 278, +1, Vitality 370, Perception 458, +8. Mental, Vivacity 278, +1, Dexterity 325, +4, Memory 70, Willpower 406, Charisma 336, +3. Meta Affinity 219, +3. Meta Focus 167, Meta Endurance 119, Meta Perception 71, Meta Chance 198. Potential 5813, -53, Tier 0. He who eludes death, charge OFF. Reloaded in 21 hours 13 minutes 52s. Tribulation, no tribulation pending. Future tribulations delayed until time 182 days 21 hours 47 minutes 5 seconds. Ray was annoyed. He had waited a long time, watching the Jubaco die slowly. One of his subordinates was an apothecary. She had created a violent poison from the venom they had recovered from the enormous spider's corpse. Thanks to this, the gigantic tree was finally dead. In the space of a few minutes, all the tree's vitality had evaporated, and the enormous trunk had cracked before breaking. The impact against the ground had created a mini-earthquake. The system had rewarded them, but Ray's mind was already elsewhere. Greed had consumed him when he set eyes on a marvelous ruby. At the top of the trunk, where multiple branches were growing, the crimson glow of a fruit had caught his eye. Unfortunately, life was never simple. The fruit was guarded by a bear. The Ursit had the nerve to declare that the fruit didn't belong to them. As if an animal knew anything about property rights. Ray and his team decided to retrieve the fruit and the talking bear's skin. A fight ensued. After several minutes, the bloody beast activated a berserk skill and fled. It had been a long hunt, but they had finally managed to catch up with the Viscount as the beast arrived in a human city. "We're almost there, guys." "Shoot that bear," encouraged Ray. One of his archers fired another arrow, which severed one of the fugitive's tendons. He collapsed, still holding the fruit against him. Satisfied, Ray stepped forward to finish off the beast. Covered in wounds and almost empty of blood, the bear was barely breathing. Deciding to spare it unnecessary suffering, Ray raised his blade and cut it down. Decisive blow. His blade turned white as snow and approached the animal's carotid artery. Ray, the telepathic link between himself and his subordinates, alerted the leader. He pivoted his body quickly, activating a counter skill. The attack came from the right. A mental image one of his men sent alerted him to the enemy's presence before he could see it. His sword came between him and the attack. Ray's relief lasted only an instant. The force behind the blow was unstoppable. The blade shattered, and Ray felt a cool sensation tickle his stomach. Image Priam was flying through the skies of New Earth, making full use of his new meridians. Kinetic control enabled him to move at the speed of an airliner. Seconds later, he saw Blueberry on the ground. Above him, a man was raising his sword. Furious, Priam accelerated again. His meridians heated up, but his new body could withstand far worse. 300 meters from the target, he took advantage of the ever-present mist to teleport 3 times. Reappearing a few yards from the stranger, Priam thrust Promus' spear strike. As if prescient, the man turned, and the spear collided with the sword. The difference in attributes, combined with Priam's speed, gave the swordsman no chance. The hoplite spear shattered the sword and disemboweled its target. Cut in two, the corpse of the anonymous man crashed far away. Half a dozen men and women drew their weapons. Leaning towards his friend, Priam didn't give them a glance. The bear was dying and had lost a lot of blood. Reaching into his purse, Priam pulled out a treasure almost as powerful as the Phoenix's tear. He slipped the pill into Blueberry's mouth and waited. 2 seconds later, he sighed with relief. The miracle drug had already dissolved, and the Viscount's wounds were closing rapidly. The treasure was extremely valuable, but Priam hadn't hesitated for a moment. Blueberry was a friend. At a glance, Priam noticed an object his friend was holding tightly. A kind of pineapple cut from ruby made his draconic instincts roar. Is it? Identification: crimson fruit, legendary, a fruit born of the sacrifice of a grand tree. Naturally capable of reaching the rank of duke, it never fulfilled its full potential. That same potential now pulses within its fruit. The tree originates from another universe. Alien truths are buried within this fruit. Its consumption stimulates the latent potential present in your blood. Planted, it will give rise to a unique tree. Blueberry had kept it with him, which was undoubtedly why this group had attacked him. Thanks, my friend. Raising his head, Priam watched the strangers. His misty eyes were cold. Any last words before dying? He asked in an icy voice. With a thought, the mist wrapped itself around the combatants. A mental command from Priam and a blade of ice would decapitate them. The men and women before him trembled, and one dropped his weapon. Priam slightly relaxed his aura. His anger prevented them from responding. The bear had a treasure, and we wanted it. We didn't know it was protected, one of the women stammered. A strange smell emanated from her. Fear. Hearing these words, Priam sighed. The world had changed. Poaching used to be a crime, and some bears were endangered. Now, wild creatures were potentially dangerous to humankind. Priam intended to avenge his friend but began by calming down. Human life was too precious to not take at least a few seconds before judging them. Objectively speaking, If I'd been in their shoes and seen an animal possessing a treasure, I'd have attacked it. If the animal spoke my language, I would have stolen the treasure, leaving it alive. It is not a world where kindness is rewarded. Sighing, Priam looked at the 6 fools. Morally, it was hard for him to punish them for something he might have done. Do as I say, not as I do. No, Priam hated hypocrites. In addition, the main culprit was already dead. But they had hunted his friend. You knew he could talk, didn't you? Asked Priam. Why? Yes. Under the pressure of his aura, it was difficult to lie. I'm not going to kill you right now. But you're going to be locked up. Your possessions are going to be sold to compensate Blueberry. That's the intelligent bear you tried to kill. There are enough monsters in this new universe not to kill peaceful animals. Then I'll ask Blueberry what he'd approve of as a sentence. Blueberry had risked his life to bring him back a treasure. He deserved his support, even if it went against other humans. Priam, however, was annoyed. The meeting was almost over, and the possibilities were few. 3 days in prison were too short, and summary execution was perhaps excessive. They shouldn't have tried to kill a sentient trying to communicate. Well, they shouldn't have tried to kill my friend. If I may. Prometheus appeared with 12 men and women. Priam noted that the divine army had the ability to teleport. Yes? Asked Priam. I'd like you to make an exception for those who might want to join my army. Their oath will oblige them to serve humans and respect life, proposed the king. The man didn't seem to hold a grudge. That a broken bar, that's slavery, exclaimed one of the condemned. Prometheus glared at him. I took the same oath. There are things more important than our happiness. You could restore hope to our entire civilization. Fight with us against the Revenants and all the threats the system will send us. Think about it, Priam, he said, turning to the man who'd just undone him. The proposal was interesting. Indeed, imprisoned for 3 days, this group would end up hating Priam, who had killed their leader. He didn't need any more enemies, even relatively weak ones. In addition, they were skilled enough to corner a Viscount. Blueberry was a formidable warrior. Even if he'd had to protect the Crimson Fruit, routing him was a feat. Why deprive humanity of guardians? Not to mention that Priam respected the king. If he really had taken that oath, and Priam's instincts told him he had, then he was worthy. An elite army loyal to humanity. Humans were a very powerful race when they were united. Good. I give you these 6, Prometheus. You'll need them to be a good shield. Thank you. Not for a moment had it occurred to the 2 men that the fighters might refuse the offer. Priam knew that Prometheus would be persuasive. Priam turned to the fainted bear. It was 5 meters tall and would be complicated to transport. He had to be cared for and allowed to rest, which meant transporting him to the ducal palace. Priam checked the beast's mass and sighed. Not enough kinetic reserve to lift him to the palace. No choice. He walked over to the bear and gently lifted his head. He was wounded, after all. Raising the massive head above his own body, Priam began to pull his companion towards the palace. The first step set the bear in motion, cracking the pavement beneath Priam's foot. Good thing I'm strong. He's got metal bones or what? Aware that everyone was looking at him, Priam gradually pulled his friend along for about 15 meters before stopping. The street ahead was narrow, and Blueberry's body was massive. Priam turned to Prometheus, who was looking at him with a smile. Can you teleport us to the palace? I've been waiting for you to ask, smiled the king. This bastard a broken bar. C8 copyright Cilia, if you don't mind. Of course, my king, said one of Prometheus' subordinates before turning to Priam. With a few movements of her hand, she traced a rune in the air. Priam watched, intrigued at first, then interested. Ether perception allowed him to see how it was drawn. Compared to his training with Anatole, the rune was highly complex. Tens of thousands of lines intertwined in 3 dimensions. Right now, Priam knew he had no chance of recreating it. Eidetic memory memorized the entire structure, and Priam smiled again. C8 copyright Cilia had certainly used her tutorial reward to obtain this skill, a skill that could be activated externally. Priam's inquisitive, analytical mind was already thinking about experimenting for days, until he hacked the rune. The skill activated, drawing on C8 copyright Cilia's reserves, and the landscape changed. Priam, A bear weighing several tons on his back appeared in the middle of the palace throne room. Priam. Instantly, a cannonball struck his chest and sent him hurtling some 10 meters. His constitution absorbed the shock, and Priam laughed as he saw Sphinx's adorable face looking back at him. "Hello, Sphinx. How are you?" "Bad. You destroyed half the city," she accused. Priam scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "I didn't mean to." "It's," Sphinx interrupted. "That's even worse then. You have to do it on purpose. It's much more fun," she laughed. Priam blinked before laughing. "I'll invite you next time we destroy a city then." "No need, I've already started," declared Sphinx proudly. "Excuse me, Rose, didn't I break a city good?" Priam, beginning to worry, looked up at Anatol's daughter. The teenager had moved closer and was smiling slightly. She looked at Priam for a moment before nodding. "Sphinx was unhappy with the welcome the Revenants gave me." "She destroyed their cathedral and a few houses," Rose confirmed with a smile. Priam remained silent, half relieved that his former enemy's daughter wasn't trying to gut him directly. He was nonetheless worried. "You went to Viracocha?" he asked. MMH, meowed Sphinx. Unconsciously, Priam's fingers had begun to scratch her head. The mythical creature seemed to enjoy it. Rose's face lit up. "We've visited several domes. Sphinx runs super fast and is so much fun to ride. She used my karmic link with the Revenants to exterminate them. She circled 7 domes yesterday, and this is the 8th. Priam was amazed. Not at Sphinx's running speed. Her colossal size and boundless endurance must have enabled her to cover well over 1,000 kilometers in a day. It was even possible that she had used the portal. No, what amazed him was Rose's reaction to the murder of thousands of people. Even if the Revenants were to be destroyed, it was one thing to understand it and another to see it. And you, Rose, what do you think of all this?" Priam tried. "I'm glad my father's murderers are dead." As she spoke these words, the teenager's silver eyes shone with a fierce gleam. Faced with Priam's astonished expression, she explained. "I know that for you, my father was a pragmatic being to the extreme, capable of doing anything to save me." "That's both true and false. My father was always a man of great kindness. He loved his family more than anything, but he respected every life," she explained. Rose seemed to lose herself in her memories, and Priam waited. He was interested in the young teenager's opinion. Maybe she didn't know her father as well as she thought, or maybe the corruption of the depths is more sinister than I thought. "My father loved life," Rose continued. "He would have done anything to resurrect me, but he wouldn't have let his grief contaminate the others. He would have dueled giants to resurrect us. I think he was corrupted. For him to decide to entrust me to this Seraphina. Impossible." Priam remembered the name. The champion of Revenants. "It's indeed strange to entrust your daughter to a Revenant. Unless he thought he was coming back. But I robbed him of that chance with, there is no heaven." "I understand," said Priam, rising to his feet. Hugging Sphinx tightly, he approached Rose and shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Rose." "Likewise. I'm a big fan. I just saw your fight against Prometheus, and you were super cool." "Sphinx told me you were immortal." "That's awesome." "I love dancing with death too much to give up my place," joked Priam. "Yes, but watch out for missteps, son." Priam turned to the new voice and smiled. "Dad." "Before the system, I wasn't deaf, and it didn't change." "No need to shout," Alan replied, pretending to wince. "I'm glad to see you." "Me too." The two men stared at each other momentarily, pride shining in their eyes. "What are you doing here?" asked Priam. "Are you chasing away your old man?" Priam rolled his eyes. "I meant with Sphinx and Rose." "Your friend wanted to meet me." "Apparently, she doesn't have a father, so she wanted to see who yours was," Alan explained, looking at Sphinx. "Your dad is super nice. As long as you don't eat with your mouth open, he's nice." "Yes," Priam joked. Alan laughed. "Speaking of that, dinner's almost ready." "Will you eat with us?" asked Alan. "Yes. But first, perhaps we should find a bed for Blueberry." "The marble floor must be hard." Sphinx pounced on Priam's head. Her tail had been thumping furiously ever since she'd heard the magic word. "No need, He hibernated on harder ground. What's on the menu? Grilled locusts. Alan burst out laughing at Sphinx's discomfited expression. And wyvern marinated in a honey mint sauce, he added. A cheer rang out. Image. So, what's on the agenda? Asked Alan between two mouthfuls of wyvern. The draconic meat was succulent. At least, the taste buds were unanimous. It was indefinable, but the texture was meltingly delicious. Priam looked around the banquet hall, filled with visibly healing convalescents. The wyvern meat seemed to have regenerative properties. First, I have a quest to destroy the last abominations, Priam replied. A merchant friend will take care of finding and executing the revenants in the more distant domes. We clearly won't find them all, but we need to unearth as many as possible before the next reunion. Because of Inatol, a minor god has come into contact with the revenants. It worries me. Alan held up his fingers before asking. The god you pissed on? I pissed on his statue, but yes, that one, laughed Priam. Blasphemy doesn't seem to bother him, remarked his father. Priam grimaced. I'm not so sure about that. I think he plays within the rules of the system, but he's still a god. As long as he just spices up concepts events, he's got nothing to worry about. I'm just afraid the spices will burn us. What next? Then I'm going to get some sleep and enjoy being with you. Priam smiled. Alan looked at his son with sadness. We're going to be apart for quite a while. You'll have to take care of yourself, okay? Concern showed in his eyes, and Priam tried to cheer him up. Don't worry too much, I might have a solution. A spacer's seed. Sounds incredible, son. Where will you find it? It's a Colosseum award. I'll go there after taking part in a heist organized by the system. Who are you planning to steal from? Asked Alan. Dunno. Priam took two mouthfuls, keeping his mouth closed, then continued. I'll certainly be up against some terrifying monsters, but I'll get through it. Don't worry. I'm not worried. You've got dragon blood in your veins, his father said proudly. Priam burst out laughing. Soon, the tears began to flow, and he couldn't stop. Suddenly, he felt his elbow being tapped. Turning, he noticed Sphinx touching him with a wyvern skewer. Priam made an effort to calm down. You mustn't be sad, said Sphinx in a small voice. Here, I'll give you my skewer. The adorable creature also seemed on the verge of tears. Priam didn't know if it was out of empathy or because she was parting with her food. Smiling, he took the young lord against him and smiled. You're adorable, but I was crying with laughter, not pain. You can keep your skewer. Hey, don't be sad. Wanna know a secret? He asked. What? Tell me, exclaimed Sphinx. You're my best friend. The young Sphinx's smile warmed his heart. It felt good to be well cared for. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10, men 10, meta 0, physical, strength 236, constitution 373, agility 278, vitality 370, perception 458, mental, vivacity 278, dexterity 325, memory 70, willpower 406, charisma 336, meta affinity 219, meta focus 167, meta endurance 119, meta perception 71, meta chance 198, potential 5813, tier 0, he who eludes death, charge OFF, reloaded in 19 hours 17 minutes 34s. Tribulation, no tribulation pending. Future tribulations delayed until, time, 182 days 19 hours 50 minutes 47 seconds.